told by Fia it's not the British Worcester.
Yeah, I know,
very,
but
very
you know,
important difference.
Americans, they can't name towns. They always have to like steal other names that exist. That's why there's like a
Real,
Paris
that's
and a
real.
Cairo. Yeah,
I mean,
New York.
like,
you know, just add "new" in front of it and
basically,
think it's like a
basically
name.
every city on the West Coast is some Spanish conquistador. It's just named after some Spanish person, right? So
Yeah, let's talk about our first game tonight, which will be Jinxed versus Krillionaires, a B League matchup. Both currently 1-1, trying to escape that midfield in their group. So I guess you could call this a mid-off. But rest assured, we're still going to see some awesome Overwatch from these two teams. However, the momentum currently favoring Krillionaires just a little bit because they're just coming off a 2-1 win over Tuafa de Danann. I hope I pronounced that correctly. It's been 3 weeks now. I'm still learning. Meanwhile, Jinx, they just lost to Fermata. I think that's a loss you can accept, though, honestly. As you can see, their match history here. Maybe we can also just take a quick look at their roster. And Ippy Mustard, I'm just throwing this to you here. What are some of the players you want to highlight here? And Ippy, I think now that we have some stats, thanks to you, I think you can maybe back up some of the highlights you want to maybe mention here about some of these players.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk a little bit about Bakura actually on Jinx side. Definitely a strong tank player. I think they've got a lot of Winston in the back pocket, but also some Zarya and a little bit of Doomfist out of them as well. So that's you know, obviously favoring the sort of dive in most of these sorts of cases, which I think makes sense given the meta we got right now. But he'll have to go up against K-Mac, who actually seems to out damage him in the damage out per 10 minutes. So, you know, we'll have to see if that actually, you know, comes out today, or if Bakura can still, you know, keep this lead with the flexibility.
Yeah, and you know, like you mentioned for Jinx, right? Bakura, you know, good player. I am legally obligated, held at gunpoint to gas up Jinx because I am on their other team, their C League team. But regardless, like I've played with these players before, and they are good at the game. They are, you know, so regardless, I think even though there are some good shooters on Krillionaires, right? K-Mac and you know Jupiter, Mac Truck, you know, people that we've a good while, that I think overall, I think we have a stacked matchup today.
Yeah, and you know, the good thing about these stats is that now we can actually back up what we're saying, which is awesome. Let's do some Preds here. I don't know if we have the module ready for that, but I'm just gonna ask you guys anyway. Mustard, who do you think is gonna take our first match of the night?
Look at that!
I have a suspicion. Oh, that's
holy shit! Holy shit! I preded Zeusser. No way.
You preded Zeusser.
Real. But I think I'll give this to. I think this will be a close match. I think it'll be a Jinx 2-1. Maybe we'll see 4 maps. I feel like if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be today. You know.
What about you, Ippy?
I don't want to see the 4 maps because that means I'm going to be awake until like 1 a.m., which isn't a good idea, I think. So I think I'd like to see 3, but I think the way BPL goes, we very rarely see 3. Even though I think it's actually still going to be a close game. I think it could go either way, but I'm just going to give the edge to Jinxed here, I think. I like the sort of like dive play we see out of them. And even though Krillionaires have a lot of shooters, I'm going to go Jinxed.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go with Krillionaires. I do believe in them a little bit here because they had kind of a rough start to the season with both the kickoff tournament and these first 2 weeks, but their win last week was a good start for them, and I think like I already mentioned, the momentum, kind of a buzzword, but I do think it's in their favor here, and I do think they can carry this forward for another week. So I'm saying Krillionaires here, but I agree with you, Ippy, and I also agree with you, Mustard. I think this is going to be a close matchup. Well, the teams, I think, are ready, almost ready. So enough yapping for me. I'm going to hand this over to our casters, Ippy and Mustard. So take it away for our first B League match of the night.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I don't know if there's much left to say that hasn't already been said.
I suppose one thing we could talk about a little bit is the map pool for our coming match, starting on push here, with Colosseo being our first map, and then moving on to Eichenwald and Nepal if we need it. Now, Colosseo, a bit of a controversial map, I think. At least in the Overwatch League, we see, the fights last about 5 minutes on the start before anyone gets a meter.
I mean,
there's a lot of poke,
as
a lot
someone
of push.
that had to play in a Colosseo match yesterday, yes, the first fight always lasts forever. And then it is like the definition of you win the first fight, you just win the map because of how long that it takes. You just kind of sit there forever and it's already most of your time bank and you've invested so much into it that it, like the amount that you're going to get for winning that first fight is equal to like 2 later fights. It's worth a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Push is definitely that kind of game mode where you really only need sort of 2 consecutive fight wins before you've captured enough to get up to the checkpoint or get very close to the checkpoint, and then you get those forward spawns, and that allows you to really snowball and get more percentage. It's definitely pretty hard to fight against that, especially when if you've got that lead, you can give space, you can let the opponent take away the bot because you can defend, you can move back to a more defensible position, and that's what makes Push so difficult to break if you're behind. And we'll have to see some good mental good preparation and good ult rotation from these teams in order to battle against that kind of play.
Any prediction updaters? I think I think they still need to close out the one from yesterday.
I'd like to pred. It'll be
real preds here.
Yeah. No money laundering. This is real gambling. No, we're not fixing anything.
Yeah, we 100% condone gambling.
Absolutely. So we've got a very far shot of Rome here. Not often we see the rest of this map actually confined to just fighting around the Colosseum. And as we look upon the chiseled abs of the statues, excellent Italian sculptures here, but we move into the match where we see actually a Ram Rush mirror here with Jinx going over to the Tracer Sombra and Krillionaires actually opting for a Hanzo Reaper, an interesting composition. We'll have to see how this turns out.
I think the Hanzo Reaper, as I've seen, typically relies on either getting a pick or just being able to just fight. So there's the pick! There we go! Sure, it's just your Tracer dying, but I mean, that's a lot of damage and a lot of poke that you're gonna wish you had back.
Max actually goes TP's deep and gets that kill. That's really good, and it means
I saw the lamp down too. That's interesting.
I guess I must have missed it or didn't quite come down fast enough. But yeah, that's actually going to give Krillionaires a big lead on the push here, and you see just coming around the corner here as Queen Quad is set up in position, defending, ready to take on Jinx.
Yeah, so as long as Krillionaires, they have to keep fighting, or they have to keep finding good picks to initiate fights, because they don't have as much sustain, right? They have the Moira, and they're doing a good job of finding these picks. They trade out DPS at long last, so it is a 4v4 here, where Jinx have a slight advantage, being a little closer with earlier respawns. Coalesce is being popped already by Jupiter, going to be aggressing forward. Bakura just gets punched out, boxed like a fish, and a little exit pick, but that will be that fight done and dusted.
Absolutely, and now moving closer up to the bridge here. Bridge control. Okay, Baka does get out here, which is really bad. Okay, that's good. So it does mean, though, Mack Truck is actually getting a lot of values from these deep TP plays. Finally does get cleaned up there, but that's a great kill. Onto the BAP as well. That's going to remove a lot of sustain here.
Yeah, I mean, get this guy on the Mega Millions. He's going to earn $1.5 billion this next week. He's winning the lottery all the time, it seems like. But an Overclock being popped by Hudson, going to try to reciprocate some damage. Does get a kill, but not much more. A lot of ults being popped, Annihilation and beat for Jinx. That bot did get pushed back a bit. Hudson with another kill as Krillionaires goes down, and that should just signal the end of the fight for Krillionaires. At last, Jinx can get something going.
Yeah, absolutely. But they put a lot of ultimates together, the Annihilation, the beat, and the Overclock from Hudson there. Hudson actually doing a good job of cleaning up here. So, Jinx now back into the game, starting to get their own push, but look at the old banks for Krillionaires. They can really come in with whatever they want. Dragon Strike to split, and then Annihilation clean up. The beat, if anything goes wrong, is really their game to lose.
Yeah, and you see Jinx just already backing up, taking it easy. They combo the beat and the Annihilation, just like what Jinx did last fight. I think they're just going to be looking to wrap this one up quickly. You know, mount a defense before Krillionaires can really get anything more. I'm not too sure if that Death Blossom was needed, but hey, it cleans up the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you just see the window come down. The lamp goes down, they destroy it, and then move forward with the Annihilation. There's really nothing to protect against that. You lose your window value, and you lose all that damage as they just walk forward. So now pushing around this corner, Forma now swapping onto the Sombra here, but it's going to be a long EMP build.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit to get that. I mean, he's getting it kind of quickly. We've already been at 30%, but I mean, you just see Krillionaires walking up, taking a lot of space as the bot gets the first butt scratch down. So, gonna be closer respawns, but a great kill from Bakura on the Jupiter. That's all your healing gone from Krillionaires, and it's gonna allow him to walk forward with the Nemesis form. Just gonna be taking out 2. Yeah, team kill.
Unfortunately, Jupiter actually she steps a little bit ahead of the tank and actually gets beamed down by Bakura there. The headshot's doing a lot of work. But, you know, if you're Krillionaires, you're still very happy with this, you know, 82 to 14 meters here. That's such a huge advantage. Really early in the fight, too. So, you know, Jinx have a long way to push. They're not even at their own objective yet.
Yeah, and, you know, Annihilation being popped now by Bakura just allows them to walk forward. Krillionaires trying their best to kite this, but Bakura, 1 HP, somehow stays alive, but it's going to force the beat out from Baka, you know. But it allows the sustain onto this Ramatra. Just trying to hold the front line down, but Krillionaires close to their own ultimates. There's the Dragon Strike being popped. It's going to catch out both supports from Jinxed. That's going to be the end of that fight. Oh, no.
Oh, and that looks like such a good save from Jinx, too. You know, Bakura goes down to literally 1 HP, saved by the beat, and there's some great kills there. Yeah, an excellent double kill from Moretti onto the back line.
EMP, okay,
Solo
on the Ramatra.
And does not get anything. That's an unfortunate build. Unfortunately,
yeah, that is. Yeah, that's gonna be.
You really want that here when the team is grouped up, and now they didn't have that, and now they're having to face the Cole.
Yeah, you could have canceled the Coalescence with that, but instead now you have the Annihilation with the Coalescence. They're gonna walk straight through that Amplification Matrix. King Cloud's gonna find 4. Bakura does get 1 on the exit, but it's gonna be it.
Wow. Yeah, this is just excellent. Solid play from the side of Krillionaires. Perfect rotation on the ultimates. I definitely think it will slow down here now as they kind of run the old bank dry. It's just overclocks to mirror, but the defense is Swans here. It's just so strong. It's basically impossible to capture any of these push maps really, but Colosseo especially.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Colosseo, especially having a full cap at Hudson. Trying his hardest with the overclock here to find something. Jupiter does go down, and Kai as well, so no healing for Krillionaires. I think Jinx will be pushing this bot away from their spawn, but that's a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Krillionaires, they've got the Lucio speed. They can easily match the defensive position around the center point here, and you know, potentially even keep the close spawns that they have, which is a definite advantage for them. They are actually playing back, so they will give the bot over that halfway mark, and they will lose their forward spawns, but they have all the defensive position they need.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of that, there it is. It's at the midpoint. It does cross it just barely though, so no more forward spawns, I believe. Annihilation being popped here. Bakura going to be walking forward. They're able to find the kill onto the enemy Ramatra, so go down, and Jupiter the next one to go. So, yeah, just dying on the card for Krillionaires as finally Jinx gets a little more meterage.
Yeah, excellent kills from Hudson there, getting 2 in the fight as Bakura's Annihilation, not the most efficient, does wane down quite quickly. You'd maybe like that one to have a little bit more value, but they still get it done without any other ultimates, which is important. They're building up to 4 ultimates now, you know, and they've got that all-important EMP. So really, you know, they can take this fight any way they want, but the overclock comes out from the other team.
Yeah, they're just going to run away from it. A big EMP, all 5 going to be hacked up, but they're not able to confirm any kills in time. MacTruck able to get Biscuit with that overclock. They trade beats as well. So 2 ults for 2 ults, but Jinx, I mean, 5-man EMP still unable to.
Yeah, and unfortunately just no real target focus there. You know, they get the entire team, that's great, but then you all need to pick the same target to kill. That's the essential, you know, what really makes EMP so important is you can burn down a single target or maybe even 2 targets with such extreme speed. If you just EMP everyone and just hope that they die, you know, the beat comes out and they keep living. So misplay there.
Yeah, speaking of misplay, I think Jupiter might have been in the wrong place, wrong time. Former does get that kill, so a lot of healing gone for Krillionaires. Means that Ramatra is not going to be staying alive that much longer. Already gets poo somehow. Again, playing, you know, the Hanzo lottery. My man is winning it.
Oh, I've definitely seen a lot of DPS, you know, just get the picks in the backline. A lot from Hudson, and we got Roretti getting them as well. But this is still excellent for Krillionaires. You know, you do lose out, and Jinx do get a bit more push, but only a minute and a half left in the bank to get another 90 meters, including the butt scratch. This is really insurmountable.
Yeah, you're going to have to be flawless from here on out if you're going to try to win this out, and it does not look like they're trending in that direction. Baka goes down, traded out with the Hanzo though, so it's still winnable. Annihilation being popped out by Bakura with a little bit of that, you know, life steal and the extra health boost, trying to stay alive. Jinx is just gonna get ran back, you know, walked at by the enemy Annihilation. That, I mean, it's not looking too hot.
Yeah, Bakura pops the Annihilation just to try and sustain in the fight with that extra armor, with the extra time on the Nemesis form. But Queen Clock comes in later with the later Annihilation, full health, and is able to walk forward without fear into the laps of Jinx. And yeah, they do eventually take the bot here. You've got 30 seconds left for Jinx. As Krillionaires just back up, they know they're in the winnable position. They've got the forward spawn. And they're actually coming through this sort of flank here to contest early.
I like this from Krillionaires. They're just taking their time. They're going to burn down the clock. Hudson goes down early, so that's already spelling disaster. Traded out for Kai, though. That loose is going to be extremely important. But now you have no DPS. It all falls on Bakura's shoulders. Keep this alive as we dwindle down the timer. Overclock now popped by Max. We're going to be pressuring out Biscuit. Going to go down. And Bakura just going to try his hardest on the point. But that's going to be the map for Krillionaires.
Yeah, absolutely. And they leave the bot, don't push it any closer to Jinx. And yeah, wow, an excellent, solid play from Krillionaires. They're really masterful play on Coliseo, and you know, getting that early lead, you know, so important, winning those fights back to back. They get the cap, and you know, even though Jinx had some good fights later on, yeah, that distance is just way too far to try and claim back. As we see Jupiter's coalescence here with Queen Quart in the front with the Annihilation. Excellent play. And yeah, I want to give some credit as well to MacTrack too. A little bit quieter, you know, Roretti really was the sort of star of the show on the Hanzo. But MacTrack did appear in the kill feed a couple of times at the end there, you know, definitely showing, you know, that both the DPS players for Krillionaires, they got something to say. So we move into our next map, you know, in seems like record time as we move on to Iconval.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like record time. That was an entire push map. It was all 10 minutes of it. So
it just felt like, yeah, like it was kind of won about halfway through just because of that distance. You know, they got about 90 meters in 5 minutes. You know, it's like, well, you know, do you call it? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like what they say, right? Like, you win the first fight, you just win the map. And honestly, that couldn't be more true for any push map Coliseo. Just it's based on just the map design, right? You just have one long tunnel that's just one. It is what it is. You know, Jinx gonna look to bounce back on Eichenwald, and you know, with that they're gonna do swap substitution.
Yeah, and I think I'm interested to see what these teams play in Eichenwald. You know, if they're favoring the sort of Ram Rush today, you know, is that something you can really play on Eichenwald, especially, you know, maybe C, like, you know, that's kind of like where we see a lot of teams swap from, you know, the Winston to a Rhine, something like that, a Rhine comp. And maybe you can play it on A, but what do you do for B? You got all that high ground to contest with. You can get, you know, hit scans shooting down from there. You kind of have to escort your team through the castle, which, you know, allows you to get picked on the rotation, especially if, you know, Retti's playing that Hanzo again and looking for excellent picks like that, like he was got in Coliseo. You know, that can be really difficult. So interesting to see. I would hope that these teams run more of a dive setup, We'll see.
Yeah, I see in chat they're talking about my fan. Yeah, you can just buy that from Costco. So if you ever, look that up real quick on Costco. If you wanna
We
buy
are
that
not
fan.
sponsored. Other supermarkets are available. We are not sponsored by Costco to promote their products. As we see some,
we saw the one man the one man EMP that did not equate to a kill there. Unfortunate that had to be clipped. Just Krillionaires, right? They overall just stomped this map. To be honest, it really didn't look that close from the beginning. Which, Jinxed, they're gonna be looking to try to turn that around. Hopefully, I mean, maybe they're better on the dive, right? Like you mentioned, before the match, right? Eichenwald, a map that you can dive on for sure. So maybe we'll see a bounce back here, right?
yeah, you got to have the strong mental as well. You kind of got a little bit rolled over on push there, a bit unfortunate. But if you got the 0-0 mentality, you get back into the game, you get back into the lobby, and hope for the, I guess, mini reverse sweep. It doesn't really count as a reverse sweep if it's the first to two. It just
It is, but it's like,
yeah.
Does it? It's just it's the, I guess it's like it's the philosophical question. But yeah,
if
like
if a reverse sweep falls in a priority and no one's able to hear it, is it a reverse sweep? Is that kind of philosophical question are you going for?
Or just like if it's just first to two, is it really a reverse sweep, right? Like it's the philosophical question.
Yeah.
But yeah,
True.
like I mentioned it earlier, there were some substitutions. We have Even Star coming in for Biscuit on support for Jinxed, and we have K-Mac for Cream Quat, and Doom for Doomination, not Domination.
Domination hoping to dominate, actually, I suppose.
There you go.
Keep that the win streak going. Excellent play and push. Keep it going into hybrid here as we go to Eichenwald. And standard rotation of the players. I think Domination I've seen some looks from him before. So yeah, definitely a solid player. Looking to be teasing the Widowmaker from Spawn, actually. As MacDrug takes the duty of the Hanzo, it seems. These are all attacking spawns, not really the most reliable. But Jinx here, sticking with the Ramatra, but playing a Tracer Ashe setup with Anna Brig in the backline. So maybe expecting the dive here, but I don't know if they will fully expect the comp that Krillionaires are running out on. Looking like the double sniper as Domination goes back actually to the Genji. So
yeah,
Baka gonna have to keep Even Star safe here.
Jinxed are running a little bit of an interesting combo. It's like a hybrid of the dive, right? Because you have like the back line, you have a Tracer, and probably even like the Ashe, right? Some things you'd see on Gibraltar. And then you have Ramatra, which is a bit of an interesting hybrid for sure. They're making it work, right? They trade out DPS, both very fast DPS, so they'll be back in the fight in no time. As Bakura holding it down on the point. I guess that's what the Ramatra is here for. As both of them trade out their Nemesis forms. No deaths coming in just yet, but MacTruck will be getting lucky. Gonna take out Even Star with a headshot and a clean one onto Hudson. But the rest of Jinx are stepping it up. Bakura and Hudson, right? They do get some kills. And there it is. Former has returned on the Tracer.
Yeah, excellent kills from MacTruck, but unfortunately they trade backlines. Actually, you see Jinx sort of push into the backline of Kai and Dupta, and they actually just sort of rotate onto them. Interesting, the speed not there in time. As unfortunately, Domination now swapping off the Genji onto the Tracer. I think better once you see the Brigitte on the other side. But excellent pick from Hudson, and that might just stop the attack here. As lands a good nade, but no one really follow up on that.
Yeah, I mean, that is a sick shot, and that's a pick that you cannot afford right now if you're Krillionaires, because your ultimate economy not looking too hot, and your time bank, not looking any better. So
yeah, so you can sort of push in here. They still got the space they gained. The core is actually quite low health. Early shield here, but the nano comes out onto K-Mac, and with his Nemesis form, that's going to be a kill.
Yeah, but Bakura, we're going to be walking forward with the Annihilation. It's going to get 3 So, you know, just says, yeah, NaNoRam, I'll take matters into my own hands.
What I find so interesting is that they're doing this with no speed. You know,
Yeah.
Jinx does not have Lucio to speed Bakura into the backline, but they're still finding it. And I wonder if maybe Kai, you know, maybe needs to sort of peel a bit more with the boot, perhaps. Try and keep Bakura and Former and the rest of Jinx off their backline.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I haven't really been seeing what the Lucio's been positioning, but that could be the case. As a Lucio player myself, I would like to see the Lucio spectated a bit more. Bakura is gonna walk forward now. Nanoed in the Nemesis form, gonna get one, but two traded out. Immediately traded again. Bakura making it work for Jinx right now. But now they fight the 3v3, make that a 3v2. Another great headshot from Hudson, and they're gonna have to do something about that Ana. They're gonna want any chance to take it down. That Fermata, as you see the annihilation comes out, gonna get anti. Bob comes down to Kai with the beat in the nick of time. Gonna be able to save Fermata. So low, he doesn't die, and then the rally being caught from Baka, just gonna provide extra sustain for Jinx, and again, Krillionaires shut down.
Yeah, and I think that's all stars really. Some excellent nades from Evenstar. Good antis on the enemy side, and you know, K-Mac does you know, eventually go down there, but yeah, it's another big push here. Bakura already low health, very low health, needs support right now before he loses Annihilation.
Yeah, he does have it up. He's gonna pop it. A great nade comes in, gonna also pop the anti onto K-Mac, allowing the Ramatra to immediately just get eviscerated. Now, overtime gonna start ticking, but there's no one really around for Krillionaires to keep this going. Does get the pulse bomb out, no deaths, so they can't even call it a tracer diff, as Krillionaires not even a tick on the point. So regardless, we will be going to a map 3, regardless of the results of this game.
That's really interesting. Great.
We're seeing Gibraltar, everyone. We're going to 4. We're going to 4.
We're not necessarily going to 4. I don't think we will go to 4.
Telescopes out. We're going to 4.
If Jinx play that way on their offense, I think this is an easy, you know, map 3, very quick. I can vault here as you know. I want to point out again, excellent nades from Evenstar landing onto K-Mac, that big anti. You know, even if you're in the Nemesis form and you can use that block, you know, that's not effective if you've got your anti-health, you've whittled down your armor, and you can't get healed. You know, that's easy pickings for Bakura. You know, with the Annihilation, just gets the cleanup, and then, you know, you lose your tank, you lose the potential of getting that shielding. But you've got to still contest the point. And what do you even do? You kind of just got to walk into the field of the tendrils, the glow of Bakura on that Ramatra pick. As Krillionaires sticking with a sort of like their composition they ended their attack on, actually, with this Hanzo Echo look. Sticking with Kai actually going to be pocketing Domination on the Echo here. As Jinx, they kind of play, again, a sort of weird composition. Echo, Sojourn, with Bakura on the dive tank. So keeping the same backline, a very different front line. And that's an interesting sort of adaptation for them here. We'll see how it works out.
I think, yeah, as the attacking team, right, if you don't have speed, you really can't play that Ramatra. You're going to need to play a little dive. So that's kind of what Jinx are leaning into. Krillionaires, they do have the pocketed Echo, but personally, I am not a fan of Mercy pocketing Echoes, just because, you know, that character already does so much anyways. You don't need a Mercy pocket to make Echo good, versus like if you're running a Pharah, you kind of need a Mercy pocket. That it's better to just run a different support and just provide more utility to your team. But you know, I guess funny damage.
Wow.
That can also happen. Kai immediately eviscerated. That focusing being putting in the work, putting in the hours, as that will be the go sign. Bakura also taking out Mack Truck. Already a 5v3 in favor of Jinxed. Actually a 4v2 still in favor of Jinx, though, as not much card progress has actually occurred, so still like stalling it out. Copy is available, just gonna be get in the Ramatra, might as well slow down the touch, and yeah, that's it.
Wow, that is, yeah, excellent play. And you saw the sort of like slow play from Jinx there trying to get the nano, but I don't think it was even necessary in the end. Just an excellent pick onto the backline as Bakura, you know, the pick to start out, Bakura jumps in and isolates the rest of the backline and gets that kill. Yeah, really excellently played.
Right, like you don't have any utility for your backline if you're gonna run, you know, the Mercy and really what their DPS was a Tracer Hanzo, that or Echo Hanzo. That it's like you don't have that utility available for your backline to really live. And
yeah, you've got the res, but like if your Mercy dies first,
yeah, right.
You
like
have no res. You have no res.
That's why I think like if you're gonna play Echo, right, Echo can sustain on her own. That character does way more damage than she really needs to, even without a damage boost, to the point that it's not even worth it to have that extra damage. Just have better utility. Like if you had a Brig in the backline, you could boop out the Winston or just sustain the backline a little longer. That it, you know, you end up kind of just out sustaining and just winning the fight. I mean, that's what I think, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we've got some substitutions coming in for the side of Krillionaires. We've got Queen Quat coming in back for K-Mac and Moretti for Domination. So returning to the lineup they had for Colosseo here. Maybe the A lineup compared to the B lineup they were running on Eichenwald. But yeah, I think if Jinx continue, you know, no substitutions for Jinx, at least not what we see yet. If they play like they did there, you know, it's not going to be like we saw on Push, I think. You know, Hudson's getting some excellent picks. You know, really, really solid on both the Ashe and the Sojourn. As we move over to Nepal, which is an interesting one, right?
I think, like, with Nepal, you could run a lot of comps. Most of the time, things tend to trend towards, you know, like brawl style. So maybe you get like the it's not 6-man anymore, it's 5-man comp, right? You know, Winston, Reaper, you know, Mora Lucio, get in their face, brawl it out. Or you get kind of you know, Ramatra, maybe Reinhardt, you get a Sim, maybe a Mei, lock up the point, right? That's what Nepal trends towards, but you could really run a variety of comps on here and make it work. So I think that's kind of what Jinxed are leaning towards. They're just gonna play more kind of their style. I think that kind of divey style does suit them a lot more than Brawl. So
yeah, perhaps. As I think, you know, Bakura actually showed a lot of promise on both the Ramatra and the Winston there, but actually teasing Reinhardt here. Both. I wonder if this looks like from Jinx the Sim TP bunker sort of strategy. And I wonder if they're gonna
sit on the point, you know, like, and Krillionaires have a bit of a hybrid going on. I think they're just gonna teleport out of spawn with the Symmetra, maybe swap to like a Tracer, but regardless, it's still a bit of a hybrid. And again, I don't really think this is the point to be running weird half comps.
So this composition absolutely works. It is the anti-bunker composition with Mactruck on the Farah and Moretti poking around. As we get a pause here from.
All right, I think more importantly that I think it's the Ramatra. That's just kind of there.
That's literally what I was gonna say. Yeah,
that's gonna be a bit odd, right? Because like Ramatra, like nothing's stopping that comp from just running at Ramatra and killing, and maybe even the Baptiste, right? Like, because they don't really have that much peel. Really, like it's gonna depend on the DPS to do a lot of damage, get picks, and you know if that doesn't happen, which I mean, given we saw what Jinxed are running, right? They're just gonna run at them. That's the point of their comp. Especially once they lock them up on the point, it's over. It's Jover, you know. It's like that's it.
Looks like Bakura actually has to make it to the point here. So it just runs across, doesn't even use the teleporter. But Queen Quat is kind of on the point alone with no support and is very low health.
Again, and another pause. I think I saw Bakura just kind of holding shield, walking forward. I think that's the reason pauses are being called. But I'm not, you know, who knows. But yeah, I think still, right, that's still kind of the issue with the Ramatra. We kind of saw it there. My man just exploded. And I think if Bakura was there and readily in that fight, that Ramatra's dead, right? Like, that lamp is not saving it.
Absolutely. You can go in the pin, you can go in with the charge, really nothing to do. It's why you want a Winston in this composition. And it's possible that actually Krillionaires will win this anyway if Bakura is DCing and does get sort of removed from the match. And that means they kind of lose their tank on the point. But, you know, really that composition should not win against the bunker composition. You need a Winston because you need to be able to get out if they run at you. You need to be able to leap onto that high ground, and you know no one can really follow you up there unless they engage the sim TP, but that's so risky that puts them all into a vulnerable position that it's not ideal that they do that. So they want to stay on that point, and you don't want to contest that until you know your Farah or your Tracer gets some picks on the back line, especially that flex support who's essential, the BAP essential to keep this high health composition up.
Yeah, and like, something that I have also been playing around with, mainly in ranked games, but also like I think you could just play ball into that too, because right, like super sustain, really good follow up. With your DPS, you'll be able to coordinate it out. Be like, hey, I'm slamming right now, and then everyone just blasts everything into that slam. Like you cannot lamp in time. Like slam direct with a mercy pocket, you're dead, but you are not lamping in time. So like that's also the other option that I think Krillionaires can opt for, which might actually be pretty good on this point, given that it's such a small enclosed space that those minefields are going to do a lot. Even if it just breaks barriers, that's still going to help you a lot.
And one of this, the reason for this sort of composition is just because of Queen Cot's hero pool. Maybe it's just not in the hero pool for the Winston, and maybe especially not ball. Balls are quite a particular one. You often only see like particular players play it, the ones that sort of invest the time into learning all the ball tech and all the spots and the ideal movement for the ball. But
right click W, left
we
control.
Go back into game here. Greenpot very low health, but even start low on the other side. Who will win this fight? It looks like Jinx actually do claim point, but I don't see Bakura. It could be Bakura is out.
Yeah, even Star going down. That's again, like you said, a lot of the healing gone as Creamclaw trying to re-engage onto this point. The DPS not really anywhere to be seen. I'm not seeing that Tracer in many places, but I think that should just be.
Yeah, kind of inevitable once Even Star goes down. Baka tries his best to keep up the comp, but. That Lucio healing just not enough. Actually, is already super close to beat. Maybe just because of the extreme amount of healing done. But
POV, you amped heals on point.
Even so, she's swapping over to the Kiriko as the barrage comes in and cleans up. Kind of expected.
That's just gonna run for it now. Cream Quad, nice webcam there. I totally can see you.
They're gonna actually struggle, I think, to get Mactrack out of the sky. The Sojourn pick from Hudson. Hudson's been doing work on it, but I just don't think has the sort of right. You need to build up that rail first, and who really are you building that rail on? You don't want to be shooting at the tank for ages because Mactrack's gonna drop out the sky and blast you down.
Yeah, I think if anything, Hudson going on like Ash or something would be pretty nice. Forces Valkyrie out, actually, as we saw that. Bakura doing a great job pressuring out that Mercy. Backtrack going down. I don't think it's in a resable position either. Creamcock's going to be walking forward. Never mind. Kai gets that res off, I think, with the help of the Mortality Field as Beat comes out from Baka, so there's nothing to sustain this Annihilation if Creamcock chooses to pull it out, and there it is. Going to be choosing to invest it. After he gets pulse bombed, actually, they just run away. Really good job kiting from Jinx, but they're dropping like flies. People's health bars not quite getting topped up just in time, and kills still going their way though. Kai goes down. Jupiter not in the fight, did get taken out earlier. She's going to be coming back pretty soon. That Farah putting in some work, and I think that's going to be it from Jinx, but that was stalled out a little too long. Not a lot of time left.
This might just be map. Yeah, it's 91%, and Even Star actually goes down really early in the fight. Baka does use the beat, but without that healing, there's just really no one to keep Bakura alive. He will get the touch here, but I think it's too little, too late.
Yeah, I mean, great Tracer touch. Hudson with the overclock now. This could be the chance. I mean, Bakura gets one, gets Jupiter, which is very important, and the Farah, so a lot of damage gone for Krillionaires. Jinx can win this thing. There it is. I mean, That honestly just a great stall from Bakura coming in with the Primal Rage, able to dance around and not die, which
Yeah, and gets a kill, which I think is essential.
Yeah.
If you just have that stall, you know, Krillionaires have enough sustain there just to live on the point, and they can just come back in. But the kill is essential, and you know, an excellent couple of rails from Hudson, really good overclock and getting that headshot onto Kai as well, really essential. But you know, they've got to play perfectly from here on out if they want to, with no ults in the bank too.
Yeah, pressuring out that Morph is very important. Baka is just gonna get beamed down. Bro, buddy, where are you going? What are you doing there? As now you see Evenstar just trying to dance around, play for his life, not gonna be able to get it up. But yeah, Rez comes out onto the Mora, so you know, a kill will be traded though, I guess. Kai going down. Tracer will be getting the touch for him. It does have a pulse bomb. Maybe it can come up huge here. Does get the touch with the Lucio as well. Pulse bomb gonna get invested, does not catch anything. Still the scrap goes on. 2 low health players on the point, so it's not really much. Baka able to build up the beat though. Gonna keep everyone else that's already there topped up. And yeah, Jinx do have point control. Hudson does go down eventually, and so does Baka, but that flip coming out does buy them a little bit more time. But Krillionaires, they just have a lot more ultimates to use. Just the barrage, the cherry on top, and that will be the round for Krillionaires.
Yeah, and just some excellent play. I think what I saw from Jinx as well was just a lot of staggers. We saw a lot of players like either dying early and then they invest ults, and it kind of just all those deaths spread out over, you know, 10, 15, 20 seconds. And that just means that it's just free cap percentage for Krillionaires, and we only really saw that engage at, you know, about 95%. It was essentially one really big long fight that Krillionaires had the point for the entirety, almost the entirety of that fight. And so what I want to see, I think, from Jinx here is, you know, especially Baka is being caught out of position a lot, you know, going super deep or you know, going for these really aggressive plays, but then just being caught out by Matrak on the power. Interesting TP there from Krillionaires as Urchy swaps over to the Junkrat, the J Silly coming out here.
Yeah, again, both teams with a, you know, sort of dive backline. Again, Jinx running dive plus Fermata. It's, you know, it worked well for them on Aquila. Let's see if it'll work here on Nepal.
Yeah, Mac Truck is the one that has to duel Former out of the end. It looks like, actually, Former has to retreat here, half health. And
yeah,
Krillionaires have the space.
Yeah, so Jake's not really quite able to walk up. The Brick's gonna cap. It's gonna get pressured out by Former though, so not quite coming in just yet. Hudson gets slowed, gets antied. We see that in the background, but Queen Quad giving up his life for it. Not sure if that's gonna be all too worth in the long run, as the cap officially finally going through. Took a lot of blood and sweat from Krillionaires to get that to happen though, so you know, it's gonna be rough, especially with that.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing a long stall here from the side. Excellent sleep. Excellent sleep. That's,
Kai
no
on
boop.
7. Oh, man. That's going to hurt. But Jinx going to be trying to fight this out. They do have all their players around now as the copy comes in. Going to go for the Ana. Gets her 1 HP and anti on the copy. Focusing beam! You have focusing beam! Press E! Please! But I think Jinx might be able to make this out. Anyways, they are coming up on top of those kills. A great sleep on the Cream Claw. It's just going to burst him down as Bakura is nanoed.
But again, we're seeing another fight where Krillionaires stall out the point for so long. Krillionaires should have lost that point ages ago, but they get 44. As, you know, Jinx just take way too long to re-engage. They're really slow on this poke, and yeah, it just means that Krillionaires are really kind of getting away with murder here. As the old bank definitely in favor of Jinxed here, but Krillionaires not too far behind some of these big ultimates.
Yeah, especially the Annihilations, right? Those have been deciding fights. We'll see if Bakura goes forward with it first, as now they're just going to be exchanging poke damage. Bob goes out. Kai does get bursted down by those Echo Stickies, though, so you know, already a good source of healing and a lot of your peel gone. I don't think Krillionaires want to keep fighting this, especially with Raredi out of the fight, so
yeah,
they're going to be resetting.
The Bob doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it just denies all of this space from Krillionaires. They just have to back. They can't risk themselves being gunned down by Bob's machine guns there. But Krillionaires coming up to both DPS ultimates, including this Tire. Hudson has to be on the lookout for this Tire. That's really the player you're hoping on to get it down. Otherwise, it could just be a free kill here.
Tire does catch two,
both
catches
of them.
Catches the back line. Yeah, that one's gonna be rough. Yeah, a very cheap fight win for Jinxed, but of Jinxed Krillionaires. Jinxed stalling out the point. Doing a pretty effective job at it actually. So just one fight should be able to hopefully secure them this. I am not liking that Mercy swap.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Like, it's so hard to get even in position here with a flyer into Sanctum, as it looks like actually Forma going on a massive flank. I don't know if they spot this. They do.
They got spotted. So
Fermata is in position here.
Yeah, they got spotted. Fermata, in position. Bakura gonna be walking forward, gonna be making sure he keeps that front line alive. The break just getting pummeled, and the annihilation will finally run out. Creamclaw gonna be running forward with his own. Everyone's just so low. Kai walks off the map. Maybe he got booped. Who knows? As Forward just tanking because he can, and tied up now. This is gonna be pretty rough, and yeah, I think the Echo gonna be able to finish off that kill. Jinx come out on top despite the arguably worse position and weaker ultimate economy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Krillionaires had only won the previous fight with one ultimate, but they actually burned all the ones they have there on a loss. And you can see now there's sort of desperate swaps on a complete confrontation, something faster that can get back to the point. Backtrack is in position and should be able to touch the point here. But,
yeah, great dive in to the backline from Creamclaw. I mean, again, right, you don't have that backline peel anymore, so that Ana is very susceptible to just getting bursted down. 1 HP now. Creamclaw does not live with his life. The Ana going to be able to clean up that kill. No touches from Krillionaires, though. 3 people still alive, but 0 of them on the objective.
Yeah, I think they're all so low. They're also low in sort of like underpass there. There's, they could touch, but essentially be a suicide touch there, especially with Bob on the point marking. Yeah, you can't go out. You just get gathered down. So actually taking us
keep your stats,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you want the least deaths per 10. Obviously, you want that one. Yeah. As we are keeping track of it, if you are dying. As we move now onto Shrine, I think this is where we'll see the sort of like rush mirror. I think
again, we're seeing the Mercies out. Krillionaires, it makes sense. You need to pocket that Pharah for the Pharah to actually be effective. For Jinx, if they do move on to that Echo again, I don't think you need the Mercy pocket on the Echo, and I'm a firm believer of that. I think you'd be better off providing your team with some more utility, but who knows, right? Just be better forehead, right? Just play better.
See a bit of a flower duel here, as Forma actually taking a couple of rockets. It's going to be pretty intense, I think.
Yeah, Krillionaires have point control as it unlocks now. Contesting is Jinx. Baka goes down though. Maxtruck able to find that kill, which means that not a lot of healing, not a lot of anything for your team left now, as Maxtruck will go down. But that will be the point going to Krillionaires, and that's just going to get rezzed up, I think.
Yeah, it should be here. Looks like Kai goes for it. But yeah, if you are going for the flyer duel, the person you don't want to die first is the Mercy. If you've got that Mercy pocket, as Mactruck finds it there. And Mactruck is landing a lot of these directs onto the flying Echo, which is really impressive. Very difficult target to hit.
Baka's getting chipped down by the Tracer, which you see kind of contribute to just being able to get bursted down a lot easier. Maxtruck will get taken out by Hudson, though. Kai will fall as well. Great follow-up from Jinx, as they're going to keep pressuring this point now. 3 players alive. Jupiter goes down, not able to pop that Coalescence in time. Nice headshot from Hudson.
Hudson really doing the work there. As you see, as a Forma and Bakura actually uses the jump jets to get onto the soul of the Pharah there. They actually get the kill onto Kai, so it doesn't even matter. But great takedown of the Pharmacy combo there. As you see a complete swap Kai onto the Lucio now, not the Brigitte. Mactruck actually on this Cassidy to try and stop the flyers of Jinx.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a good heads-up play. I mean, Forma goes down. I mean, yeah, again, Cassidy, right? Hindered forehead. Yeah. Definitely doing a lot of work, as Mactruck hitting the headshots too, and the body shots as well. And yeah, Jinx just kind of just kind of fell apart. They just crumbled.
Yeah, I think as soon as Echo's out of the fight there, excellent pick from MacTruck. Yeah, the speed boost and the coalescence. Yeah, such an incredibly strong combo. It's really simple. Queen Court goes in with the Nemesis form as well, and yeah, just run over the team. There's really nothing you do. Bakura can hold defense matrix, against Queen Court, but not against that coalescence.
Yeah, Nano onto the Echo. Yeah, just not even gonna look at MacTruck.
Oh.
Going down next as Bob on the point gonna help, put an extra body on there to cap as Tracer gonna keep trying to stall this out, but I don't think he's gonna live for all too long, given that there is a Bob.
No.
Yeah. It's
the nade takes him down, but yeah,
it's enough room to scrap something together. Another fight for Jinxed.
Yeah,
if they die early.
It's got to be a quick death though. It can't be one of these staggered deaths where they're sort of drawing themselves out. 83% is potentially last fight if we don't see some swaps here. But Former with the duplicate, who's really the target?
Oh, Bakura gonna be getting in MacTruck's face as everyone else from Krillionaires goes down. Kai goes down very early. They aren't on the point though, so they will cap. That will give the go button for Queen Quad to pop that Annihilation, just trying to bring things back for Krillionaires, as it is, I believe, just a pretty even fight so far. Baka goes down, and that Fermata some way somehow sustaining for just so long. Self-destruct goes out, does zone off Krillionaires, but they have returned with the respawns for both teams actually. Bakura extremely low, just gonna try to keep him nice and topped up. Will finally get demeched as you see the supports from both teams return to the fight. Krillionaires, great stick on the even star. Wow. I don't think there's not gonna be anyone else left from Jinxed, and that's wow.
That is a tilter. That is a tilting way to lose a map, because you win the fight, but you give up point, and then Green Quad comes in with the Annihilation, cleaning up the backline and your DPS, and it's just Green Quad there with Lucio support. That's the key difference, is that Krillionaires have one support on the board, and Jinx just have a tank and a DPS, and are just able to clean up. The tanks are there, Bakura's there. For trying to defense matrix for so long, uses the bomb to sustain, does live, but the reinforcements from Krillionaires come back in and clean up the fight.
I think
really sad way to
it was just rough for Jinx. And again, as I'm saying, you don't need the mercy. You don't. What would have been a lot better there if you had like a brig, throw some packs, knock them away, bash away, fucking do all that, rally, right? You have a Lucio, run away, boop them away. That's the extra utility that provides. You don't need the extra damage if you're playing Echo. You just don't.
Hey man, I like playing Mercy. Come on. It's a
good
I know for a fact that Baka is not a Mercy player. I know that guy is not a Mercy player.
Yeah, but yeah, what a hero play from Creamfoot there. Yeah, maybe making a case for Fermata. This is a hot take, but Fermata might be a little bit overpowered. Who knows? But good.
I'm sure he's getting nerfed in the next patch, right? He's getting nerfed.
I think they said something about that, but we'll see about that.
Yeah, it's a 5% reduction in damage boost.
Wow, that's amazing. But
that's totally going to make everything better.
Who would you guys point out? I mean, we just talked about Creamquad, but who else would you guys point out as having such a big impact on this win for the Krillionaires today?
I think I want to point out Ruetti as well. Big picks on the Hanzo on Coliseo, and good play on the Nepal point there as well. MacTruck as well. I think excellent Farah play on Nepal especially. Really solid picks. Not only on the Farah, but then walking back in the Cassidy and immediately taking out Former, just on the entry frag. Really good play from the DPS from Krillionaires there.
Yeah, I think, like you said, it is just the DPS that really set them apart, right? Just, great picks, clutch plays, and, I mean, it's still, right? The tanks did put in a lot of effort. Both K-Mac and Ruetti both being able to just kind of, or not Ruetti, Creamquad. Wow. Everyone has, similar sounding names, I swear. Both tanks start with a hard C. Anyways, Yeah, so like they're staying alive. They're getting the kills they need. They got the clutch gene, you know, like it all works out for them. And I mean, I see that last map going either way. To be honest, like
Yeah. Doesn't
Really
look like
close,
we
yeah.
have anyone from the Krillionaires. Oh wait,
Oh,
never mind.
maybe
Just as
we
I say that, they're
do.
joining the waiting room. So you know what? I'll give them their moment here. So I'm gonna drag up. I see Domination,
Fucking.
not to be confused with Domination, and Kai, the main support for Krillionaires. Hey, how you two doing?
Hi, I'm good. How about you? You like the game?
Pretty
Yeah,
Good,
that was
yeah,
really fun to
yeah.
watch. Awesome third map for sure.
yeah, I mean, third map was really just the clutch gene. I think at the end of the day, right? Like, you know, I think that point flip very big. I don't know who was the one to point that out, but
I can probably tell you what happened. So what happened was, I think 4 of their players went on me and Mac, and because of that, their Ana was just in the backline while Cream was just running them down, and Rowetty was on point touching, and we just got the flip from that. I don't know how they allowed that to happen, but we'll take it. Hey, I'll take a point flip. I'll take the win.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you guys had a little bit of a rough start in the beginning of the kickoff tournament and week 1, but what's been the secret sauce to you turning it around and going positive in your group for the first time?
We have been scrimming quite frequently, and we have a pretty set rotation on who's in on what map types, and like how we're gonna play and like the calling structure. And also we have like an insane coach, Anarchy. He's just been helping us out. We're ironing out the kinks. Obviously, we dropped the map, so still got some stuff to iron out, obviously. But overall, I think the improvements has been seen for us.
Absolutely. I mean, I was looking at the rest program during this match. You guys are still going up against Fermata and Powerwash Pirates in the remaining 2 weeks. So, not the easiest opponents, but what are your predictions for these remaining 2 weeks before we look towards our season playoffs?
We've gone against Powerwash Pirates before, so I think we have a good idea of how they're gonna play, and also they're a good team, but I think we can beat them, especially with the strides we're making every week, like going into each map. And Fermata, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't watched a game of theirs. No shade, no shade. I just don't watch most other teams. That's my bad. I have things to do, and by that I mean just do nothing. But
real.
Fermata, aren't they like the top team in the group? I haven't really looked at the standings, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all I'm gonna say is we'll bring it to them at least the best we can. We plan on winning. And no, we will win that game because I have confidence that the strides we'll make, we'll beat them. We'll beat them. I have faith in my team.
Well, if you got nothing to do in about 2 hours, you can actually see them in action. They're going to go up against Urchins. That's going to be a banger
Battle
match.
for first.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe I gotta do. I gotta do some scouting, I guess. I don't know. See what they're running. See what they're running. See if they're really all they're cracked up to be. I don't know.
Well, I want to say thank you very much, Domination and Kai, for talking to us. It was an awesome first match. Good luck in the rest of the season, and thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us. It was fun talking to you guys.
Well, with that, that's a wrap on this match. But stick around because up next we will have the Worcester Steel Drivers versus Aquila. I want to say thank you very much, AP and Mustard, for casting this first match. But up next we will have the 2 undefeated A-League teams going head-to-head after a short break. And we are back. I'm joined now by Davion and Shandlizard for our next match, which will be the Worcester Still Drivers versus Aquila. Now, this is one I've been looking forward to all week because both of these A-League teams are currently undefeated and have started into this regular season like an RB19 rocket ship. The Drivers yet to drop a single map, taking a 2-0 versus both Snapdragon and Johan Oglet in our regular season. Not the easiest opponents, but guess what? Aquila, they didn't have the easiest, or Aquila, sorry, didn't have the easiest schedule so far either, taking a win over, as well, Snapdragon, and over average Joes in week 1. So, Davion and Sean, all signs pointing towards this being a real barn burner coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a really fun match. The biggest thing I'm noticing is that we're going to be starting on a push map, which, if you want to look at the maps that teams have played before, we haven't had much of that. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams adapt to this, as we don't have a lot of data in the regular season against them, if any at all. So I think the only data we have on this at all is Aquila played on it and won the 4-map craziness in the first round of the tournament, and they got to go push. That's like the only matchup we have with that.
Yeah, and while we're on the topic of maps, one map that these teams, or like at least one of these teams, has played before is Midtown. I was looking at the record, and the Steel Drivers are currently undefeated on that map, 2-0 in the kickoff tournament. So this should be a strong one for them. I do remember some sick plays in the kickoff tournament from them, so very excited to see this one. So if they're down 0-1 going into that map, they should be the favorite team, at least on that one. Let's look at the rosters real quick, because there are some asterisks on the Steel Drivers that we should mention today. They have a new player, actually. You don't see him here yet, but iMustache has joined this team on Tank. I don't think he's here though this weekend, because he's currently somewhere in Europe, is what I've been told by Freya. Others also... Oh wait, hey, there we go.
Hey, look!
Live change. Live roster announcement, there you go. So iMustache, listed as a support here, but I believe can play every single role and can also play Tank. So quite a flexible player, was the replacement for Jarvis, who dropped out after week 1. Also, Others won't be here tonight. They will have a ringer with Shush from Johan Oglet, ringing on DPS today. But asking you two again, what are some other players you guys would like to highlight on these two teams tonight?
I'd love to tell you and highlight some craziness on here, but I know nothing. I know nothing about anybody. I know they're both 2-0, and I'm really excited to see how both of these teams actually step up to the plate here. But the biggest thing is, can we talk about production just being quick with the edits here? They just quickly switched everything over to tank, support, whatever. It was hilarious. They're very good at doing what they do. So shout out to the behind the scenes team. But I do know Choi Silwan is solid, right? We know what they can bring to the table. We know he's rocking it on on his roles, and we've seen other players in this league play not just like the role that they're assigned to. Last week we casted a game where all 3 people that are labeled tanks played at the same time. So we'll see how it plays out. I'm really excited for this matchup. Just 2-2-0 teams. Just a couple maps drop between each other, with maps that we haven't seen too much out of in the regular season. The kickoff tournament, a little bit of. I think we're having a little bit of internet issues with Sean Blizzard
I was
too.
waiting if Sean wanted to chime in there, but I think he's currently having some internet issues. But yeah, I agree with you. I think honestly, I look at all these roles that they have on their roster, and I don't really see a weakness on either team. I would say maybe the support line on the Steel Drivers maybe a little bit favored over the one that we have on Aquila, but that shouldn't say anything bad about them, because I think both Rose and who was it? The name just eluded me, but they're
Oh, you're talking about Capital?
Capital, right? Yeah,
There you go.
I forgot Capital because he was ringing yesterday for another team, but yeah, I think those two are also definitely A-League worthy. Well, we're currently waiting to see if maybe our second guest wants to come back. But until then, I don't know.
Can you all hear me now?
Oh,
Can. Hello.
we're blessed.
Hey, Sombra hacked my internet. She doesn't want me to cast today.
Oh,
Nah,
it's
that's
part
crazy.
Of the AG. It was John Cena probably.
There you go. In the system.
Telling us to join the fight on August 10th. But
there you go.
You just in time, Sean, because let's do some preds for this match here. And Sean, you know what? I'll ask you first, because you haven't really said anything yet so far. Who do you think is going to take this A-League match between the Steel Drivers and Aquila?
Both of these teams have looked really good so far, but as you guys were pointing out, Worcester have really looked flawless through their first 2 matches. So I'm tempted to say this goes 3, but I've got Worcester. I mean, they do look like the stronger team, and I really don't see a flaw with this team so far.
All right, so you're going with the drivers. What about you, Davion?
Hear me out, right? Both of these teams are undefeated, right? We've only had one team drop a couple maps, but this might be the time that the Steel Drivers do actually drop a map this season. However, can we get a draw in Midtown and get a 4-map banger? I'm here praying for it. I am gonna go with the Steel Drivers though today. I think it's gonna be a 2-1. It's gonna be really, really close. It's gonna be a fun game, but I'm gonna take them 2-1.
Okay. Well, this one's interesting for me to Fred because last week on our pre-show we did power rankings and I did the A-League power ranking and I disrespected both these teams horrendously. I put them really low on our power rankings, but you know what? They've proven me wrong. They're currently undefeated. I'll give them their respect that they're due. But you know what? For this one, considering some of the maybe ringers that they have coming in and some of the roster issues or like the roster situation that they have to sort out, I'm going to give this one to Aquila. I think they're going to keep their streak going against all the odds, against everyone's power rankings. I think they're going to stay undefeated in our regular season and take the lead. But yeah, that's going to be our Preds. I think the teams are ready, so I'm going to stop yapping as usual. And I'll hand it over to our casters, Davion and Sean Lizard, for our first A-League match of the day, the Worcester Steel Drivers versus Aquila.
Yeah, let's dive right in. Shund, I'm happy to have you here today. This is, hopefully we don't have too many crazy issues with your internet today. Hopefully everything is somewhat fixed and ready to keep going on. But as I say that, there might be some other issues. So we're kind of just playing it by ear as we go. But, you know, Jimmy makes some very good points here. The Steel Drivers are one of the teams that have a little bit of issues with their roster, right? I Mustache, they had someone come in for someone that dropped. It's going to be a little interesting to see what they can do in the quick turnaround that they have to do it. Yeah, they're 2-0, but now we're back in another week, and now they're going up against another 2-0 team, and trying to stay atop that A-League is no joke, right? These are the best of the best in the BPL, and I'm very excited to see how we can do that there. But as I say that, it looks like Shun's out. Jimmy is coming in as a sub today, off the desk.
Yeah, big surprise.
What?
Wow, what a plot twist. Well,
what a treat.
I'm going to take over until we maybe find a replacement. Shun's having some internet issues, unfortunately. Happens, but yeah, until then, I will be your color caster, I guess, today, even though I'm not really trained in that. So yeah,
it's okay.
Again,
that's what I'm here for.
This match, I'm excited for it because these two teams, they've been looking on fire so far this regular season.
It's okay, Jimmy. You're gonna do great. This matchup is gonna be phenomenal, and this is what I'm here for. This is a caster duo. You know, you ain't gotta do everything by yourself. I'm here to help you through it all. But I'm really excited to get this started on New Queen Street. Everybody don't like push. I actually really like this map. I think it's a phenomenal map. The only thing I dislike about this map is that you can hold that bot on through just a tiny little window. That's not my favorite thing. But other than that, I really love New Queen Street. They did a great job with the Toronto map.
Yeah, you know what? People always say they really dislike New Queen Street. I mean, Coliseum is a whole other thing, but
yes,
people always say New Queen Street isn't that good. I personally like this map. I mean, I'm also just a big fan of snowy maps, so that's kind of a factor. But I just like the layout of it. It's got a lot of like long range fights, got a lot of close range potential for fights there, and I think we can definitely see a lot of different comps here as we see.
Absolutely.
Some of these heroes being locked in here. I see some Torb, I see some Sim. Not sure if they're going to stay like that, but what I'm definitely going to see here probably is the Fermata.
Fermata for sure, and you can see both teams insta-locking it. We're going to see Lucio's from both ends. Capital is actually going to opt for a Baptiste, Moira for Butters. So we're kind of seeing those, you know, maybe more comfort picks because they're players that haven't normally been on. But I do like the Mei Sim picks here. I think it's going to be really fun, but hey, it could be a little rough when you have Kaido on that Hanzo on the other end and already taking shots for Baki. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that about 75 times. I literally studied it beforehand. I'm going to mess it up about 6 more times. I'm telling you right now. I have to take a break to study it again. But we're just seeing a little chip damage here. Nothing crazy yet. See TP, but Hudson goes down. Baki having to make me say the name a little bit more is shutting down Hudson immediately, and they're going to get bot control to start here.
believe they like it to be pronounced Bocce. I'm not sure.
Bocce,
Formerly
there it
Free.
is.
I think that's what
Okay.
most people will recognize him as. But yeah, good first pick from him here, making the sim work. We also see some Moira being played here by Brothers. I like that. And Shush gets another pick here on Kaido.
Shush just head tap the ice go, but Shush is struggling a little bit there. Did stand still, but we'll get the ice block off. Won't die for it, thankfully. Choi Showan is actually struggling a little bit here on the HP department. They're trying to help out as much as possible, but it seems like Butters may not have as much HP as they need. We'll finally get the healing off. It will help them out a lot, but it's looking rough here. Shush, no, they're gonna stay up. They're actually gonna keep up. The Moira's doing its job, and that's the difference between the comps here, right? Moira can't do a whole lot of healing unless that Coalescence goes up real quickly like it is. Immortality Field is used. Immortality Field is immediately down. Lucio low here. They're trying to take Rose out, but Rose has beat, but it's a little too late. Puggo's gonna go down, and the bot is being pushed. Now contested from the beat, and it's Lucio trying to stay on Rose, trying to do something here to help out. Rose is gonna go down to Osiren. They're gonna get heals up on Shush. Trisha takes a little bit of high control, and we get the first point taken care of.
Yeah, Troy's got to feel really comfortable here with this backline here. As we see a lot of typing. I was expecting this, honestly. Worcester, they're kind of goofy. They like typing a lot, but yeah, Troy. He must feel very comfortable right now with this backline, not being able to maybe overextend just a little bit. And still, yeah, being able to stay alive here as the ults come out.
Yes, but dragons pop up to try to respond to what just happened. Shush puts out the big freeze, gets Puggo stuck and can't do anything. We did pop out Annihilation, so three ultimates used on the side of Steel Drivers. Both support ults were used in the last fight, so they have nothing for Puggo's Annihilation and potentially a Hudson Molten Core here, as they're looking to make that happen and put a stop to the bleeding, because 100 meters and counting in 2.5 minutes is no joke.
Yeah. Pretty much just like one more fight now that the Steel Drivers have to win. As we see the two ults that Aquila still had coming out. Yeah, I don't think the Annihilation will do much, but the Molten Core will definitely force the Steel Drivers to retreat here. Actually pretty smart on them, not even taking this fight. They knew they couldn't win this one, so they're just resetting for the next one. Shush though,
Shush is in the back line.
Shush a little trolling tonight, which expected.
Yes, and Butters is actually going to pop out the Coalescence, as we love the camera work here. The Coalescence is looking phenomenal today. Troy stays alive there, trying to find anything through this window. They're just going to kite here. They did a great job. They lost no one to multiple ults here on the side of Steel Drivers. No one's dead. Rose is coming up on beat. So is Osiren. Choice is looking for to build up the Annihilation, which would completely end this fight. And when they have it, but a beat comes out to save life. Osiren pops it. Rose pops in response. Choice is going to go down here to Capital. 3 people in combination for that. And the Mei still somehow in the back line. They're going to take the bot on a little journey here. Rose is going to get Osiren. They've lost the fight, but the bot is going on a journey. They're going to keep close spawn here because of this. Hudson's going to get Butters. Bocce's going to go down to Hudson. Hudson getting a couple. Shush is actually going to stay contesting for as long as possible, but Hudson finding a third. And Aquila finally gets a little bit of a fight win, and they're going to get rid of the close spawn here because of that stagger.
Yeah, I don't think like this kind of back cap here from both the DPS on the Steel Drivers very important, because they will get the respawns, as you said. They're back in the fight already, so I don't think Aquila will get much out of this anyway without taking another fight.
Yeah, but I mean, getting some any stopping of the bleeding here, they're getting some positivity on their side, and that's big here, right? They're cutting into that distance, and Mei ult on both sides is gonna be popped, but no one's gonna get frozen on the side of Aquila. They're actually gonna stay around here. The wall goes up for the Symmetra. They're gonna raise Choi up in the air with the Mei, and that's gonna help get Kaido, but Rose is gonna find Shush. They trade out Mei's. Annihilation on both sides. The colorful show is here. Hudson just throws the Molten Core everywhere, trying to stagger and help out Puggo as much as possible. Boggy's gonna get fine Capital, but that is the end. That should wrap up the fight. They don't have enough to maybe get this going, but you know, Choice says maybe we got this. Rose is gonna, Puggo's actually gonna come back and hit Butters. It's a fight of the Lucios and the Ramatras here, trying to get anybody, but Rose is gonna go down, and that should be the end of this fight. They're gonna stagger the point here a little bit if you're Puggo, but when you're just fighting Lucio and a Ramatra, you know you gotta get out of there. Maywall's gonna go up. That's gonna be the end of Puggo. Maybe I lied.
He does get a laugh though.
I lied.
He does get out.
I was shocked. Shush is also going to walk back over. They're going to take another fight on this angle, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, and I want to say again, you know, I've been talking up the support lineup for drivers, but again, their Choi dropped so low during that fight in the beginning, but The coalescence from Butters saved him and kept him in the fight, and that's really what won him the fight at the end, like all that damage from the Rematra Omnic form.
Yep.
Beats coming out here from Rose.
Yeah, double beats are out of here, and not going to find a whole lot of much from either team here. Moira gets stuck in that wall there. Choi is trying to help break the wall to help Butters get out, but will not succeed at it. Trying to get Hudson because he is staggered a little bit. We'll actually find the kill on Hudson, but the rest of the team is dead. It's just Osiren with the beautiful face cam popping up, and Choi. They're gonna leave. Aquila is finally winning some fights here. They're gonna get some progress. Hopefully they can get a little bit more here because, I mean, still staring at an 89-meter deficit.
Drivers, they actually do have the long spawns now, so there should be some distance being covered here by. Oh wait, yeah. I think you mentioned this early. Like this stall point here is just so nasty because you can just wall it off and it will still capture the point. Shush currently on a flank on Mei. I like that.
Yeah,
and it's
just
buying them time. We only have 3 minutes left, and they still haven't really pushed that much.
Yes.
On the card.
Dude, Shush found was at 1 HP there. They're gonna actually pop their Mei ult in response. Choi was Puggo was really low there. They're gonna pop annihilations on both sides. You know, the colorful blue and red orbs going everywhere. The strings of the ults going everywhere. Puggo's gonna find Choi. Hudson's gonna go down. Box is gonna find Capital. And it's even Osiren actually went down as well. It's very even on this point. I believe it's a 3v3, and now it's a 2v3 in the favor for Aquila, who they need to win this fight. And they're gonna do so. Shush is gonna go down. It's just a sim standing there, and they're gonna get more bot progress here. Desperately needed. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. That contest on that high ground is annoying, but Boggy's gonna go down here. Very late stagger.
I think that kill from Bachi on Rose was pretty critical because now Rose couldn't build that beat, and I mean they will still push here now, but it's gonna take a little bit longer for them to maybe get to the checkpoint. Puggo gets Butters though. I think this should seal the deal for them to finally at least get the butt scratch here.
Yeah.
And with the Steel Drivers there, they're finally for the first time their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, and they're gonna be really down in ults here. Sim is gonna switch off to Hanzo. We're gonna see Molten Core and Beat here on Aquila, along with Window. So they have a lot of ults that they're gonna have to face with maybe a Beat online, and that's pretty much it. We're seeing 57 to 100 now. We're over halfway back into this. 40 meters down still with under 2 minutes to go. It could be close, and there's a head tap. Kaido, oh, body off the Sim says, let's do it. Let's win some fights here. And you're going to get 2 kills here. Window goes up, but it's not going to help at all. Puggo's going to go down as well on point. And that's a wrap.
Still unusual to me to see Bachi play DPS, I'll say. More known as a main support to me, but hey, they're making it work. 2 crucial picks here on the Hanzo to get this card back under their control, or this board rather. It's not really a card. But yeah, we're entering the last we're entering the last 60 seconds here, and now Aquila, they really have to make a play here with this Ramatra ult and the beat.
Yeah, they're gonna have to make use of that. But Steel Drivers, they have 3 ults here, 4 ults now. We're gonna see Freeze come out from Kaido, the Dragons come out, Freeze come out from Shush, and Osiren's gonna pop Beat to keep everybody alive. They're gonna wall it. Huge wall save there from Kaido, neat helping out, and they're gonna pop Annihilation. I don't know if we're gonna see another one in response, but 2 people go down on the side of Aquila. Choi is gonna go down as well. It's just Puggo and I believe Rose were alive there. And everyone's gonna go down. It's easy. There it is.
Absolute clutch there from both Rose and Capital. They're keeping Puggo alive there. I'm pretty sure Drivers, that was like their win con there. We need to kill the tank, and they just couldn't. And he stayed alive, popped the Annihilation, and it was just enough damage at the end there for them to really fight. And now Steel Drivers, they only really have 1 ult to work with from Choi.
Yeah, but Aquila have none.
Yeah.
It's looking like Molten Core is gonna be
only
it.
Have the Molten Core, which I don't know how much will do here.
And they're looking for Annihilation in the back. This could put a seal on it. Rose is gonna go down. They're trying to find anything. Choi's trying to find multiple people. Immortality Field's gonna go up, but they're gonna go down. Puggo's gonna get him, but Capital also is gonna go down in the process of this. This is it here. Hudson's gonna find Osiren in the back line. Coming back to help. It's both the DPS and their tank. They have Molten Core online. They're gonna throw it, trying to save Puggo, but Puggo will not be saved. Bachi's gonna go down. The Mei is low. Mei is very low. Block is used. Finds the snipe on Butters. Hudson clutching up to save the fight and potentially save the map. They're gonna keep the close spawn 65 meters. A long way to go here. They used everything that fight, and now we're gonna need to see how well does Mei ult and Hanzo Dragons go into the window.
Yeah, this window from Capital has to be big. Like they have to get the spot around the corner, set up a good window here, maybe get some lucky shots from Hudson here. They do have 2 good DPS heroes to make use of this window, so we'll see if they get any picks here.
Yep, there's the window. May wall is going to go up to help them
really
back
smart
up.
from the drivers.
14 meters difference, though. It's looking like 11 meters, 10 meters. It is so close to that finish line. Aquila might do the impossible and make this clutch up happen. Dragons are going to go off. They're going to get punched into dragons, but nothing's going to come out of it. Puggo's low. Puggo's going to go down. Baja's going to find Kaido. The freeze is on point. No one can touch, and that is it for the first map, as the Steel Drivers will take map 1 in what we thought was a little bit closer from the first minute and a half.
Yeah, it didn't look that close for like the first 6 or 7 minutes, but Aquila, they came back at the end. But I just want to say at the end they're really smart from Steel Drivers. They knew what the win con was for Aquila with the window. They kind of baited it out and then just immediately went back around the corner, waited for it to end, and then started their fight. And yeah, that made it easier for them to clean up and take this first map here.
Yeah, and Hudson, that clutch was phenomenal, right? They kept him in the game. We thought it was over. It looked like it was it, and Hudson really straight up just saved the day. It wasn't quite enough, but if this is the type of play we're gonna get out of this, just the first map, I wonder how the rest of this series is gonna play out. These are 2 of the best teams. You said it was gonna be a banger, Jimmy, and we are in for a treat. But I do believe we're going to take a short break here to get everything situated with all the internet issues. And Jimmy, I just want to say thank you. Subbing in, you did phenomenal.
Problem. We're actually going to get a real caster coming in, I believe.
Nah, you did great. You did great.
Thank you very much. It was fun, but I think hosting's more my style. So peripheral figure, I believe, after this break will take over from me. But yeah, we'll be right back.
All right, we are back after some crazy fun issues, but you know, internet happens, things happen. But I'm now with peripheral figure. Thank you so much for coming in.
Of course, thanks for having me. I mean, this match has been quite an entertaining one thus far. We saw, I mean, Worcester took a pretty dominant lead initially in that New Queen Street map, but Aquila, however you say it, I still don't have it down entirely. But I mean, they came roaring right back, and if that's the kind of action we're gonna get, I think we're in for a very good series. But going into this next map, which I believe is gonna be hybrid, I do think this is really gonna set the pace. I mean, for Aquila, they really need to set the pace here, because you could tell early on in those fights, or early on in that first map, they seemed a bit disjointed. They seemed a bit like they were caught off guard. And but for that initial disadvantage, I think they could have won the map if they'd come out on a more even footing. As you saw in that second half, it became, it really was a game of two halves where Aquila came roaring right back in. So it's just a matter of if they can start on that same pace they did.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they were down 100-0. The final percentages of the game was 100-91, right? It was really close. And we were potentially a beat, like percentages away from getting beat, which could have helped stall a little bit more, which actually could have helped you win that map in that scenario. So,
Indeed, yes.
not digging yourself in those holes early is what's going to help you win the game later. I think if they were like 10 more percentage, they stopped 10 percentage earlier, they're not struggling to get all the way back and win the fight and having to make hero plays to do so. But we're going to see some interesting stuff here from Steel Drivers.
Yeah, we definitely saw some hero plays coming out from both teams, but looking at these compositions, I mean, Worcester, they're running out on the standard brawl. Shush on the Pharah, I believe she is a ringer. Okay, this Pharah Mercy is going to make it a bit complicated for Aquila on this Sigma composition, this more static angle-dependent poke comp. As now with that Pharah, you have a lot of poke for Worcester Steel Drivers, and we're seeing that already as Hudson falls.
Yeah, they just TP into that room. People are standing there. Hudson's going to go down very quickly, very much favoring the Torbjorn. And it's going to be a little rough if we don't get some swaps here, I think, for Kaido. They're going to need some... Kaido actually does get a pick, but we'll go down. I think Kaido maybe need to move over to something a little to help out with the Pharmacy. They have a Zen, which does some things, but it's rough. And Reinhardt just walking in with the TP is going to take out everyone. Troy's doing God's work here. They're trying to get Rose out. It took forever to stagger it down. They're going to get the first point really quickly, and it's looking like map 1 all over again.
Yeah, that first point of Midtown, you sometimes see teams run this poke, but with that sim teleport, it's so easy to close the distance that poke comp thrives on, is you want your DPS to be able to play around angles, around sightlines, your Sig and Zen especially, and with that sim teleport, you cut down those sightlines, you get in their faces. With this brawl comp, that's exactly what you want to do. So now we're going to see Choice of One getting aggressive, posturing perhaps for a charge onto this high ground, which would be equally disastrous as that initial sim teleport was for Aquila. So we're going to need to see a good response from them. We're going to need to see them playing a bit more intelligently, a bit more passive, a bit more around those angles so their DPS can shine.
Yes, and Kaido did actually switch over, but Hudson's going to go down. Capital's going to find Butters. Bocce's going to find Kaido. Capital's going to get Shush Capital on the BAP, finding 2 people. Butters is going to get res in the process of this, but 2 are down. Osiren is still around with potential Valkyr. They're just going to take everybody out. Steel Drivers have 5 ults. Nothing for Aquila.
Yeah, it's just... Aquila's just not having a good time. They just can't get anything started on this composition. As again, Worcester Steel Drivers, they're playing with this aggression, which it seems like it might just be Aquila's kryptonite. They have no idea of how to respond, evidently. And we're seeing now the barrage comes out, the shatter as well from Choice of One soon to follow, I would imagine. They may not even need it.
Didn't look like it, but actually Choice of One's gonna go down. Shush is gonna find Kato. The wall is humongous. Shush is gonna find 2. Shush is looking for a 3rd. Capital is just drilling shots with the Baptiste. Hudson's gonna find the Mercy on point. Osiren's gonna go down. Bocce's gonna find 2 more. Hudson 3. And that'll be the wrap of that second point. I'd like to highlight Capital a little bit, trying to do something here to help the team and stop the bleeding. It's just not working out.
Capital's doing his best. I mean, that you see him with that window investment, with the shots onto Hudson, I believe it was, getting that initial pick, but it's just not enough because your DPS feel like they're always at a disadvantage if you're Aquila. And at this point, I think I really want to see, there it is, Kaido switching onto the Ashe, but Worcester again taking space so aggressively. Look at the position Gurgler is in. He's gonna get no help.
And a big shatter comes out. Easy peasy getting Hudson. The trans is just a tad bit too late from Rose. Sigma will live for it. Almost went down to it. Choi's gonna get a big hit there. Hudson is just not having the best time on this map. The Torbjorn may not be working. We may need to swap it over, but Hudson has ult now. No ults on the side for Steel Drivers to deal with it. They're just gonna be able to at least stall a little bit for Aquila. Molten Core is finally going to come out. They're actually going to see a TP into the back line. Choi's trying to hold on to, but Kaido actually gets Bocce, and that should, in theory, stop the bleeding.
I will say, I believe Hudson is a Torb one-trick, or at least a Torbjorn connoisseur, which, fair play to him. I mean, of all the heroes you could one-trick, Torb's probably one of the funniest, but it doesn't really work into this Pharah, as that Pharah just has so much LOS to zone out that, to break the turret, to zone out the Torb, to force that overload. If you can hit a direct onto the Torb, they're basically dead, unless you get that overload off.
And we're going to see double windows here. 1 window from each side, looking to try to get a pick out, and Bocce's gonna find it. The Hanzo hits a head tap onto Kaido, and that's your threat. That's your issue. And shush! Oh, that was so disrespectful. Baki got capital in the process of that too. The tap into the boop into a oh my, it was so mean. It was so mean.
It's just rude at this point what Worcester Steel Drivers are doing. They're just completely disrespecting Aquila, not giving them anything, and it's showing in their time bank. Like 3 minutes, 20 or so seconds. Shush is just gonna go into the spawn with the barrage. She is gonna be taken out by Gurgler, but you get Kaido. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want. Now the Kaido throws out the bomb on point, but it gets taken out instantly.
Butters finds one. Hudson's gonna go down. It's looking really rough here. Reinhardt's gonna get taken, but it's over. That's it. He's gonna hit it with the rock. Staggered a little bit. Not gonna do anything. They're gonna actually finally stop the bleeding on the side of Steel Drivers. Finally helping somewhere here.
If you're Aquila, this is both really good and really bad for you.
They used everything.
What you've done is you've given yourself time. You've put yourself into a position where you actually have some momentum. Worcester, they only have Bocce's Dragon Strike and Butter's Window, but Aquila, you're now on a composition that honestly, no shade, but this composition just makes no sense to me. The Zen Kiri, it's very angle dependent, but you don't really have that anchor presence. You don't really have an anchor sig, and Kaido goes down.
Kaido gets caught out by dragons. That's it for that. But you have 3 ults to work with. You're just seeing a window. They're gonna use trans real early here, trying to find anything. They're actually gonna find Sigult, and Sigult's gonna be huge. Big flux, looking for another one. It gets Butters out of all that, but can't find the second one. The Hanzo is so low there. They're gonna actually res Butter, so it was all for naught. Mercy's super low here. Shield is gone. Choi is trying to make some progress here, but we'll get rocked in the process. Kaido's gonna find Shush, no res available, so that actually should put a dent in that time bank even more, because they should leave and come back here in a minute. They're gonna have a minute and a half about when they're wanting to contest again, and make that probably a minute 20 now that Bocce goes down a little late there.
Yeah, full credit where due to Aquila. If they're somehow making this work, I mean, Capital on this Kiriko is doing really, really well for himself. Gurgler as well has looked so much better on this third point, where you can really play around those corners, really play around those sightlines, and your DPS can take that off angle on the right side of that third and final corner. But now we're gonna see Shush.
We're gonna see Shush. Absolutely, yeah. We're gonna see Choi go over to the Ramatra. Alpha Ryan. Butters actually swapped. I'm sorry, Osiren swapped to a Lucio. We're waiting for Shush to make a decision. There it is, the Mei. They're engaging, and they don't have a DPS player. Butters is gonna go down. Choi's gonna go down. Shush was nowhere to be seen. It was still swapping when they engaged. Bocce's
just getting a bit silly.
Worcester, a minute left.
Worcester's getting a bit silly with it, I think. I mean, you don't really... I don't know if you want to take the fight when your Pharah is still swapping, when your Flex DPS is swapping, but now this puts Worcester in a really, really bad position, because look at your ult bank, look at the time bank. Only have enough for 1 more fight, maybe 2 if you lose the first one really quickly, and you only have 70% on Bocce's Dragon Strike. You're nowhere near anything else. Butter is going to build up that coalescence relatively quickly, but they need to survive. They need to make something happen in this fight.
Yes, and Molten Core is actually going to do a lot of work here, but Butters does find Rose. Somehow all that is going to get antied, and Kaido is going to find Butters. They're going to trade out some supports here. The Molten Core did a lot of work there, staggering some people out and moving them into positions they didn't feel comfortable. Choi and Osiren are going to go down. 15 seconds left. This is it.
Kaido picking Butters there might have actually just won them, gotten them a hold. As without that Coalescence online, without that Moira healing, you lose so much of your ability to sustain the fight. You lose the Coalescence. That's a huge kill from Hudson. The Doomfist. Was that
oh my gosh. Yeah, no, they... Flux comes out. It looks like Doomfist, right? It's okay. It's a wrap up, man. It's just too easy when you're kind of in a position where you kept staggering so many things and it did nothing. Aquila doing what they do best. Their backs were against the wall and they held it.
Yeah, that was, I mean, credit where due. Aquila responded excellently. I don't know how they managed to do it with that composition, but they made it work. And full credit does have to go to them for that. Worcester Steel Drivers, though, you might be a bit worried in this situation because it seemed like your momentum just completely fizzled out. Once they lost that one fight with Shush going into the spawn to barrage, it seemed like they lost a little bit of their confidence, and that seemed to really hurt them. They were playing a little bit slower. They were playing a little more hesitant, and that gave Aquila the time they needed to really get value. Now on this defense, or on this attack for Aquila, you're gonna see that Sig come out, you're gonna see that BAP from Capital, where you're gonna see that Cassidy from Kaido. The Torb once more, I would assume Rose is on Zenyatta. I don't know for sure, but that's my best guess. Worcester, they're going back, they're putting Bocce on Pharah now, which is...
Wait, they swapped. Yeah, Shush is on Cassidy. Huh. Well, I'm intrigued. Yeah, I'm not sure. No BAP this time. They're gonna have a. They're playing Moira. They're playing Moira Mercy. We're gonna see a long eagle here from Aquila. I'm very intrigued to see what they pull out here, because this is a completely different Pharah player.
Yeah, I mean, Shush is cooking on the Walmart gameplay. She is actually playing for a Walmart. We're gonna see Aquila take a bit of a unique, well, not necessarily a unique rotation, but for this composition, I would imagine you'd want to set your DPS up on high ground. But what they're doing right now is they're just like playing around these outer edges. They're playing almost like you would in Valorant, where you're trying to draw members of the other team into specific positions to bait out their
took
cooldown.
a beating just now. He's super low.
Yeah, indeed he did, and that puts him into a very bad
Bocce
position.
too.
But Bocce as well, split from the Pharah, split from your Mercy. You're
And
just
Kaido
gonna
gets
die.
Siren. That should be quick point. Yeah, so if you saw the Zenyatta Rose doing God's work there, literally five orbs to the dome of Choi, just taking out all the armor, all the everything. Had to shift, took all that down, was 2 bars of HP, couldn't get enough healing, and that's fight.
That's it. Yep. I mean, you're gonna see now. Bocce's going off this far into this Hanzo, playing a bit more on that raw pick potential. Also, not gonna restrict Butters or Siren into pulling out this Mercy. They're going for the Lucio Ana support line, which with this Fermata comp is just straight out deadly. And Kaido's gonna be the first to fall.
Shush finds Kaido. Shush is telling us to shush, because we said, oh, can't play Cass. Why are you playing Cass? You were on Pharah. Proceeds to dumpster the opposing Cassidy. They're looking for something here. The Lucio's really low. Siren actually is gonna go down here. Bocce trying to find something. Was riding the walls and got caught astray from the Gurgler. Rose is gonna find Bocce out of that, and Rose is actually having a map and a half right now. We thought Aquila was down and out through the first 2.5 points of this, and now they look like they're in the driver's seat as they're just getting pick after pick. We're gonna see the ult come off. Oh, it's a big ult. Oh, it's humongous. 2 go down. Lucio is soon to follow, maybe. Nope, but Choi's gonna go down with it, and that's a wrap for the. It should be a potentially wrap for the point. Maybe they get another stagger here, but it's close.
They might be able to recontest with a nano onto their Matra, but that fight was just so bad. It felt like that wasn't even Worcester being that wasn't even Worcester being caught out. It was them catching themselves out. And now we're going to see Choi Soo-hwan getting disconnected and falling first. And Aquila capped the point.
Oh,
Worcester
no.
now were the ones that look completely out of sorts. They look like they have no idea what to do. And it's all blue in the kill feed.
It's just all blue, and even crazier, they popped, what, both support ults? They're going to have Hudson, Kaido, DPS ults online. Nothing online for Steel Drivers. They'll have Ramatra. They use Nano. They'll have probably beat maybe Dragons. Based on how this is going, I expect nothing. Higher time bank too, 5 minutes from what we had in the 3:45 for our Steel Drivers. The high noon's gonna come out. You're gonna see a stagger on Bocce. It's gonna be too much. The molten core is pushing them in. You're just gonna see Butters trying to keep people alive. Choi Soo-won pops ult. They pop immortality for the save. He has to walk through all the molten core. Kaido's gonna kill him. Shush is gonna hit a head tap on Kaido though. Maybe he stops the bleeding here, getting a contest off. It's just Shush on point. Siren's gonna go down to Rose. Shush is still there. Shush never died. Got to full. Hudson's gonna get taken down by Bocce, so they're still pushing here. It's close. They're going to find the Flux. Choi Soo-won moves over to Doomfist now. Doomfist trying to punch in, but that turret is doing a lot. Rose gets him. Beat drops, but is it enough? There's 2 supports. It's a Lucio and an Ana trying to contest. The Ana goes down. Butters can't do anything. Siren's gonna go down, and when we thought they were down and out, Aquila run a rock from the Gurgler, and that is a tied game. Aquila, what a play.
Worcester just got gurgled. Worcester actually just got gurgled. The Gurgler came out on the Sigma of all characters, which is something you see very rarely on this map. And by God, did they cook on that attack. That was... Worcester just had no idea what to do. They were always... It felt like they were always down 1. They were always getting their cooldowns forced early. They were always having those huge nades or huge status effects being applied, it just felt like Worcester was always on multiple back feet, like 3 at least. It was just pure dominance on the attack from Aquila. And really, all credit does have to go to them, because we're seeing again now that once they get going, they are nigh unstoppable in this match.
Unstoppable force. And I'd like to notate, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Steel Drivers have officially lost their first map of the season, not counting the tournament to start it off. That is their first map loss. They are 5-1 in maps so far. And Midtown, I didn't think was going to be the one they lose after watching them in the tournament. But here we are. We're getting a map 3. I said it was going to be a tie on Midtown. We were going to go to 4, but Steel Drivers couldn't finish the map. Tiebreaker is going to head to the Antarctic Peninsula. How do you feel about that map with these comps?
Okay, so I doubted. I did doubt Aquila's Sig comp on that first map. However, they made it work on Midtown. They may well be able to make it work here. That being said, the Gurgler, he does have a bit of a Junker Queen. He is a bit of a Junker Queen enthusiast. Okay. I've seen it. I've casted it. He kinda cooks on that character. Okay. The question is, if Aquila want to keep running this pokey heavy support line, or if they do just want to lean into that Junker Queen comp, because if they do, Worcester may just get deleted. They may just get run over even harder than they just did.
Ooh, listen, the chat is hilarious. I want to say, when the Gurgler strikes, the chat responds. We see George Gurgler Garrett is unmatched. Michael Gurgler Jordan is simply him. It's too funny. It's too comical. That rock was just an out-of-body experience. It was just too easy. Just tossed it out of nowhere, getting flux after flux on the team, and it just clutching up. But we're just not gonna sit here and act like we didn't see one of the craziest support lines pop off for the team. Capital and Rose did the thing, right? They were amazing on those maps. They were part of the reason that they were able to hold on that 3rd point. And that's the reason we're here at map 3. Capital is doing everything they can to slow down. And even further, Rose on the Zen in that first point on attack. Do you see how much damage Rose was pumping in? It was too much.
Rose was going crazy. Rose went absolutely crazy. It was
overall
a thing of beauty.
Popping.
Yes, definitely. Rose went crazy. Capital went crazy. Like we saw hints, bits and pieces from Capital on that defense, but they just came alive on that second point, and it was, or they just came alive on their attack, and it was truly a thing of beauty. But for Worcester, you've just lost your first map of the season. You gotta be thinking, you gotta be a little bit unsettled, maybe not panicking outright, but a little worried, because you could well lose your first series of the regular season. You're going from 2-0 to 2-1, which is against a composition that is a bit weird for you to play into, that you probably haven't seen on these maps that often. You have to be thinking, like, what do we do? How do we adapt? And I really think for Worcester, it might become a bit of a mental battle.
Yeah, one of these teams is going to find their first loss, right? This first loss after this next map. And I mean, hey, we've had some crazy stuff happen. And man, I am stoked to see this. There's also a B stream going on. If anybody is looking at that, there was some things going on. So we love seeing the no context there and just looking at all the teams that could play. Forsaken's fun to watch, by the way. If you've ever seen them play, they're a blast.
I have not. I've heard good things.
They're a blast, man. I love them. But yeah, no context, just whipping out the B streams, you know, because we got time to kill. We're just waiting. We're waiting to, because we have all come to this third map that's going to be what we expected. I said we were gonna get a tie. We're gonna go 4 maps. I said 2-1 Steel Drivers. After Aquila played, I may have messed up my preds today. But hey, this isn't one of those maps that goes back and forth a lot, like Push, like Hybrid, right? This is a map where it's point control. When you're aggressive, you win these. So we're gonna be diving into Antarctic Peninsula, and I'm again super stoked to see who is going to be at the 1 seed of A-League Group 2 after the next probably 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this map it really does all hinge on this map. At least for now. In the coming weeks, we could still see some change. But for now, this is a battle of two titans, of a giant eagle and a steelworkers union. I don't know how you represent that in like in the Godzilla King Kong sort of form, but we're gonna see Aquila. Puggo's gonna come in on tank. Okay. I believe
Puggo was having a great time first on the first map, right?
Mm.
You know, we had a swap, and that's okay. We've seen what the Gurgler can do, and I think the Gurgler was better for that map based off what they wanted to play. But Puggo is probably better at Ram, and we saw Puggo playing extremely well. We're gonna see Bachi play the Junkrat, and that's gonna be the bigger difference maker, I think, here about who's doing what. But now we have Aquila in red, just so we're clear, and the Steel Drivers are in blue. It was a little bit flip-flop from last game. Puggo's gonna take a lot of damage opening up here. We'll actually punch last though, which means Choi is gonna have a tough time trying to bounce out of this. Butters has to use a lot of healing to get out of that, and the immortality also used from Capital. They're trying to save both tanks here. Both tanks are taking immense amounts of damage here, and Choi is gonna lose that battle. Big hits from Puggo, and that should actually be a wrap on the first fight. But we're gonna see a trap. Puggo's trap trying to beat down the Junkrat. Will get Bachi out of there, and they're gonna take first point control. Aquila means business on this point.
That was excellently done from Puggo. I mean, using that Nemesis form second, also getting that wall off was from Kaido. Excellently well done, as you just you force that Nemesis form, you force out the tempo, the big tool Worcester's composition has to take tempo, to put yourselves on the front foot in that fight, and that allows you to take the fight on your own terms. Now we're gonna see Choice of One popping that Nemesis form first again, instantly caught out by the slow from Puggo as this fight is gonna break out.
Yes, and they have to use a lot of the blocking there, and they're gonna see Junkrat Tire come out. Beat's gonna come out from Rose, gonna find just the immortality field. Nemesis form is gonna pop for Puggo, trying to find anybody, and then we're gonna see Butters popping Coalescence here. Kaido's gonna be going down to Choi's Nemesis form. Puggo's gonna go down to Bachi, you know, the fun Junkrat. You see a window here, try to stall, try to do anything, but you're gonna, oh, I thought Capital was gonna go down sooner. Capital survived a little bit longer than expected. Wills eventually go down. Point will flip here, and we're gonna see 45-0. Let's see how the Steel Drivers, great response. Now let's see how you hold it.
That window from Capital may come back to really hurt Aquila, as now you look at the ultimates that Worcester have. They have that Rampage, or that Annihilation. They have the Blizzard. You're gonna need a lot of healing, a lot of sustain to keep yourself through those, up through those, unless they have an absolute nightmare though players on Worcester do with their ultimate usage. So not looking likely though, as Capital goes down early, and Choice of One is just gonna run right in with that Annihilation activated.
Yeah, they're gonna pop Annihilation, which I'm not gonna lie, after seeing a couple people go down, I'm a little shocked to see pop out. They got the kills, they had people separated. I don't think it was absolutely necessary, but I respect it. You know, as a tank player myself, I respect pressing that Q button on Annihilation. It's an unstoppable force. They're gonna keep this ticker ticking, and it's Aquila looking a little rough. Capital went down early that fight too, and you said it best. They might be haunting them. You're gonna see fire in the hole. Junkrat Tire coming out, looking to detonate it on top of that support line right there. He sees them. The immortality blocks again. At least they're doing a good job with Capital on those. Capital's actually building up ult really quick, and now Annihilation on their side is going to come out. Freeze is going to pop off too. It's Shush's frozen. Hudson and Capital get two and one each respectfully, and that should be it for Steel Drivers. Hudson's going to get another one, and you know, we were talking about the Torb. Even though he's a Torb one trick, doing God's work on it. He's a 2 Torb play of the games.
It's working.
Crazy. It's working.
The Torb is working. The Torb is working here. And I think a big part of that is how well the supports of Aquila are playing. Like you saw, Capital, perfect immortality field, caught everyone, kept them safe from the Rip Tire. The support ults as well from Worcester are being used, I think, a bit aggressively, where I think that beat investment onto Choice of One was a bit of a weird one. But we're going to see this window coming out from Capital to mirror the Coalescence from Butters. The Molten Core from Hudson didn't come out earlier, but nothing to be found.
And now the second beat comes out for Rose.
That's a double support investment going to come out from Aquila, but no kills thus far in the fight.
Well, both teams used it, right? Butters popped early. Siren popped beat really early. We saw Hudson use Molten Core. The points is really close here. They're trying to find anything and opening an angle. Shush is going to get taken out by Hudson. Aquila looking like they want to show up. Hudson gets Butters from this. Hudson finds Choi. That's 3 for the Hudson. This man is flowing. He is just vibing. Cannot be stopped. 95-96. Points should be capped. Lucio gonna go down to a half tap from Hudson. He's like that. Aquila.
Hudson kills 5 there. That's actually... I mean, that's just a DPS pop-off and a half from Hudson. That's exactly what you need in that fight. You've used 4, you've used all your sustain. You've got basically nothing left in the tank. It's just a war of attrition, and Hudson tips the scales massively in the favor of Aquila, able to get 1, 2, 3, and that first kill, which just wasn't even from his rivet gun. It was from the turret. The Torb turret of all things, the mid-fight weapon, the secret 6th man for Aquila that is going to see them through if they want to win this match.
And we're going to see the exact same comps from both sides. I'm actually kind of shocked that we're not going to see Butters on the Baptiste. I think it's just a little bit better for sustain when you're playing these comps, especially with a May wall, right? Because you can throw your immortality field, break the middle wall, and you're free, right? You're okay. You can actually get through some things. But your healing it's rough, and you can run out of it if you're a Moira. Speaking of that, Moira is half HP already. They're looking for something. Hudson taking the off angles has been phenomenal. Capital's going to pop immortality field. Team is looking real low. Kaido's extremely low here. Kaido's actually going to go down to Bachi, and so is Puggo. Puggo's going to go down to Bachi as well, and that should be a first fight win for Steel Drivers, as they say we kind of need a map 3 here. We need the round 3.
Yeah, they want the smoke. They definitely do want the smoke, and Bachi especially is raring to go. With that Junkrat, it's so easy to just put that insane amount of spam damage down onto Aquila, onto Puggo, onto Rose, onto Capital. And if Aquila wants to play into this, they're gonna have to be smart about their walls. They're gonna have to be smart about their pathing. They need to be avoiding as much of that Junkrat poke as possible, so as to get onto the backline of Worcester Steel Drive.
Yeah, and Hudson's turret is going to go down too. Osiren's targeting it a lot here. Choi's going to go down to Hudson. Who else but Hudson? He is flowing again. Puggo's going to get Osiren. You're going to force out Shush block, and Butters is trying to get out of there. Oh, it's just a wrap. Bachi's dead. Shush is still alive?
Huh?
There we go.
She fell off the map. Okay.
How did Shush not
The
die
power
there?
of Walmart. The power of Walmart protects Shush as it protects
There you
us
go.
all. But Aquila, they're almost at 5 ults. They have everything except for Kaido's Blizzard, which is at 60%. Who knows? He could build it up fairly quickly. We're gonna find out. But Worcester as well, they do have those 3 ultimates that suffer, that annihilation, that Riptire, that coalescence. The
Tire's gonna come off. Yeah, real early. Looking for something from behind the scenes. Is gonna pop off. Doesn't kill anybody. Got really close to. Beat's gonna come off. Annihilation from Choi is what's next. And they're trying to find anything here. Anyone. Potentially could target anything here.
Aquila popped 4 ults in this fight. The Puggo kills 2. That's
but then
perfect.
Puggo gets it.
That's
Rose is gonna find Bachi. That's
Aquila's
it.
so low though, but it's not gonna matter. They just have enough health to carry themselves through. For this next fight, though, this is gonna be dire, as you only have the Blizzard on the side of Kaido. Shush does have a Blizzard of her own. Osiren, though, this sound barrier could be everything. If it's used correctly, if it's used well to sustain Worcester Steel Drivers, this is entirely winnable.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, you guys have ults to use, right? But it's both May ults. That's going to be the deciding factor for this game. Shush is going to pop it first, looking to get something. Shush is super low. Will find a freeze, but won't freeze anybody. Now it is Kaido's turn, but Shush and Rose exchange. Both the Ramatras get a pick here, and it's 4v4 on the point. Hudson with a humongous off angle here. No one's even contesting him. Capital gets Butters. She's down and out. Puggo's trying to finish off Choi, but will not be able to because of the beat. Choi's trying to find anybody else. Bachi gets Hudson. They finally contest him. Tell him that he's not free as a Torbjorn. Bachi's low here, looking for anything here. Choi puts it up, puts the window, and might put the dagger into the Steel Drivers' undefeated season.
That was just so well played from Aquila to be able to sustain through those ultimates. Even with that one Blizzard from Kaido, they held on as best as they had to. And a big part of that on this final map was Hudson.
He gets 3.
He's making lava angels. He's exulting in his victory, and more power to him. He's earned it. After that Torb 5k to secure the first map, after some excellent Molten Core usage, some excellent turret placement, just overall really, really good gameplay. It's just, I mean, what a statement this is from Aquila.
Listen, it was beautiful, and honestly, Hudson doing God's work there, right? Doing everything humanly possible to pop in and win them the map, right? After the first map where we thought they were down and out, they were getting just blasted. Then they came all the way back, lost the map, but came back in Midtown, really close to losing that one, right? It felt really, really rough. And then they came in and just asserted their dominance. And man, what a game.
Indeed, what a game. I mean, we saw the quote-unquote reverse sweep from Aquila. Calling it an outright reverse sweep, I think, is a bit much, as Worcester
Only
only
one
did
map.
take the one map. So yeah, not really. But that response was truly emphatic from Aquila. I think they've shown here that they really do have what it takes to compete with any team in their group, to be the best in their group, to beat anyone on their day. And a big part of that does have to go, a big part of that credit does have to go to the tanks on this team. Puggo, an incredible Fermata player, a very good understanding of tempo, very, very good mechanical player. And as well as the Gurgler, who...
Gurgler has fans,
What
man.
a statement! What a statement that is on that Sigma. To be, I think, one of the lowest ranked players in a league.
Yeah,
to be
a
a captain, I think who got draft, who didn't cost anything in the draft. I could be wrong about that.
I think he is our lowest tank in A-League, and I do remember specifically when we did like the captain interviews before the draft, I do remember him saying, you know, what do you want to get on your team? And he said, I want to get a good tank because I don't trust myself to be in A-League, so I just want to be the backup player. But hey, that Midtown performance, I think there's nothing to really hide from here for him. But yeah, I also just want to shout out Hudson. I think got every single play of the game in this match. I don't think we ever had a Torbjorn get free play of the games in a BPL game before, so that's a first, I guess. But yeah, I do believe we have some people from the winning team here to talk to. It's
The tanks,
Gurgler and yeah, the two tanks. How's it going, you guys? How you feeling after that one? After that reverse sweep against the Steel Drivers?
You know what? I'm feeling good.
You should.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Chat loves you.
Yeah, Gurgler the
You've
GOAT.
got fans. You've got an audience.
I did just
You've got a-
mention. Yeah, I did just mention Gurgler. I remember doing the showcase when I asked you what your draft plan is. You said that you want to get a good tank first because you don't trust yourself to be good enough for A-League. But I mean that midterm performance, I think you've shown that you can definitely hang. Like, how did it feel for you that after that Sigma performance?
Yeah, so I think when I was said that I don't trust myself, I do trust myself, but just not on every character. Like my Ramacha, and a good amount of my main tanks just aren't good as my off tanks. So I really wanted to just get a strong tank that could help, fill my whole fill the holes in my gameplay. And I got Ishtar, who sadly had to leave, but we got Puggo, and Puggo's goated as frick. So. And it's Ishtar's brother, so it kind of works out, and Ishtar's still helping us.
I remember that now, yeah.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm happy.
Surrounding the family, the tanks.
Yeah, I mean, I was just everyone. A lot of people doubted me. I mean, even here's a quote from one of the people on the Worcester Sauce team. It said, "Let's be real. This team has Gurgler and A-League. Be real." And even in the match chat, after the first map, where they're just talking and yapping, because that's what people do. I guess just not normal people, but people. And then they're you're losing second map. And then you know what? I fucking smoked them. I did really good. And then Puggo came in for third and finished the job really well. So I'm just happy. We're continuing to doubt people. We were one of the lowest rated teams going into the season, and now we're 3-0. So it feels good.
Yeah. You just mentioned you guys are 3-0 now. 3 wins after 3 weeks. What would you say are the biggest reasons behind that success?
I think our team chemistry, we don't scrim at all, but our team chemistry, we just have a lot of fun with each other. We're always joking. Capital Rose, they're a lot of fun. Hudson is a really hard worker, and he's a Torb one trick, so it just makes us a little. I mean, you'd think it'd be easy to prep for it, but no one's really figured it out yet besides unknowns in the first playoff tournament.
Yeah,
but we just have really good vibes. Everyone gets along with each other really well, and we all trust each other, which is really important.
Dude, no scrims and putting up those performances is crazy.
Yeah.
It's all
I was quite in awe about this Torb gameplay from Hudson. I do remember when I approved his sign up, I just saw the screenshot with 30 hours of Torb in a season, and I was like, wow, this guy's crazy. This guy really likes playing engineer, but was this something you knew was going to exploit the weakness of Steel Drivers? Do you think these other A-League teams just haven't figured out yet how to deal with just a permanent Torb on the other team?
You want to answer that, Puggo? Puggo's real quiet. He's shy.
It's because Henry is hard calming.
Yeah, Ishtar
No.
was in the back after the game. Ishtar was in the background. He's like, "Let's fucking go!" And it was really funny. No, I think teams will figure it out, but you know, it's just like how it's not even like just the Torbjorn. It's just the rest of us and how we play, and like the way that we like, just the different ways we do it. I don't know. Like it'll get figured out eventually, but I still think it'll like work in a sense because like Hudson is like just that good on Torbjorn. And we haven't even had Jolt for the past 2 weeks, and we're doing really well. Jolt's been busy.
Final question for me personally. I don't know if maybe Davian and Perf will have some questions after this, but you know, next week, of course, we're gonna have a big week because season 6 is gonna come out, and I believe Aaron Keller already yesterday on his blog said that over half the hero roster will get balance changes. So, any hopes you guys have for season 6 that will play into your hands? I think Torb's gonna get some buffs too. So
Yeah,
Oh my
Hudson's gonna be
gosh!
happy.
Hudson's gonna be
Oh, the
a
Hudson era's real. Hudson sweep.
Anything else you're hoping for?
Ryan gets.
I want more sig nerfs or sig buffs, not nerfs. Sig
nerfs.
buffs. No,
I
sig
want
buffs,
to play
sig
flex
buffs.
support so badly. Please.
Dude,
can we
listen,
get
I'm
a
gonna tell you
Sigma?
right now. If as a tank player, if Sigma gets more buffs, it's gonna be crazy.
It'll be so much fun.
I need Sigma. I
What
need
did,
Sigma.
what did you want? You said something about Ryan.
I want Ryan. I want Ryan.
We all
bro.
want Ryan. The
Jeez.
game
We
is
all
good
do,
when Ryan is
man.
good.
Every
Bro.
patch Ryan just gets like nerfed, and it's like not even like it's just other things get nerfed that which makes
Exactly.
him get nerfed. It's kind of
Yeah,
funny.
deserve
they don't
it.
even
He
touch
doesn't
Ryan.
deserve it.
Everything gets buffed, and Ryan inadvertently gets nerfed because of it. It's crazy.
Honestly, true.
I mean, yeah, Ramatra being added to this game could be said to be a nerf to Ryan, but
Yeah, exactly.
regardless, I
It's better Ryan
think
right
y'all
now,
will
yeah.
do well. I think you'll do well.
Oh yeah, we're chilling. We're just taking it a game at a time. You know, we're just happy to be here.
Yeah, 3-0, man. I'd be happy
That's the
too.
best way to go about it.
Love to hear that. Well, any closing words before we send you guys back into the void?
Oh no, I think I said my piece.
I just want to say,
Please,
Gurgler's
please
the
let us
goat.
Midtown again next week. Give us Midtown again.
Oh yes, please, please, please.
We'll see about that. I'm not making that call. I think it's based off statistics. I think this was the first time you guys played Midtown, so it is possible.
Second.
But,
We played it last week as
we'll
well.
see about that. Oh, okay. Then maybe not, but
No, but you should.
we'll see.
We'll talk in the. We'll
I'll-
figure something out.
Yeah, we'll. I'll
Hey,
make
check
a
Jimmy's
note of
Venmo
that,
after
but-
this, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gurgly and Pago, the tank line here from Aquila talking to us. It was an awesome match, and yeah, congrats on staying undefeated, and can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us next week.
All right. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
streaming and casting. You know, shout out all the staff and the prod behind it. Love you guys. Keep doing your thing.
Thank you.
All right, have a
Appreciate
good
that.
night.
You too. Congrats again on the win.
Thank you.
Well,
Woo.
up next we would have a B-League match, I believe, Starstruck versus Interstellar. However, if I look at the time here, we did make a little deal with the two teams beforehand, saying that if we finish these games in time, we would wait a little bit, I think until the top of the hour, just because I believe players on both teams are not ready just quite yet. So we might go on a little longer break here. However, we do have currently a B-League game, a C-League game running on our B stream. That's the correct term here, or the correct order of words here. But as you can see here, it's currently Forsaken versus Devour. Devour up 1-0, currently on Eichenwald. We'll probably just throw that up in the background. You can also head on over to BPL_2. I believe Megalas and Biscuit are currently casting that match right there. Should be awesome. I want to say thank you very much, Davion, and previously Sean, but now it's Peripheral, for casting this really fun match. That's going to do it for us. We'll go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with another B-League match between Interstellar and Starstruck.
Yep. Enjoy the B League match, guys.
TP coming out there, met by the sound barrier from Futaba, and Gap is gonna gap into Flux with 2 pummel kills.
But domination, 95% on this barrage, has it able to possibly turn the fight around? It absolutely will. Finding Rocket, finding Reborn, Tyler to join shortly after. Cry, the last person alive. Cypher steals the 4K. I spoke too soon. Beam's blocking here in the corner as we see the tactical crouch on top of the head.
Support ult and another overclock already nested.
And the overclock lands right into Optical Crash. Shoreline Pie finding 2 already with his overclock, looking for a third onto Cinex and will be able to find it. Unknowns doing really good so far on the cleanup. They're going to get that checkpoint unlocked once again.
But Wider from the high ground, completely uncontested. There he is again. He takes out Luau, he takes out Fifi. He is the arbiter of death, and he puts his thumb down. He chooses death. Wider, I mean, that's a 4K. Is that a 5K from him? It doesn't even matter.
The Death Blossom is alive for Andrew. Is he going to be able to use it? It's going to pick up a 3K!
Oh my goodness.
Andrew, go off, my friend! Make it a 4K! Give him the 5K! It's not going to matter! Andrew hitting Q better than Devour can.
Commanding Shout used there after the anti-nade was received. Packed out 1 HP, but the stick! Oh my work, the stick! Turget finding 3! Absolutely filthy. Swanky Vance just about receiving the nano in time to take outdoors, but it's going to be Turget to find a third, a fourth, not quite a fifth, unfortunately, as Bunny steals that last one.
Seems to be really good at kiting back on the damage and not really letting the soft shine.
Now Cinex gets a double pulse bomb onto both supports. Both of his supports are out of the picture. Overtime now triggered here as that cart is moving here for the side of Unknowns, but Tekugen is still alive, has the frontal rage, just trying to knock around the Ana of Bing and will be able to. All that's left right now is that Ash of Shoreline Pie. They will fall. Now it's only kill switch on the Winston. They will fall. And Frenetic are back in this game. We're going to a map number 3.
In New York, I'm Millie Rock.
I'm up at some point.
Hello and welcome back to the BPL regular channel. We have another banger of a matchup for you today. We just had a 3-map amazing match where we had Aquila take it continue their undefeated streak and stay 3-0. But I am not alone. I am here with Jace this time. I've rotated now. What is it? The third caster in 2 games?
Aware. How'd you get 3 in 2 games? What happened there?
I don't know. Listen, we had
Someone go with
Lizard. He DC'd, couldn't cast. Then we had the desk man step in.
And then wait.
DC'd.
Did Davion die or did I die? Okay.
No, I definitely died. I'm here again. I'm okay.
Right.
I'm okay. It was a hiccup. It's a hiccup. It was a misinput. We're good. Okay.
EPL
What I was
just getting
saying was-
EMP'd. No, it's all
Yeah,
good.
really
We've
quick.
got...
What I was saying was we had the desk jump in for a map, then subbed out. We had someone else jump in for a map, and now you're here for the second game.
Yeah, being chilly. We got Interstellar versus Starstruck, battle of the Intergalactic. So this game is going to be Intergalactic. This should be a clash of the Titans. Starstruck and Interstellar, 2 of our top teams in B League, I believe. Yep, B League.
Yes.
2 of our top teams in B League. I can't quite rattle these rosters off the top of my head. So Tox, if you could kindly flip us over to a roster lineup screen. Thank you.
There it is.
Yes. So I Toasty Toast, pronouns that/guy, probably the MVP of B League, Tanic B, God's Strongest, Diamond, DPS camper. Yeah, this guy camps more than Bear Grylls. I don't have any other North American references, but yeah, Tanic's very good. Marlon, fellow EU warlord, it's probably like 4 o'clock in the morning for him right now. He's just trying to thread out on Widow.
Hooking.
Parody's been playing the tank as well for Starstruck, actually, even though he's listed there as a DPS, and it's allowed Mora and Genesect to cook. Mora is definitely their sub, 80 in Soul's Quantum, very solid backline as well. No idea if Dux is playing today and what role they will play, but we shall see. These are our top 2 teams, or 2 of our top 3 or 4 teams.
No, these are it. These are 1 and 2.
So, are they?
These are 1 and 2. Starstruck has not dropped a single map in B League Group 1. Interstellar has dropped exactly 1 map in Group 1. So B League Group 1. So we're going to see 1 3-0 team standing at the top of Group 1, B Group 1 at the end of this match, and I'm super stoked. Super stoked.
And I think, to be fair to either of these teams, I think that they are respectfully a cut or 2 above the rest of the teams in their group. So even if, eventually one of them loses today, Davion, I don't think it's going to be like panic signals. They're going to drop to 2 and 1. They'll have a good map record either way, and they'll probably pick it back up next week. There is a couple of rosters there I'm waiting on just to cook. I'm waiting for them to catch fire. And there's other ones where I'm just pre-booking their flights to Cancun. They're going to be on an express jet to Beijing as fast as possible. I don't think their season will be around for much longer. Respectfully, of course, it's BPL, but this is even though it's only like week 3, I think we're in, Davion. It's still really important series. Really important game.
And we're heading to New Queen Street first, but I also want to say, this is the revenge game. For anyone who doesn't know, these teams met already in the kickoff tournament round 1. Starstruck took it 2-1. So we already had a 3-map banger from these 2. And they showed out. It's going to be a blast to see how they do again in this. And we're going to head New Queen Street first. I said this first. I'll say it again. I desperately love this map.
Okay.
It's really cool.
So just for any confirmation, I called Marlon a EU warlord. Marlon is in NA, so I don't know if that means they're going to play or not. But we've got Toasty Toast rolling out on the DPS with I'm Cool
Toast
XP.
is on DPS?
Yeah, wouldn't have expected that. I don't think so. We've got Bloom, aka Mara, going to be on the Tracer there, and everyone else is basically on the correct battle types. So thank you very much. But these compositions, I think rolling out Interstellar clearly have a plan to just murder the ever-living F out of Wadette on this. Winston, who's back. Parody played tank this week, played tank last week, did an excellent job. Now it's time for Wadette to pick up the reins, and in this case, pick up the jumpsuit and get to monkeying around.
Yeah, and Starstruck is playing very, very meta, right? But Interstellar is playing very, very brawly. So we'll see how it plays out. Amor does take out Tanic's turret. Tanic, we've seen this team. I've casted this team last week. It's just a blast to watch them play their game. Interstellar is a phenomenal team, but they're running out on this comp that they feel comfortable on. Not having Marlon on the roster for today is a little rough, but Toast is going to find Source, and that should be a wrap. Their main source of healing is out. Wada is done. Tanic is going to go down for it, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're going to win this first fight, and they're going to push this bot to start it off.
Yeah,
Toast's going to find Genesect at the end there too.
Big first fight win. First fight win. Getting that extra pick onto Jen is really good. It just denies some of the healing you could get from your Stadius bleeding back from spawn. Interesting enough for Starstruck, Amore is 56%. Mara, though, takes down iToasty on the Soj. Can Starstruck convert? They should be able to. Like, whoever I'm cool XDDD is just needs to get collapsed on the cart free.
Yeah, and they're going to actually back out a little bit here. Losing Toast early there, it really sucks, but you have a lot of room to work with here because of the switch. But Zasper takes out Bloom. No Tracer flanks today. That is a wrap on that. And they might have to push back now. They have the team back. Toasty is here again. They're just going to respond. They got exactly 1 meter out of that.
This is the absolute pain for Starstruck when you like win the fight and then immediately you just lose the fight after it. Doesn't go in. EMP comes down though, but Amori dies.
Amori dies, but Lilam gets taken out. Wada is going to go down. They put out a pulse bomb onto Tanic, but gets immort and survives. It feels like anytime Interstellar looks like they're about to be on the back foot, they respond extremely well. Toast is going to find Genesect as well. It is a wrap on this fight.
Toasty is cooking here on the Soj, actually.
Ooh, Tanic's
going to that. I think the trade isn't too bad, to be fair. Interstellar, most importantly, the fact that they're able to just accrue percentage meters on this bot barricade is so good. Starstruck, once again, need resources to beat them. When they need resources, they're using them to take them off bot and to walk it back, which means in the fight after, Interstellar will just commit one of the 4 that they've got and then get immediately back on the barricade.
Yeah, and they're going to throw Winston in with a nano. Zasper's going to stay alive somehow magically through all that. I'm Cool, Toasty are both going to go down. We do see Bloom move over from Tracer to Echo, and Amor is going to swap off to the Sojourn here. Maybe a little bit more spam to contest with what Interstellar is also playing. But, I mean, quick fight win using only the 2 support ults, and Wada gets to keep ult here, but you're going to be dealing with Interstellar's 3 ults coming back, potentially 4. Zasper's going to get staggered out.
Yeah, big pick from Mara onto Zasper. They really can't fight with that Baptiste in the spawn. Maybe they could have done if they had lost Lilam or Toasty, potentially, but no. The Bap going back into the spawn, it's just a death sentence if you dare try and walk into them, because 1 edge damage is then relevant. Primal pops, let's see what he can get done.
Primal gets popped, but loses almost all HP, 700 HP down to the 60s. Somehow gets out of that alive. Is going to recover all of it. Gets a little bit of work done. They haven't lost their ult yet, and they're going to pop window. They're going to pop a big ult from Molten Core, and you're going to see I'm Cool pop ults as well. They used a lot there to respond to that. Toast, everyone just drops. It was so quick. Too many flying colors. You could barely see what was happening, but people dropped.
Yeah,
and Interstellar's going to get more points.
I want to say rare mistake in, especially at this level, to over ult like that. It felt like everyone on the side of Interstellar had the same idea. Normally, the Ram ult should be comboed with one of either the Molten Core and the window. Not necessarily both. It's not a pivotal fight. I think Starstruck now have a great chance to punish. But I say that iToasty Toast just kills Mara.
Yes, and a beat comes out to keep everyone alive, and Toast is going to find Jen as well. Zasper gets Wada, and you know, we were commenting on Toast playing tank most of the time. Toast is just doing the thing on the Sojourn today.
Yeah, Toasty's making Sojourn look like release Sojourn here.
Yeah.
These angles are so good, and I do wonder how Soj struggles and how they match up well into the Echo. I feel like the Echo has so much potential because, hey, it's basically one railgun that will fool them, and apart from that, they should just be so healthy. But speaking of one railgun, Toasty's about to have 4 here with the overclock.
Yeah, here's the overclock, but Jen is going to get Tanic in that, so it's a little rough when you don't have your... You don't have your Torb to work with those angles that has been happening, but Wada's going to go down. The overclock doesn't really find much, but it puts a lot of pressure in and relieves help for that pick that they got. But Amor's going to respond with the overclock of themselves and find Zasper.
There we go. Battle of the Sojourns. Toasty puts so much damage into Adet to fall him.
Yes,
so it's a battle of the Sojourns.
Yeah, Echoes are both going to find respective traits here. Jen and Toasty are both going to go down. It seems like Starstruck has control of the bot, but they're not going to have it for long with those trades that they had. But, you know, when you find a pick like that and you're on with your Sojourn, that's going to help you a ton get that pushback.
It absolutely is. Can Wadette do anything here now? The Nano should come in for them any second. They've lost their armor, potentially a tricky situation. Starstruck have both support orb. It's a bit of a half fight at the moment. Just waiting for the go button now. For Wadette, the Nano is being shadowed, being hovered. I think we're just going to see a very angry electric glowing monkey in the backline any second. 3, 2, 1, here we go.
Jumps in. They're going to pop window in the process of this. You see the Immortality Field keeps Zasper alive. Toast is going to find Bloom out of all that. The supports are trying to get out of there. Wadit can't do anything. Will go down. But Toast and Tanic both die in the process. No DPS for the side. They're going to use Kiriko ult. I didn't think Jen would pop it, but Annihilation is going to come out and response. Huge. Source is going to go down. They're trying to find the finishers on those, and he's chasing them down. I'm Cool is running. He is sprinting. You see it all. He's looking for the Kiriko. Cannot find the Kiriko. Oh, that TP barely gets him out.
Good execution of the ult. It was the right time. Unfortunately, they just don't track that the Ramatra ult has it. That's just Overwatch Ultimate Poker, ladies and gentlemen. Genesect has the hand of aces. I'm Cool XCD has the Royal Flush. That is basically just how that works. Interstellar's ult was better, and they just win off it. Huge loss for Starstruck there.
Yeah, and here's Beat coming out for Lylum. They're going to pop Monkey ult here too. It goes in real deep, but Wadit's already below half. Has to get out again. Toast again. Finding Bloom. Just doing God's work here. Tanic's trying to find the Kiriko on point. They will actually get Kiri here. Amor finds Lylum. Will find Zasper. 2 hit from Amor. Amor and looking for a third. Does not get it. Actually, the copy's going to come out. Amore is going to go down to I'm Cool. The copy helping out a little bit there. And Tanic, you have 2 Sojourns, 2 right clicks. Wada goes down to Tanic. That's it.
It's important to mention, actually, that as the pause is going to come in, before Tanic had a overwhelming case of May One Trick allegations pressed against him. Was originally an Echo player, and one of the things he was known for before coming into BPL off the back of... I'm actually not sure what season it was of League Zero, but... yeah, Tanic, very comfortable on the Echo. Haven't really seen him on it too much in terms of like overall BPL, even though he's been here 3 or 4 seasons now, just because it's always like so rush oriented is these metas. But it's good to see him on Echo, and like he's trucking. He was trucking that on the Sojourn, admittedly, because of course he copied it with the Echo duplicate, but still, overall, getting a lot of value. Echo, I think, is so good at getting past these healing breakpoints, right? Like we talk about like damage breakpoints, right, Davion, and that's what makes Mercy damage boost unfair. But like there's so many good healing breakpoints as well with, you know, the sustain that Arna, Kiri, for example, can get together, with the sustain that Lucio and Back can get together, all these cooldowns, all this sustain. When you've got Execution Beam, she does not care about your healing over time. She's just going to take you off the face of the earth with a singular laser to the face, and then you're back in the spawn. I'm actually not quite sure what meters we're on. I think Interstellar are like 30 or 40 up on Starstruck. It feels like they've
30
not,
meters.
Yeah, like they've not really been able to get on the bot.
Yeah, it was it's been like hit and miss. And the biggest thing with Tanic, I've seen a lot of Reaper as well. I'm sorry, May. I've seen Reaper. Last game I casted, Tanic and Toasty were playing Reaper, Ramatra, and just going nuclear on the team. It looks like it's 21 meter difference, 69 to 48. So that's what we're looking at now. Interstellar is also pushing here, so we're just kind of waiting to see if they pop back in and see if they can actually keep that lead. Not too much time remaining. I think we're just under the 3-minute mark, or right at the 3-minute mark. We're right about there. So we will see what's happening here, because I mean, you've seen some really good plays from both sides. I mean, Amor is doing a great job on Sojourn, as well as Toast. Toasty's doing a great job on there. It looks like they're ready and getting back into it here in just a moment. There it is. 69 to 48, 21 years at exactly 3 minutes, by the way. That's hilarious. They're going to get the close spawn right back up here. Tanic's copy is gone. And it looks like we're going to have copy nano. That's really what we're looking at for Starstruck. For Interstellar, you're looking at exactly the overclock.
Yeah, Starstruck are in a bit of a hole here. A black hole, one might add. There's joke number 1. But they're going to need something to get them out of it. And it's going to have to be the Echo copy. Not quite sure what they do copy. It might have to be adapted, particularly if they lose someone first. But it's going to have to be a big fight here. They need to essentially win this with only Echo and hope that they build their other ult in this fight as well. Nano, though, gets up, so they actually might go with that first, and I don't mind it. Onto Wadette here.
Yeah, especially when you have a Ramatra coming in. Ramatra did get slept out of that. It didn't get slept. I'm so sorry. Wrong character out of that. There's the does go down. The copy's going to go away really quick, and Bloom's going to go down because the window just responds immaculately. trying to find something else here. Toasty's looking for something with the right clicks. Amore is going to find I'm Cool, and that might stop their push. Unless Toasty has something to say about it. We'll try to get out, but what a beautiful slow there from Wadit. And they're gonna lose this fight. Zasper's just trying to contest the bot here, trying to get something happen. Make sure that they don't lose too much progress here. Lilam as well, and there's that 72-48 now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be too upset with Starstruck there winning the fight. Not initially getting anything out of the Echo and the copy, but forcing so many cooldowns with it. Now they've got Overclock and the big Fermata ultimate to go, but once again, the ult at the back end of the fight feels a little bit disjointed. The nano from Source was good, the timing was good, but Wadet's Nemesis form was just expired. So yeah, they nanoed the RAM, but it's not the good RAM, it's the bad RAM, it's the passive RAM. It's the Sigma mode of the RAM. They needed to nano the Rhine form. They didn't, and that gave Interstellar an opportunity to get back into the fight. Most importantly, I think just burn time off this clock. Wadet, though, finally in the big form, he's going to have even bigger form once his ultimate pops.
Yep, and there's the Annihilation, and we do see no more Echoes. We see Soldier for Starstruck, Tanix over on the Reaper, but that's too much damage. Wadet and Bloom both go down here. As we're trying to talk about what they switched over to, it's too much. Both of the Rams pop their ultimates. Annihilations were popped. Toasty is going to head tap Source. They're going to push a lot. 45 seconds left on the clock. Jen is going to get staggered out. They're going to get the close spawn, and this is looking pretty rough here if you're for Starstruck.
Brutal fight lost there. Interstellar perfectly demonstrating the gap in which Lucio brings. The ability to kite, go forwards and backwards. Wadet went forwards and then got lost. Interstellar were able to speed away. They were able to space.
Oh, but that's low.
That ulting ram. Wadet falls, Jen falls. Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Tanic
Okay.
gets 3 of them. Has an ult as well to spare. Looking for something here. Will actually go down. Bloom is going to find him, but Toasty's going to find Bloom. So an interesting trade here. They're still pushing the bot as far as humanly possible to try to get as much space as possible for these last push, because they're going to have to win like 2 or 3 fights for Starstruck if you're going to want to try to win this. Wadet trying to contest here. Will get a great contest in, but Wadet is already so low, and Wadet's already down. There's not even a Reaper. Window's going to go out. Bloom is over on Reaper now, is trying to just keep the contest now. Overclock pop from Toasty. Amore goes down. Genesex finds his demise. Bloom is gone. Trying to find another for Toasty. Can't quite find it, but that should be the end of map number 1. Interstellar will take this one and go up 1-0.
Yeah, and that is a space shuttle pace type start from Interstellar. They come rocketing out the gates on map 1 against Starstruck. Remember, we're in first to 2, so this is map 1, first blood, and match point. It had a little bit of swaps. I'm Cool X, DDD, I think ringing subbing in. Or just not really their primary tank player, and Toasty just on this Sojourn here, showcasing the power of, I talked about the damage breakpoints in the break, didn't I? And how they go against the healing breakpoints. There is no sustained healing in the game that you can, whatever. I'm trying to fix this random bit of headphone fluff, but there is no healing in the game that can go against Baptiste and through window. It's nuts. Like, overclock through window is just so much damage.
Especially when you're clicking the head. It's over.
Yes.
It's already too much damage as is, and for the Ramatra, it's just too much. Body shots, head shots, doesn't matter. You're done. It's over. It's Toasty just showing just amazing work here, and we're gonna see. Yeah, we will see those few subs. We quite missed it really quickly. They showed it real quick for us, but we'll see them here in a few minutes. Maybe less than that. But man, the Sojourn coming out from Toasty, I wasn't ready for that. Deep.
Nope.
Showed out a ton.
Toasty cooked once again. Just the performance, I think, to be fair, was actually quite good. And even if it would have been like somewhat okay, you've had a couple of clutch fights, like the MVP narrative writes itself. And narrative is kind of a big thing, I think, for these. Toasty having a pop-off map on DPS just further adds to the storyline that he should be a front runner right now, and he absolutely is. Put his team on his back there. Tanic B was no slouch either next to him on DPS, by the way. Almost got a team kill 1v5 on his own. But
yeah,
I think there, to be fair to Starstruck, before I make this point quickly, Davion, I think they definitely were struggling a little bit with availability and rotation, because I would say that Jen probably isn't their natural support player. They have Source and 80.
Yeah.
I don't believe 80 was available. So potentially they might be subbing, but I would guess not. But it felt like Starstruck just didn't understand what they had versus what Interstellar had. Interstellar had Lucio Bap the whole map. Starstruck had Anakiri. When you're playing Anakiri, you're not able to match the tempo and rush that Interstellar have. And that means that when you're not being able to just sort of rush them, if you're not playing for their bot line, you're playing for yours. And Starstruck didn't do that. Their bot line fell over so much. The Sojourn was able to find so many angles. There was no pressure where their DPS were covering flanks and then helping try and get aggression off their own bot line. And it just left them sitting ducks, because like that composition, losing one of its Ana or Kiri means the other is like a free kill. I don't really know how else to explain it. Like, they're just gonna die.
Yeah, and it felt like any time that, you know, Starstruck had a chance to actually put in some fight wins and actually get something going, Interstellar responded. And it was like this the last time I was with them. It was the same exact thing. Here we go. We finally have the subs in place. Toasty is swapping over to tank. I'm Cool's gonna head out for this next map, and Marlon is in on damage in NA specifically.
Yeah. Marlon
specifically
has
notated.
Marlon's normally in Europe, European dweller, has traveled to NA. I wonder if, I'm actually not sure, but there was a bunch of people from BPL that met up, and former BPL and current BPL that met up and went to like Disneyland at some point. So I wonder if he's playing from a certain Farah players setup right now.
That's hilarious.
A former ghost of BPL fame who is no longer with us. Not dead, he's just been banned. So we shall see. Midtown up next anyway. We got to focus on this game. Starstruck, we need to turn it around.
And we had one more set of subs here. I missed it in the thing. I'm so sorry. Starstruck, Parody is in for Wada, and it looks like AT is in for Source. So they're getting some
so they keep some support. Interesting.
Oh, literally like the number 80. It's just 80. I got it. I was trying too hard.
It's understandable. Reading is difficult. You know?
Yes, listen, reading comprehension, man. I'm tired. I'm tired.
It's all good. People also have weird names. And moving on to more important subjects like this Interstellar composition, this is like so good. I think Hitstand, to be fair, on ping can either go one or two ways. It's obviously Overwatch is favor the shooter, as it's called, where you will not be punished for peaking and losing a peak due to ping. I can't really quite explain it, but the term is just favor the shooter, so it's not going to be punished too hard. But Marlon now being on probably low ping on NA, man, it's so different. I can speak as an EU player myself. When you go from 120 MS that he probably gets onto playing on your own server, it's crazy. Now he gets to do it. Let's see what low ping Marlon can do. I'm excited.
Yeah, and this is the Interstellar's bread and butter, right? This is the comps that they like to run. They do amazing jobs on this. Starstruck, this is new people in, right? But they're playing something that they played similar to the opening on New Queen Street. They got Bloom and Genesect in. 80's actually gonna get Tanic on a beautiful anti-nade. Amor is gonna find Marlon, and that might do it for the first fight. They're gonna actually break this thing wide open.
Oh, there we go. Just one dive, one anti-nade, one burst of damage. Sombra and Echo have so much disruption and so much potential. Parody does die though. I think the rest in the Mercy. Yeah. So Starstruck should just be able to essentially killbox this choke. And they should get the point from here. Interstellar might get a bit of a recontest. They probably should close hold though. So the big news for Interstellar at least is that AT was not able to hyper build up Nano. But Bloom is very, very close to that early copy, and any one of these early ultimates is going to be good. But I say that, 80 falls.
Yeah, they just needed to get a little bit more of a brawly spot, and I think this is it, right? Tanic finds 80 out of all that. You're going to see Marlon take down Parody. They're looking for Sombra now. We'll TP up. Parody's going to get rezzed out of all that. But that's going to put an end to the very early end to that fight that they might have had an advantage on. But it was just good. Ooh, Marlon got caught out. Bloom's going to go down. They're going to copy Reaper. Bloom is looking for something. Oh, Bloom is going to find another one. Going to pop the Reaper ult. Will not find anything with the Reaper ult specifically, but we'll probably find another one. Tanic and Zasper go down. The Lucio didn't go down right away. Lilam, I was like, what? Copy was huge though.
Bloom just copies the Reaper and takes them all down. So much brawl potential. You know that you can be a little bit greedy with your Wraith because of that Echo form. You don't have to play your life as a normal Reaper would. And man, Mara showcasing a wide variety of talents on the Echo and using these duplicates as well. Starstruck can continue here. They've got Nano to go. They've got EMP as well. And EMP Nano Winston in the backline of Interstellar is going to be disastrous.
And it's huge. It hits 4, and all 4 drop instantly. Zasper, Tanic, Marlon, Lilam, and Toasty all just fall. Toasty pops Annihilation out of all that too, which is so unfortunate. But you called it. Nano Winston EMP runs it. But we saw this earlier, right? We saw this team We saw the map go quickly just like this last game, and we've seen people get hold on this third point pretty effectively. So we'll see if they have the see if Interstellar can do the same thing. But they are getting ran over right now by Starstruck, and we expected this though.
Parody though, gonna pop the Primal Rage here. It's probably just gonna be ultimate charge for it, but perfect dive from Starstruck. Parody
Tannic
falls.
goes down though. And die in the background. Tannic's gonna find Genesect looking for some more. 80 was low, but 80 will get out. Genesec's gonna go down to 2. That's only 2. Only 2 lose there from Starstruck, but this is the hold they need. This is how you patch that bleeding.
It absolutely is. It is just about patching that bleeding. You were worried that Starstruck were able to run away with it. Amori, though, had really built up towards that EMP, only used it what felt like 30, 40 seconds ago, and is already basically 3/4 to another one. Bloom's Echo copy is
Bloom's going to copy early. Gonna go for a ram. They're gonna get an anti on the other ram. That Toasty's looking low. They're gonna get beat and Immor for him, so that's helping a ton. But we did see Marlon actually switching over to a Sombra of their own. Toasty's still gonna fall though. All 5 characters getting involved in that kill feed, by the way. Tannic's trying to help out as much as possible. Looking low. Liam and Zasper both go down. Tannic's just contesting point now. Amor is just pelted in damage. The next ones are going to be the EMP, Interstellar, and Amor for Interstellar and Starstruck. Amor and Marlon looking with both EMPs. What are they going to do next with those? That's going to decide the game here.
I think it will. Starstruck have an opportunity to go first with this EMP because Interstellar have to rotate into them. But it is just literally a case of Sombra versus Sombra. There we go. Marlon goes first.
That's a big EMP. Marlon's actually going to go first, get 3, but no one's going to drop from it. Bloom is 1 HP. There it is. They're going to respond with the EMP. I think that was a little too late. It was the right mindset because you had all 5 up, but everyone was low HP and 4 people drop. Only person that survived was Amor, and that's super big for Interstellar now.
Yeah, as a Sombra player myself, I can tell that that's just. I don't know what just guess that that's a lack of comms. There's just a lack of call really going in there for Starstruck. They were not aware of the HP pools of their other DPS and backline was Amore, and they ultimately it's punishing. Losing the EMP and then immediately probably losing the fight after because of it, so punishing. Amore makes one mistake and they almost instantly lose 2 fights because of it.
Yeah, and you're going to see Parody pop off the Annihilation very, very quickly. 80's going to go down for Toast's Annihilation. Bloom's going to find 2. Both supports are dead. Okay, Parody's going to go down as well, though, so they trade both out. Lucio load now. Toast is going to find another. Marlon finds Bloom. Amor finds Toast. And now it's just a battle on the point. Amor's going to get another one. It's Amor versus Marlon now, but Amor's going to get out of there. No more Sombra. Ooh. Oh, 1 HP.
Almost. Amore making up for it, to be fair. Swaps the Sojourn and just basically 1v3s. Parody commits the Annihilation as well, just to keep going, but it's not the best for Starstruck. They're getting into split fights there. Any fight where they win, but they can't get any progress on the payload, is effectively a win for Starstellar. Great antidote to start. Lila might just die right here.
But Bloom is gonna, Parody's gonna go down to through window, but you're gonna see Bloom make the copy play. 80% on this point. It's looking really rough. Bloom is looking for the ult, but it just finds a shield. Can't get anything out of that, and that's it. They're gonna have to back out once again. Genesec's gonna go down. Amor's gonna go down, and now we're looking at 2 minutes from a 5-minute bank.
Yeah, really well executed fight for Interstellar. They don't have to give up any of their primary ultimates to do it, and they effectively just win it in the neutral fight. We talked about Starstruck's almost lack of understanding of how they need to play when they have compositional differences in the last game. This game, though, Interstellar are doing that perfectly. They're playing Sombra Reaper. They know that they can just mess up Parody. This ROM is free kill once the Nemesis form is gone, and that's exactly what's happening. Starstruck need to speed him in. They need to do a better job. Amore and Bloom need to take angles whilst their Ram is getting pummeled, because that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and there's die. Toasty's gonna find Amor. Parody's gonna go down to all that. Tannic doing, again, what they do best. Marlon's gonna find Bloom. And now on this Sombra, you have 3 ults for Interstellar for the side of, it looked like they're gonna match it with 3. Bloom moves over to May. I don't know how much that's gonna help here, but we'll see.
Blizzard might be good in this last fight, though, if they can build it.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? You gotta build it.
Yeah. I think the big thing, though, is just on a quick level, it's got to be so good for Marlon to be playing Sombra on low ping. The amount of times you can die greeting your translocator, Marlon gets to min-max the ever-living Christ out of it, and here we go, EMP down.
Yep, and Toasty's gonna just immediately walk in, kill 80. Parody's gonna go down. They beat it for that too. Bloom's gonna go down, and I don't know, dream of building it may be hard. You're gonna have to find some icicles on the rotation, and they're playing amazing, executing perfectly from Interstellar on this last point. It's just it's the support ults for Interstellar.
Yeah.
Yes?
what Stellar are doing is, I think Interstellar are just able to draw out Starstruck's ultimates in these lost fights. Weaver has come out for Gen. Okay, going back to his one trick. Let him cook. Let him cook. Marlon is on the high ground here. Can they force him off with the paddle platform? No, they can't. Nano available here for 80. Gives it to Parody.
Yes, and Parody's going to get it. Amore's going to get Zasper. Beat's going to come out to try to save, but Zasper's going to go down real quick, and Parody's trying to find anybody. Amore's going to get toast. Genesec's going to go down. Lilam also is down. They popped overclock, and both people are just dropping the process. They're trying to regroup here for Interstellar. They don't have any ults. Both support ults were used. Nope. Parody is going to have an ult. Bloom's going to have an ult. So this might be a rapid OT push, trying to get the full cap here.
Not looking good for Starstruck, but we did just see Lifeweaver win a fight in BPL, and that needs to be recorded for historical purposes. Parody here with the Annihilation. Might kill out
Annihilation is huge. Freeze is even bigger. Toast is going to get taken out. Tanic's going to go down. Parody gets taken out, but it's still just enough for the team. They will cap 3-0 in OT, though, after having that massive time bank.
Yeah, I think Stellar, as I said, were doing a great job of forcing resources out of Starstruck in these lost fights, and Starstruck were definitely coughing them up, but as much as you have to be critical, you also have to praise and be positive, because these were fights where they were down resources. They just blown their big and easier win conditions, right? Davion in the last fight, but they just go into the next one and Mara kills 3, Amore gets one with the overclock, Parody builds up and they get a really nice nano from 80. Genesect manages to speed everyone into the backline and get a nice combo kill with one of his DPS into someone else out of position as well. So Starstruck are doing the hard stuff. You know, they're spacewalking here without an oxygen suit and a depleting oxygen tank. But it just feels like reverse Overwatch being played. It's a little bit confusing. Some of the fights that they should win, they're just not.
Yeah,
and they're not able to. They're not willing to take fight losses, particularly when Interstellar are ulting really, really early, which they are. But then, it doesn't matter, because I think, particularly with how their second and third, particularly how their third point went, getting the full cap here for Starstruck is, amazing. This is really, really good. I should be really happy if you were them.
Yeah, and I've noticed Interstellar does their best work when their backs are against the wall, right? We're going to see Marlon actually go over to Hanzo for this one. No Sojourn, no Sombra, Hanzo. So we'll see how they play it out. I think it's going to be helpful trying to get the poke out for all these other people that they're trying to poke out. It's just Tanic on the Reaper still. He's going to chip down that Winston. I'm surprised we didn't see immediately come out on Ramatra after taking that beating on the last push. So start Amore is going to just do a lot of work here, getting Zasper, but going to get head tapped by Marlon. So it's a good trade if you're Starstruck, because now they don't have their Baptiste. Their Baptiste is going to have to play from the spawn, but now you're going to actually Tanic. Parody gets a little overzealous here. You don't have to do much. You wait for Zasper to come back. He has to regroup.
I think Parody forgot why they taught Hellfire shotguns, and Tanic B is all too willing to remind him. Ooh. Parody just gets so blown up. Starstruck just cough up their tank for free. And Interstellar, that is just a fight. It is one mistake from the tank. You cannot walk in there against Reaper. That was perfect. Tanic is, Parody just shoves his head hitbox directly into Tanic, and he's just too tapped.
Yeah, and now we're here with Parody moving over immediately to D.Va, which I somewhat like the change. I think it works out well. Amore trying to find something, get a lot overzealous. Somehow gets Marlon out of all that. That's insane. What a pick. A great focus from Amore trying to get that kill. Close to EMP now. Bloom does have copy. No other ults really online. 80's going to get the nano here. Zasper's looking close, but now they're just pelting down Toasty, and Toasty's going to go down very quickly. And they're going to have to force back out. Interstellar back against the wall again, but so much time in the time bank. You got some room to work with here.
I liked this look for Starstruck. It feels like BPL in particular have kind of forgotten about Mercy and the damage that she can do, considering the Mercy damage boosted duos are often a terror in solo queue and people really struggle to deal with them. Why not try it in a pro game like this, particularly when you've got an Echo as good as Mara, but Amore looking for this EMP. Let's see the target focus from Starstruck, because it's going to be a big EMP, but it has to be big.
It's huge. Yeah, 3-hit tank in both supports. Trying to help out as much as possible. Won't get anything else. D.Va Bomb's going to go off. Parody actually going to get taken out by Toasty through all that. Bloom's copy is going to go down. Marlon finds the head tap on the copy. Now Mercy's in a lot of trouble. Tanic's going to find, but no, Zasper's going to head tap and finish it off. When we think that they had just a rough moment, they used 0 ultimates and won that fight.
And they won a fight against EMP. That's the big thing. Starstruck there. I like the initial EMP onto Toasty. Unfortunately, he kites it, and they're just not able to burst the ram down in time. Once again, it's a little bit of a missed fire, and that's all they need. But Starstruck, though, we've seen it do it in these split fights when they've missed on their big ultimates, their easy win conditions. They're doing it when it counts, when their backs are against the wall. They've got Nano, and they've got Valk. Let's see what the Starstruck supports can cook.
Yeah, we're going to see Nano get popped off onto the Diva. We do see Bloom switch off Echo, go over to the Pharah, and Beat comes out to save lives. Tanik's going to find a more again. That's just rough, and they're looking to cap here. 2 meters, 2.4 meters left. Window's going to come out on the backside. Bloom's going to go down. The Mercy trying to find the res here potentially.
Huge DM.
We'll actually get it because the DM was huge, but Parady's going to pay with the life of the mech, and Diz going to pay with their life. 80 goes down. Bloom goes down. It's just a Mercy on point. They cap with 4.5 minutes. Now you have to hold. You have to get this under a minute if you're Starstruck to have a chance to at least play for a win.
Yeah. And Interstellar have got so much time here. They can counter comp, they can play for 6 ults, whatever they need. They're going to get basically all the way into this final station, actually. Yeah, station for free. Because Starstruck are not going to contest the cart that far up. Starstruck need to play the long fight as well. When they're doing that, they're building ultimate charge over for Interstellar, but they can't play the short fight because they're just going to get ran on. Parody is so squishy. He falls instantly. Bomb has to be forced.
What?
Lylum
goes down? Parody lost the mech so quickly, was using it as a remech and still finds one. Toasty's gonna go down, and this is what they needed. This is what Starstruck needed. A break. Yeah. Genesect is gonna switch over to the Zen. Bloom's gonna go back over to the Echo to try to help out some of this damage and maybe help out, put some relief on Parody, as you saw.
Yeah.
Tanik's gonna get off Reaper, gonna go over to Tracer.
Yeah. It's a lifeline here, though, for Starstruck. They've been handed one, and now Amore needs to make it count with the CMP. Starstruck have no other resources. It has to come out on 1 or 2 targets. The focus fire has to come out. They found Zasper. Do they drop the EMP now?
There it is. Zasper is hit with the EMP. Marlon's going to go down. Zasper's also going to go down. The Immortality Field was just a tad bit too late. EMP doing God's work. Tanik's going to go down to Genesect. They're trying to take out the last people, stagger them out. They might. They won't be able to. Parody's really low here. Won't be able to stagger out the people they need to. Yeah. Toasty and Lylum are going to get out. Toasty is ult here. Lylum's also going to have a beat here, but they have Nano. And they're going to have...
So big. Amore has used that EMP. They found the successful fight, and now they've got Nano to go as well. So they keep the circle of ultimates, the cycle of ultimates going to fight back. Toasty, I think, has the better ultimate once again, but at least Starstruck now have tools to be able to respond with it. They're stalling time off, though, so it's not bad.
Parody's so low. Parody's done. Parody's gone. That's about the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen Parody get caught out. Copy's going to go off on Ramatra, and we're seeing punches. We see Beat and Window to contest Bloom here. Can't do anything. Has to block forever and ever and just can't get out. Zasper, Amore's going to go down at all that. Zasper putting up a big window, big beat to keep people alive because that... Ramatra's no joke, especially when it's a copy, because that ult would have been game-changing from Bloom. This is coming around the corner. 2:15 left. They get a hack off onto Tanik. Tanik is going to survive out of it. Bloom's really low here.
Jenny's on the flank. Wait, let him cook. He's on the flank. Can he find Marlon? He finds one. It might just be all that they need. Jenny's still alive here, by the way. Got the lamp out from the support as well. Come with the hour, come with the hero.
And now a big play from Jen. Popping off on the Zen ult. Parody's going to get Zasper out of that. 80's going to go down. Jen's going to go down. Toast is cooking. Toast is cooking. Pulse Bomb's going to go off. Break the mech. Bloom's going to find Tanik out of that. Amore's going to get one. Lylum gets Parody. It's just Lylum versus DPS. Won't be able to survive. 1:40 left. Zasper's going to actually get off BAP. Heading over to Kiri.
I think Jen did the work there, though. They lost their support instantly, but getting the respawn advantage. It's good, much like how Starstruck were fumbling on this first point. Once again, it's kind of a fight that Interstellar win, but they win so slowly that the respawns come back in and they actually lose. They've been good with these support ultimate placements there, but Zasper unable to find anything with it. So we've got a minute left. There's not going to be too many ultimates available for Interstellar. They have to be careful, and they're about to walk into an EMP.
That's 3. And it's just, it's enough. Genesect goes down. Wait, it's not enough. The Immortality Field was perfect. Parody's going to go down. This is the 2nd time that Zasper has countered the EMP, doing amazing work there. And they can't contest. They're trying so hard. It's just an echo. They're trying to find something. They're gonna get the hack off. Tanik has switched over to that, and it's looking rough. But Genesec's gonna get taken out. Toasty's gonna go down. Amore's gonna find Lylum, and just when we think their backs are against the wall, they once again pop off, and Amore gets another one. They're gonna go down.
How do the Starstruck DPS keep doing this in fights where they have their ultimates? they are being countered, kited. The target focus isn't coming in. They are misplaying. They're just not quite managing to get the conversions. But in these neutral fights, Amore and Mara are so good.
Yes.
Once again, a crazy clutch there from both of those DPS. The target focus to eliminate iToasty on the ROM. Remember, MVP candidate for a reason. You get him out the fight, you get a big carry spot out, and you get the tank.
So
big
low.
important part. Big important part of their composition. 8 seconds left.
Do they
Can
have
it
a
be?
touch?
I think they do.
They do. Annihilation is touching on point. A head tap from
no.
Amar. Huge. Lilam's gonna go down to the bomb though. We're gonna see a big dragon come off. We're gonna see Bloom copy. Trying to do anything here. Is hacked.
Already?
Trying to get the annihilation. Can't get the annihilation. EMP comes out from Tannic. Parody fights two.
That's it.
That's
The
it.
Starstruck
Bloom's gonna
hold.
get it. Starstruck somehow managed to hold on when the
A 4-minute
going gets
hold.
tough.
Davion,
Both teams.
The
Both teams
4-minute
did it.
hold. The 4-minute hold on second point. There's no way.
Both teams did it. Both teams held for about 4 minutes, maybe a little bit less on the side of Interstellar holding. But wow, it's just
getting caught up in it. Really, Interstellar. They had a 4-minute time bank, and then it's not like it. I blinked and I turned around and they only had one fight. They had so many opportunities, so many bites of the cherry to do it, but. And then there was fights where Amore like whiffed the MP, but like it doesn't matter because then he just killed 2 people once it expired or in the fight after. He found a solo pick, and like even in that last fight, he got like insta headshot by Marlon on the Hanzo. But then he just came back and got 2 final blows instantly, went for the backline of Interstellar. So it's like he'll make a mistake, he'll get killed, he won't let his head drop, and then he'll just come back again and go and kill someone. Like exceptional mental, the ability to just not be emotionally affected at all by these fights, because I feel like, I don't want to say again, like as a Sombra player myself, but just in general, when you play Sombra, you know there's so much responsibility and onus comes on you with that EMP. Most of the time it's like, okay, this EMP and this fight is my responsibility. I need to hit a big EMP, I need to coordinate this, we need to go in off my engage. So when that doesn't work, you always feel like very personally responsible. And it's really easy to do so, and it's something that you should take with both a gift and a curse to be solely responsible for the EMP fights.
Right.
But Amore didn't give up, didn't let his head drop, kept the ego up, focused on the grind, and got straight back to killing. That's exactly what he did. What a miraculous hold for Starstruck. And if you needed a reminder, everyone in the Twitch chat, that these are our top 2 teams in B League, there you go. What a phenomenal 2 maps before we head to break.
Right. Yeah, these are going insane, and we're gonna head to another banger, Nepal, and it's been insane today. We're going to map 3 back-to-back games. B League, it's just all undefeated teams looking to just match each other. EMPs were trolled. Yes. Amore even says it in the chat. They were trolled, but Amore clutched up when it mattered. Right? You saw 3 consistent kills every time you thought they were going to lose the fight. 3 people die. Amore is at the hand of it. So
I will say Amore is not the first and will not be the last Sombra to troll their EMPs in a BPL lobby. This is something I've seen so many times. I've done, I think, actually over like 95 casts now in 3 seasons of BPL, which is nuts when I think about it. But in those matches, yeah, Sombra is here, there, and everywhere. And sometimes, particularly when you got to remember that these teams are just thrown together. This is only week 3 of these teams being together. EMP is sometimes one of the hardest ultimates to coordinate in the game.
It is.
And sometimes you can move before your mouth does. And unfortunately, you really need to vocalize that EMP. So we get a lovely shot of a golden elephant ass to open it up. Thank you, observers. Thanks, observers. Thank you.
Beautiful. Sensational content, honestly. But, you know, map 3, these teams are looking great.
Do or die.
No subs. Parody is playing ball.
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
So Wadette is out. Mara and Amore staying in.
It looks like everything's the same. Same as it was last map. It looks exactly the same.
Already played last map for Starstruck, right? And it was Wadette on map 1, yeah.
Correct.
So, I mean, I think Barry did pretty well on the tanks, to be fair. Yeah, of course, getting the Diva kills in OT, doing such a good job. And I think in terms of Starstruck, having both Woodette and Parody, who can play essentially all heroes in the pool, is quite good. Starstruck have a very interesting composition here, essentially what we call Arab dive. It's going to be best on its point here, but Torb and Cass are going to be such a nightmare for Mara here on the Pharah.
And I also think Parody trying to play ball is going to be really hard because you have to deal with rolling through a Torb turret. And there you go. Panic gets Parody immediately out of the fight. 80's on Kiriko, which is really cool, but it's going to be really rough when you don't have many people to TP to. You're basically playing for off angles here. And it looks like control point's going to go to Interstellar first very easily. We're going to see Amore on the nice Sombra. We already saw what Amore could do on it, and will they can be able to consistently keep it up? Zasper uses Immortality Field there. Bloom's going to pop it. They're trying to find this Pharah at any point here. They're going to get a slam onto Marlon. Marlon's going to go down.
Interstellar still on point.
Low. Bloom's going to go down, though.
Yeah, Bloom going down is just going to be it
and
for Starstruck. This is a monumental stagger for Interstellar. The Kings of Time, after all. With that whole space meme, but nonetheless, the amount of trust that Interstellar DPS have to have in each other to respectively do their individual jobs, so huge. Tanic is so good against the Sombra, so good against the Wrecking Ball and the backline of Starstruck, whereas Inter an Echo or a Pharah, the Torb is not the best, but that's where Marlon comes in, that's where Zasper comes in, and when you can do that, you've got so many pieces, and say that Lylan falls, Interstellar might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and the EMP is going to come up to follow. Zasper's going to go down immediately. Marlon's going to find a more out of all that, but they might not get another pick out of it. It's really close. The slam onto Marlon goes down. Parody finds Tanic out of that. Beautiful ball gameplay right there. Off the back of the EMP as we go right back over to the elephant butt. What a great time after that post fight. And Amore's gonna move over to Hanzo. We saw Bloom immediately move over to the Echo.
Yes, I don't know what the observers were playing there, but that EMP was anything but ass. That was a great EMP. Instantly Zasper dies. No support at all for Interstellar. The Star should just clean up. Mines come in early for Parody.
Yeah, they're going to see Mines come in early. You're going to see Tanic pop Molten Core, and Annihilation going to come off from Toast. Genesec's going to go down. You're going to see Amore go down. It's really low. Toasty's really low here. It's going to go down to Bloom, but Bloom is going to get taken out by Marlon along with 80. It's just a parody and a dream on point. Team kills sounds off. Interstellar doing a great job of trying of contesting here, and we're going to see a Diva swap. Toasty off of the Ramatra.
Interstellar just walk it back in and take the point. So free for them. So good. Now Starstruck are on a split composition. They're going to have to retake that composition.
And Parody goes over to...
Yeah.
Ooh. We're seeing
it's on
one ram
yeah.
swap and... Okay. Marlon finds Bloom so quickly. Big pick. And we're into last fight territory. Genesect has to pop because so much contest was not being able to survive there. So they had to pop trans. And it's low. Genesect gets staggered out. Marlon, it's I don't know what they can do here. Are they going to be able to touch? 99? No. That's it. Can't do anything. Can't even get to the point. Oh, so many ults were held and nothing really needed to be used. And Interstellar just looked phenomenal. They were unstoppable there.
They just looked so much more prepared and ready for this map. As I was saying before, we were rudely interrupted by Marlon's Peacekeeper there. Yeah, that ball composition, like its biggest pitfall is that it can't hold point. And
exactly.
I never knew he was doing the OK symbol, actually. Thank you, observers. That was actually useful. The biggest thing with that board composition is that you can't hold point. And I'll always say in Control, it was historically done in Overwatch 1, still done in Overwatch 2. Sometimes, Davion, you can just go to the objective and go from there. Because even if you're losing, if you've got point capped, it's not bad. Interstellar, in those fights that they were losing and Starstruck were beating them, it took them like 25% or so to do. And when you bleed that much percentage on the point, it's not really a fight loss. Like, realistically.
Right. And we're going to see Orisa come out, Soldier as well. I kind of like these changes from Starstruck. They want to put a lot more pressure from range, and this is the map to do so on. 80 is going to get over there. Bloom's going to find Marlon out of that. Marlon's been one of the people that have been menacing to Starstruck, and finding that pick early is really huge. Bloom is sitting in the slow. They are going to take down the turret. No one has point presence yet. Tanic really low there. Won't go down, and I think that'll be a first cap for Starstruck here.
Bloom versus Marlon on this Hanzo is going to be a duel for the ages. Parody on the Orisa to allow their backline to play Bapt. Torbjorn from the Tanic I like, but Starstruck have so much damage, so many angles.
Yeah.
Even if Parody falls, it might just not matter. Once again, they got control of the point. So even if Interstellar come back in, which they are now not going to, they would have bled over to the point. It gets hard for Interstellar here now. They're going to have Discord Orb, they're going to have to rotate against Lamp, Parody will land to the point, and Moray and Bloom will take separate angles, classic spam composition stuff. It's been very neutered, very nerfed in Overwatch 2 when you're unable to take one angle and then one off angle with Sig and Orisa. Now you've just got one, but even still, the damage didn't go away.
Yeah, but Tannic on Mei, I think, cuts out a lot of those angles, helps out a ton. And you're getting some head taps here. You saw someone drop to 1 HP. Bloom's going to go down. Toasty's and Tannic both drop, though. So the trades are there, but it's not enough. Oh, and Genesect gets 1 HP, but Amor is going to get Zasper. Marlon's going to find Amor. It's just trade after trade. Lilam is down from Parody. It's just a Hanzo. Marlon versus Parody. Parody definitely wins this with a 1 HP. Marlon will climb the wall. We'll take it out. Parody standing tall at the end there with 55% as Starstruck is just trying to keep the point secure. 5 ults on the side of Starstruck now.
One of the big benefits in Starstruck's composition as well is that in these split fights, when it's 1v1, 2v2, everyone on the side of Starstruck can basically win a 1v1. For Interstellar, definitely not the case. Mei without cooldowns just does not have the range. Toasty out of Nemphon doesn't have the damage. Lilam is just a singular frog with a passion for music. And Starstruck are really, really doing their best here to hold angles. They've got both defensive ultimates, both support ultimates ready to go. I say defensive, 80's window is going to be anything but. Would expect Tactical Visor to go through that sound barrier in response. Has to come up quick for Lilam, because if not, Interstellar, they're going to have to rotate point quick, but they might just get completely torn apart by window visor.
Yeah, top high ground. They're going to bap in more, and they're going to pop the same thing on the opposite side. So I think it was a great response from Zasper, but Toast is trying to contest and can't do anything. Lilam's going to go down to a head tap, and it's going to be a complete shutout for Starstruck on this point. Interstellar got nothing. They're going to throw the dragons in. They're going to find Genesect, but Bloom and Parody find the remainder of the team. Freeze was there, but it's not enough. And what else could we do? If we're going to get this banger of a match in 3 maps, we have to go to round 3.
Yeah, that map was a complete wash for Starstruck, but the first one was a complete wash for Interstellar. Unfortunately for Starstruck, we are now going over to Village. I would massively benefit and massively give this over to Interstellar, because Tannic B probably is going to pull out the Mei. And Toasty can play the ROM here. So compositionally, Interstellar have the favoured composition on this map. They have the favoured set of 5, but it's one apiece. Starstruck only need 1 fight, and then Interstellar have to do the rotation, and I'm not going to quite say it's all down to first fight, Davion, because there is still Blizzards in the lobby, one of the best ultimates in the game on this map, on this mode, and just in Overwatch in general, but it's going to be big. The race to point, the battle against Sim Turrets is going to be so pivotal.
Oh, Lilam's super late. You could see it on the map there. It's going to be a mirror. You're going to see a Rhine here from Parody, and Toasty is going to be on Ramatra. Those are the only changes here. Mei gets caught out here. It's going to be low for Tannic. Tannic step. Bloom gets him. And that'll be the wrap on the first fight, because they have nothing else to do here. Without your Mei, you cannot contest, you cannot fight. They're going to try to stagger out Toasty here. Your Sim is a lot of your damage here, but without Mei, you can't do much. And Amor is going to try to go in and collect more. Get Lilam and Marlon. And Genesect gets Zasper. Starstruck win the first fight. They're going to be closer to that wall from Symmetra. And Baptiste looks great. Lilam's going to go to Mercy.
That Lucio split was so punishing from Lilam. They just didn't have the speed to get onto point. I don't mind it, because I guess they clearly aren't confident in their ability to try and retake against this Sim Mei in that rush mirror. So why not go up and play spam? You are now going to bleed a lot more time over to the objective. Starstruck probably will just bunker up on the point, but at least you get to walk out for free. You do have the possibility to take angles. Starstruck are effectively killboxing themselves if they so decide to do and take the safest angle. Interstellar have an opportunity here. It's going to be hard. Great start.
Yeah, Tannic does a great job. Amor is really low. Will find the wall. They're going to Mei wall. Annihilation from Toasty is going to try to do anything, but Bloom is going to take him down. Amor goes down to Marlon. They are having point control here with a window, but once that window goes down, you're just going to see 80 try to get struck here. They're trying to get something happening. Shatter goes down, but finds really nothing. They're trying to pin out, and they will find Marlon out of position, but Marlon is not going to go down. Toasty is going to actually switch over to Zarya. Marlon's going to actually get taken out by Amor there. Tannic can't find a second pick. Zasper gets 80 though.
I'm not sure about the Zarya pick. Let him cook, but potentially just to give bubble over to the barrage. Tannic B is doing so much damage in the back.
That's the real question. They weren't even looking at him. Toasty's going to finish off 2, and Moore's going to find 2 before going down, and they're going to finally get the flip at 77%. This is a long road for Interstellar.
Yeah, and I talked about even if you lose the fight, sometimes you bleed for so long that it doesn't technically count as a loss, and that was it for Starstruck. That fight, these fights in themselves took so long. Interstellar were slowly winning this, and Interstellar, they might just hit it back even quickly with a swift response. They might just walk to point and take it back off Starstruck themselves.
Yeah, they just walk over them. They immediately flip it. 80% to 18% now. They're gonna beat. Marlon's gonna go down to a more, and that could be it. Freeze is gonna come out. They're gonna get people. Zasper's gonna get pinned. Toasty's gonna go down late, 90% and counting. I don't think they have an option here.
No, I don't think that's it. Interstellar were flat out of ideas on this Starstruck. It was just about that all-important first fight. When they got to sit point, there was nothing Interstellar could do. Ice Wall comes in just to seal the fate of Interstellar as they are stunned by the lights. One might say blinded by the lights. Any fans of the weekend in the chat. But I was a little bit nervous going into this point because I did say I thought Interstellar were just favourably matched up, but Amore pulled out the sin. Mara's May was so good. Parody on the Reinhardt. Once that Ramatra was moved, once Toasty was out, Parody was in, and Parody was on anyone that could do damage to the rest of his team, and they were in there quick. That is the 2-1 for Starstruck. And they are going to keep their undefeated record. Interstellar here are knocked off. Importantly for them, they get a map for their map diff, but they also get their first L in the L column. We're probably going to get interviews, but man, great. Banger of a match, banger of a series. Davion, key takeaways.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Interstellar did a great job, all things considered, right? They won a lot of things at their backs against the wall, but we saw both these teams respond, right? We saw both of them see adversity, and we saw a really good match at the end of the day, right? Three maps is no joke. This was Starstruck's first and only map loss of the season so far in the regular season, and you know, I think they, you know, we saw some big things happen, but I definitely think that they can pull out the 5-0, get to playoffs, the 1 seed, and see what they could do from there. This Interstellar should not hang their heads. They played phenomenal today, right? They were Midtown was a toss-up, low key, right? They had their 4-minute hold, then they got 4-minute held, right? It's a toss-up. We also saw Nepal, like there were things that they could have done, and they had a chance to win it all, and they did not. Amore though, really big player to me today. Was the biggest, was the best player today. I'm sorry, Amore definitely was my POTM for the day.
I think I'm going to give it to Amore as well. Big step up. Was playing in C League last season. Obviously played a round in Snowdown, I think, with some of the people on the Starstruck roster. But is definitely stepping up. The quality of BPL B League this season is high. And I wondered potentially, is it too high for Amore? I was absolutely wrong. You forget about the EMPs and the whiffed EMPs. That should not be what you take away from this map. The flexibility, the heroes that he played, everything. So good. Absolutely right. My player of the match as well. Well, gamers, we're behind on schedule. We've got to get going. So
gotta get him out of here.
My name is
interviews
Jace.
Today.
My name is Jace. That was Davion. Got some more BPL action coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
See you guys.
It's a Saturday evening, but that does not mean that you are able to rest because we've got some exciting Overwatch BPL action. We just saw an amazing 2-1 with some 2-1s prior to that, and we are looking for even more action with Urchy, Urchins, and Fermata. My name is Podslim. Over on the other mic is my man Boom. Boom, how are you tonight?
I'm good, thanks. And how you doing? How's chat doing? You know, check in with the Twitch. Any chatters?
Any Twitch chatters inbound? Hopefully so. Hopefully you guys keep bringing the energy like we've seen in these past few series because, Boom, I don't know if you've been watching these past few games, but they've been some bangers, just to say the least.
Yeah, non-stop 2-1s back to back to back. We'll see if we see the same between Urchy, Urchins, and Fermata. I think two, formidable teams in the B League here, so definitely could see another 2-1 today.
Yeah, and what was even funnier is the last game between Starstruck and Interstellar. Both of those teams were 2-0 in B League Group 1. Now we're hopping over to B League Group 2, where Urchy, Urchins, and Fermata are both undefeated. They are 2-0, and ironically, they have the exact same map differential as well with 4-1. So this is literally as even as you could get it right now, and I would say it's a coin flip, but it's going to be a very tough series for both of these teams. I know we are hoping for some quicker games to be able to get us back on track a little bit, but I don't know if we are going to get that. But I'm not going to be speaking that into existence just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, they're tied for first in this group here. So, whoever makes it out alive out of this is going to be up in the regular season. And with only, 2 weeks left to go after this one, could be a really big and important game, securing those spots for the play-ins, for the postseason tournaments.
Yeah, and if we look at the regular season matches, Urchy Urchins played against the Power Wash Pirates, as well as the Krillionaires, and then Fermata obviously taking on Jinxed and the Power Wash Pirates as well. So both teams lost one map to the Power Wash Pirates, but were still able to beat them and then 2-0'd their other opponent. And what's actually pretty interesting is Fermata lost to the Power Wash Pirates in the semifinals a little bit before the regular season started. So they were able to, bounce back from that, able to fix their strategy, fix some compositions and everything like that. But this is a completely different opponent. They have not played them this season thus far. And, both these teams looking to continue that undefeated streak into the rest. Because, if you can have that momentum, especially, whenever it gets time to push into playoffs, you could really take it far.
Absolutely. A lot of, especially in these 2-1 series, it's important for these teams to have a strong mental to be able to push through. And that also applies, on a kind of bigger picture as we go throughout the regular season. Even if you drop, a match today, you still got to be strong for the rest of the weeks and obviously for the postseason, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because postseason is completely different ballgame, whether it is esports or physical sports or something like that. Whenever you get into the postseason of any type of game, all bets are off. You could literally be the worst team in the league, but then, okay, you get to the postseason and then you somehow beat the, first seeded team, or maybe you start in the lower bracket and fight all the way up into the grand finals. So having that extra momentum to, put you up against a lower seeded team will make all of the difference, but it is definitely no guarantee, as we've seen from, these past matches. Because one team you would, completely wipe the floor with the other in the first map. And then the second map, it would be like, they just gave the controller to their older brother or something. It's like, okay, this is a completely different team playing against this, or they have some monster hold on defense where they have massive time bank or something like that. But it makes all the difference each and every game, because your mental with these series, even though it is only first to 2, you don't have a lot of time to recuperate and change what's going on. You have to get right back up and just shake off the last game if you lost, and not let last win, if you do manage to win the map, sort of psych you out.
Yeah, absolutely. In this first to 2 format, you only have 2 maps, so as soon as you drop the first one, you got to be ready to come back for the second one, try and get that reverse sweep, if you will. And especially with the map pool, there's a lot of shifting back and forth between these kind of Ramatra Brawl favored maps and more Die favored maps where you're classically running Monkey. So being able to shift back and forth and be adaptable even after a loss is really important here.
Yeah, and looking at these different maps that we have got selected for this series, because keep in mind it is not choice of the teams, but it is already set in place. You have Colosseo, you have Numbani, you have Peninsula, and then Rialto if we need it. Both Antarctic Peninsula and Rialto are in case we need to go the distance. The only reason we would need Rialto is if they drew on Numbani, but Colosseo is one of those maps where there's a multitude of different compositions you can play. You can play that Winston centered comp. You can go with the Ramatra Brawl comp, or maybe you can even get away with a Reinhardt Rush composition if you are able to play your cards right. So there's a lot of flexibility, and my favor always goes towards the teams that have a deeper hero pool. Because when it comes down to it, if you are able to play more heroes effectively and at a high level than your opponent, then it allows you to combat any type of composition that they might play, because it's not always best to mirror the enemy's compositions and just try and beat them at their own game. Sometimes you do need to switch yours up and go with that counter pick, even if it doesn't necessarily always fit into your comp. Having a counter, like take Reaper for example against Winston. Sometimes you need to throw that into your compositions to counter that Winston, because he's just having so much dominance in your supports and other DPS. So having that extra flexibility, especially on push maps, because fighting can happen for an incredibly long time. So you got to make sure that your composition works well with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially here in the B League, I expect players, to maybe stray away from what's usually meta on these maps. Again, for Colosseo, in this case, usually the kind of Ramatra Brawl given the super long, with, a DPS a little more pokey long range given the super long sightline down the middle. But, comfort picks are comfort picks. And if you can make them work, by all means.
Yeah, comfort picks are some of my bread and butter, because you don't always want to play what's meta either, because it's like, I don't want to play this hero again for the 8 millionth game in a row. But Colosseo is an interesting one, because there's a few picks on this map specifically that are just so good because of those long sight lines, or because of how many different avenues you can go. You don't have to go immediately down the middle. You can go off to that little side portion with the fountain. You can go under the different bridges and everything like that. So I'm expecting to see a lot of Sombra, and maybe even some Ashe gameplay, because Ashe is incredibly good whenever you are in that long corridor. You can just get some nice sight lines out of that. Very good place to throw Bob down as well, to be able to just take over an entire area. And then Sombra, on the flip side of that, you just have so many different avenues to get behind your opponents, to try and one clip the opponent's supports, and then be able to win a fight before it even begins, and really just pressure them that way. So my two picks that I'm going to be looking out for are those two heroes specifically.
Yeah, and I think, if anybody's comfortable on something even more longer range than the Ashe, like the Soldier maybe, or probably the strongest pick would be a Hanzo, I imagine you'd be able to get a lot of value out of that. If not, then, like you said, I think there'd be players looking to go for those flanks, through all the little doorways, through the side, because there's that glass in between that kind of separates the two areas. So some Sombras, some Tracers, maybe some Genjis even. We'll have to see what these teams pull out.
And we are going to be hopping into Colosseo. It's Urchy, Urchins, and Fermata. Place your bets now. I cannot guarantee you will get your money if you end up winning, because it'll go towards my college fund. But I digress, and we are in for some competitive Overwatch action. Boom. It's been, like we were saying earlier, it's been a very exciting night, and I'm not looking to slow down that action anytime soon.
Yeah, as we head into Colosseo, again, two could not be closer in terms of the standings for this matchup. So we'll see if, they decide to also mirror it and make it close, in terms of just having the compositions be the exact same. So it really comes down to, their ability to play as a team as well as individual brilliance.
And we're taking a look at some of these comps, and you know, you were right with that Hanzo pick. Both teams are hovering the Hanzo Sojourn, and Fermata is hovering the Orisa. Are they going to commit to the Orisa? Is that really going to go through? Wow,
Seems like they want to walk out of spawn with this Orisa. They're swapping off the Symmetra, so just going for a TP out. Hanzo Sojourn, two really long-range heroes. I imagine the Orisa pick here, when you're relying on these Hanzo and Sojourns, really just to out-sustain the Ramatra in the Brawl, you know? You're a little tankier, Ramatra reliant on his Nemesis form, so they're just relying on their DPS to win the poke battle here, and that's exactly what Crystal does on that Hanzo.
Yeah, Urchins are the ones who draw first blood. Rocky is going to fall, and now this Orisa pick is just being, you know, sort of pressured back because you're not able to do a whole lot if you're just getting attacked like that. And Istas going to be the second person to draw some blood here, and Fermata just being pushed all the way back. Wi-Fi going to fall to domination right there with the Nemesis form, and look at this space that the Urchins are making.
Absolutely. I mean, they're pushing their advantage. They know they have it, and with that kind of faster paced Ramatra Lucio comp as opposed to the Zenyatta, you can afford to do that, you know? You can go in, poke a bit, try and look for some shots, back out instantly. Ooh, Crystal does fall to the shot from Swifter, so we'll see if Urchin's back off here.
Ooh, Swifter's getting two right there. Make it a third. Swifter's on a tear. That's a 4K. Can it be the ace? Come on. Oh, Wi-Fi takes the 5K away. That's a reportable offense, if you ask me. But nonetheless, Fermata win that fight pretty handily and now able to get some percentage of their own. But Urchins did get 44 meters on that first push.
Yeah, not quite the cap, so no forward spawns. They're gonna have to take this fight around this corner. I don't imagine they'll push past it, unless, especially not, yeah, they should, now that they've gotten a pick. We'll see if they want to push it. They're pushing this Hanzo right here.
Yeah, Crake was getting very close to that Hanzo. Dropped him to under 60 HP, but nothing is going to come of it so far. But this Orisa, just look at this space as well. That's one good thing about Orisa, is just her massive health pool allows her to make so much space like that. Dragons are going to go wide, but it is going to force the Transcendence out of Wi-Fi. We see the ultimate out of Crake right there, not going to get anything except for an immortality field. Domination trying to run Swifters down. One more punch will do it. There it goes, a melee to the face. But over on the flip side of it, Fermata are just running away with the rest of the fight. It doesn't matter if you manage to kill Swifters in the backline if the rest of your team dies.
Yeah, Craig just kind of ran over the backline there, you know, that Zen Baptiste backline, a really pokey one. Once you're within the brawl range in Orisa, what are you gonna do? You can't run away this mechanical horse with all this armor and HP. So that's gonna be Urchins, you know, on the back foot a little. Fermata pushing the bot, taking the lead here.
The Dragons go out, but it's not going to go into anything. But Domination pops the Annihilation and is promptly going to die, but does take Lunar with him. Right now, we're still seeing Fermata are the ones who are in the driver's seat. Swifters with a nice overclock headshot onto Istas right there, and Wi-Fi going to pick up the kill onto Crystal. And Fermata not looking like they are slowing down. Used 3 ultimates in that fight. Urchins did use 1, but we do see a change out of Urchins. Crystal is now hopping over to the Tracer.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of idea they want with this composition swap. You know, I guess not finding that much value on the Hanzo, so they want to go a little faster, try and catch that more vulnerable backline out, as they're just gonna take the bot, or you know, Fermata, once they've capped, opting to not fight for more space or more progress, just backing off. And ooh, yeah, they play in these long sight lines where their comp is more advantageous, and Wi-Fi like that just finds a pick.
Yeah, whenever you were talking about long-range heroes, I know that you were thinking of Zenyatta. I know that was at the very top of who you were thinking about. Nice, another headshot. Wi-Fi, this Zenyatta gameplay, more like a DPS character. And Fermata just continuing that push, not letting Urchins get a foothold whatsoever. And the ultimate banks are also slightly in favor of Fermata. They just overall have a little bit higher percentage towards them. See Crake coming close to the Terror Surge as well, and the Overclock going to be popped by Istos. Make it one. Can it give me a second? No, that Transcendence is going to counter it, but Crystal is going to pick up a kill onto Karaki. Swifters is going to trade one back onto Domination, though. Crake and the gang are not done just yet. Crystal picks up a kill onto Wi-Fi. The Terror Surge is going to be popped, going to be executed a little bit early. It's not going to get any elims. And it is a 1v3 right now. This horse is not going to survive much longer. It's promptly going to die, and does buy a little bit of time for the team to respawn. So, you know, maybe it's good in the long run for that, but all of them are going to have that, you know, spawn advantage, are going to spawn pretty close, so nothing to worry about.
Yeah, but now, as you see, they got the forward spawns. They're resetting to the neutral on this hallway. They do let the bot push pretty far forward, though. It's not able to take advantage of the poke as much. See Domination pushing in.
See the Pulse Bomb go out. It's not going to get anything, but the beat is going to come out of Seal right there. And look at that. Domination just promptly falls to Swifters. And can they get anything? Crystal does pick up a kill onto Wi-Fi in the back. Karaki does promptly kill Crystal for her actions. And Swifter, trying to get something going, picks up a kill onto Istos. Urchy Urchins, are they going to be able to win this fight? Crake is so incredibly low, but is being kept alive by the supports. Swifters trying to get a kill onto Slimal right there. Does get it. Seal CEO trying to get out, trying to take Swifters with him, but it's not going to work. And Urchy Urchins still unable to get any extra percentage off of that first push.
Yeah, Urchy Urchins, again, they're trying to look for a pick onto the backline here, but they're not able to quite coordinate it, you know. Fermata able to sustain through and just eventually find the picks, despite all falling very low. So yeah, Crystal swapping over to the Mei here, gonna look for a wall.
A nice Mei wall can certainly make the difference in a fight, and the Dragon's not going to get anything, but it is going to push the rest of the team into some not good positions, like Domination right there, who tried to get a kill with the Annihilation and promptly just feeds over some ult charge, and Crake with a 3K right there. Holy moly, this Barissa. And Domination, I don't know, that Discord orb making all of the difference in Karaki. Getting a nice stagger onto Istos off the back end of it, and Fermata just winning this game, like, hands down so far. Granted, there are 3 minutes left, so I'm not gonna, you know, jump the gun a little bit on that, but so far, it's just utter dominance out of them.
Yeah, getting trampled by the horse here as we see both windows come out, and Fermata have a lot of ultimates to work with. You see the Terra Surge in the backline, doesn't quite find anybody, but Wi-Fi, more supportal combat, just takes down Domination.
Yeah, I don't know if that's more of supportal combat or just the fact that Domination is in a very bad position, and see Crystal gonna fall, as well as Seal CEO, and Urchy Urchins, they're just getting too far in. I don't think that they are respecting, you know, this Discord orb out of Wi-Fi can, you know, doesn't matter if you're a tank, whenever you get that Discord orb thrown on you, you are just going to get melted like butter. It's not going to make the difference. And right now, see if Istos is going to make any type of difference. Pops the overclock, the wall. Oh no, I don't know if that was intentional, but Crystal with the wall gonna block it, and Swifters gets the railgun shot onto Istos, so that overclock going to do 0 zip nada. We see a blizzard off the back end of it. Is it going to catch anyone? They do catch Wi-Fi, but Crystal is still going to fall. Domination gets one with onto Lunar, but Karaki with a 2K, and it is still Fermata who come out on top in that fight.
Yeah, again, these kind of long-range DPS just kind of going uncontested. You know, Swifters had a nice little off-angle, able to get that Sojourn diff, if you will. And now Urchy Urchins, they've only got a minute and a half to make up an 80-meter deficit, and they don't have ultimates other than that sound barrier for now.
And keep in mind, it's not only that, they haven't gotten through that butt scratch yet, so they have to wait after they get that. And even if they do somehow get a team wipe and then hit that spawn advantage, it will respawn everyone on Fermata immediately, so they still have that to go through. They cannot just continue momentum that they do have, but they do get that spawn advantage away from Fermata, so that is something good. And Domination, once again, is incredibly far up, but does have a little bit more support from his team right there, so nothing to worry about just yet. And Seal CEO has the beat, looking to try and find something, and are they going to find Crake? No, the Immortality Field is going to save them, but there goes the beat, going to counter the overclocker there out of Swifters, who's in a 1v1 battle with a Lucio. Is it going to matter? Cold Weather trying to get something, picks off the third DPS of Fermata. And is it going to be able to get anything else? A 4v5 currently. Immortality Field does fall, and the Terror Surge is going to come out. Is it going to get anything? No, it's just going to be walled off. And it looks like Craig still trying to get something going. Domination having to use that Nemesis form. Istos gets a nice headshot onto Luna right there, but so far this bot is just stuck. They are getting zero progress out of this. Craig is going to fall though, so that contest is going to stop. And now Urchins, can they get something going? Seal CEO is going to die to the railgun of Swifters, and just when it looked good, Swifters makes it a little bit different, and Craig swapping over to the hamster isn't going to make any type of change to this, and Swifter's getting very close. Istos gonna pop that dragons, and another dragons out of Karaki right there. This fight is all over the place. Annihilation out of Domination. Can he make it work? Immortality Field just gonna deny it, and Domination once again just getting too far forward. It doesn't even matter. The Blizzard out of Crystal caught a few, but the Elims aren't gonna come out, and Fermata going to handily win Coliseo.
Really good stuff from Fermata here. I mean, like you said, they got basically double the distance. Urchins weren't even able to cap the point, I believe. So kind of a statement win on this first map of Coliseo. I like how they played their compositions. They played it really smart, you know. They had this Orisa pick that I think in a way kind of baited Urchins. Everybody was looking at the Orisa shooting the tank, but that's exactly what Fermata want you to do, you know? That's why they picked the Orisa to tank up all of that damage, you know, just have the mechanical horse hold the front line, and then, you know, your back line, in terms of your snipers, and hell, even the Zenyatta, we see Wi-Fi get so many kills, just burn the rest of the team.
Yeah, and that is probably the best thing about Orisa. She is the tankiest tank in the game. Now, many people do not think she is meta whatsoever, and you know what? Maybe they are right. You don't see a lot of that in other professional leagues like the Overwatch League or other stuff like that, but sometimes it can work. And in this instance, it very well could. And something that, you know, you were also talking about is Wi-Fi with that Zenyatta, that Discord orb. I don't think Domination or, you know, the rest of Urchins for that matter were really respecting that, because your health bar is 25%, I believe is how much more damage you take. 25% of it gone immediately. And it can be on you for the entirety of the fight. As long as Zenyatta has line of sight of you, it is going to be on you, and you are going to have that debuff on you. And Domination too many times was walking forward, trying to 1v1, trying to 2v1, trying to 3v1, and just gets blown up. And you know, I think that was really the Achilles heel of Urchins, because, you know, they would be winning a fight somewhere else, Domination would go and do his thing, die, and then all of a sudden all that momentum you gained is just gone because your tank went and died.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it happen quite a few times, you know, like you said, with that Discord orb, your tank is effectively losing hundreds of HP just off the bat of that ability. And, you know, without your team to support you, without the Baptiste healing you, without the Lucio to speed you in, and more importantly, out, right?
Yeah.
This Ramatra is not going to be able to live for that long, especially once you lose that Nemesis form. I mean, even when you have that Nemesis form, right, you still got to play a little more passively, throw out that block, just kind of stand there and let your team help you out. But it seems like Urchins, teamwork a little missing, you know, kind of spreading the fight over the place, not playing too synergistically.
Yeah, and we were hoping for, you know, that first map to be a little bit more competitive. It did seem like Fermata were always in the driver's seat, regardless of how many fights Urchins won, because keep in mind, Urchins didn't get any extra push besides like that first push until there was like 1 minute left on that time. So that first push, you know, maybe it ended around, you know, the 8-minute 30 mark. They didn't get the bot down that way until there was like 1 minute left, but they weren't even able to, you know, get that spawn advantage to, you know, try and make something happen. But we are going to be hopping over to a different map that is maybe, thankfully, not ROM centered. It is going to be Numbani, like we were saying a little bit earlier. And Numbani it's very difficult to play that brawl composition on that. So I would not be surprised if we saw an exact mirror of the dive comps with Winston, with Ana, with maybe even Ana Brig. That has been, you know, something pretty popular. So I would not be surprised if we saw both teams pulling that out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Numbani, classically an extremely die favored map, especially that first point, really infamous. for how oppressive those high grounds can be. So I imagine you will see some form of dive. Maybe there's some more unconventional pocket strategies like Fermata's Orisa pick. But it's really hard to get those rotations off with anything other than dive, because there's just not great angles for you to rotate through. You have to have something that can contest the high ground. The only way to do that, if you're not running dive, is to wrap all the way around. But at that point, the enemy team can just take the other high ground. Yeah. And what are you gonna do? Stuck on the low ground.
Yeah, and that is where I think there's greatest flexibility with dive as far as DPS characters go, because like I was saying on Colosseo, I'm surprised we didn't see any of the Sombra, just because that is incredibly popular. I would not be surprised if we saw it on Numbani though, because you have heroes like Sombra, you have heroes like Echo, you have even Pharah, if we really wanted to see it, to be able to help contest that high ground. Maybe even Genji. I've seen Genji a few times in the BPL during different seasons and everything like that on Numbani. It's a very popular pick, and it's a very good pick because a lot of these players are so incredibly talented on Genji. Me, I am not. I suck at Genji, so don't expect me to be playing that anytime soon, but we'll have to see how these teams can make it work, and more importantly, if Urchins can bounce back, or if it's going to be a 2-0 out of Fermata.
I got to shout out my caster Davion, who was just here before us, pointing out, the Numbani picture here. You got this cool little dragon building to look at. Just a brief sidetrack away from these compositions here.
I always thought it was an antelope. Maybe it is a dragon though. I can see that. I can see either one.
Some sort of, animal in the future. Who knows, in the world of Overwatch and 2070, what kind of things we've got roaming around. But in terms of, players, we see them roaming around on these dive compositions again, that on a Brig back line. DPS, lots of options. Tracer, Sombra, Tracer, Echo. You mentioned the Genji, you've mentioned the Pharah. Lots of things to work with, so we'll see what both these teams roll out on.
And we are hopping out of a pause. Both these teams needed to make sure that they were ready for this match. And do not know who's going to be on defense first. I believe it's Urchins are on defense first, if I'm correct. We have a nice little view of this city, and we have another pause. So not sure why. There's someone is saying cat cam. Istas left. Where did Istas go? Why is everyone leaving? No one wants to play this map, Boom. What the heck? Did we do something wrong?
Apparently, Istas got ice cream delivered in between maps, so, ringers, what can you do? Right? Sometimes you've got priorities. You don't want to let your ice cream melt on your front porch, especially here in the summer in the Northern Hemisphere.
If there's any reason for a pause, I'm glad that was it. I'm glad that was the reason for the pause. As long as I get some, because, wait, what type of ice cream is it? Prod, can we ask what type of ice cream it was? And then we will judge whether or not it is a valid flavor. What is what's your favorite flavor of ice cream, Boom?
I'm pretty partial to mint myself. One time I live in Vancouver, which has a store that has the Guinness World Record for most ice cream flavors, something like 538.
Holy crap!
La Casa Gelato, check it out if you're here. And one time I got mint fudge, mint chocolate chip, and mint cookies, or like Oreo, all at the same time. So there you go.
Was it actually good, or was
That's
it like
pretty good? You can make fun of me for enjoying my toothpaste ice cream, but we'll see what you like, Pod, and we'll have chat judge you.
Well, so chat is probably going to judge me. I am very basic. I've always been a vanilla ice cream guy. But it's always about the toppings with ice cream. So, you put some peanuts on there, you get some sprinkles, you gummy bears, so many different options. And vanilla has just always been my peak flavor, but I think that stems from me wanting to be different from my older brother. So whenever I was growing up, I always wanted to be the opposite of what my older brother liked. His favorite color was red, mine was blue. His favorite flavor of ice cream was chocolate, mine was vanilla. Istas, we will have to determine and judge what type of ice cream you got. And my thing, is it like a tub of ice cream, or did they get it from like a Dairy Queen or something, and it's in like a Blizzard, or like what type of ice cream are we talking about?
I imagine something worth being delivered. I imagine, there's not just like one scoop or, one ice cream bar or anything. Surely at least like a pint from some fancy place, or, pay maybe a little bigger a tub. But ice cream aside, we're finally into Nimbani here, and we see Urchins roll out on basically exactly what we would expect them to. The Ana Brig backline, great against the dive that you would typically expect. Domination on that Winston, and of course Ash super strong here, able to play aim trainer, just sitting on the high grounds looking to click heads.
Looking to click some heads, and Fermata on a very different composition, and it's a little bit okay with the Hanzo, the Echo, but my main thing is Crake on this Junker Queen.
Yeah, they're looking to, again, you've got that Far Mercy in the air. Karaki can kind of just do his own thing. So I imagine Lunar and Crake just kind of try and walk through somewhere, either this high ground or wrap all the way around. Yeah, they're going to fight for this high ground here. We'll see if Urchins are going to be able to utilize the angles, and that's a beautiful nade.
Beautiful nade, just going to be immediately countered by Lunar's Suzu, and Karaki getting a kill onto Aplom right there. And holy moly, Istas, I was about to praise Karaki right there, but does fall. So the snipers are going to be battling it out, but the res out of Wi-Fi going to even the numbers back in the favor. But Domination just pressing W and picking up a kill onto Karaki, but he is at 66 HP. Got to be careful, drops down, and Istas going to pick up the headshot onto Swifters, and Urchin's going to win this first fight.
I mean, yeah, what can you do against Istas, just sitting in the backline, basically uncontested. The tanks can't really get to him. It's all on Karaki to either hit these headshots. Swifters, if you try and fly in for sticky bombs and a focusing beam, you could get melted down by everybody, just, again, standing on these high grounds.
Standing on these high grounds, and right there, Istas going to fall to those little blobs of death out of Swifters, and Domination trying to make some space, and Karaki with another headshot onto Aplom. This Ana not having a fun game. Lunar wants in on the headshot action, going to pick up a kill onto Seal CEO, and Domination, a 45 HP monkey, is not going to be that beneficial. Crystal Gate's going to have to dip out there, and Fermata are going to secure this first point.
Yeah, Istas, I think she might have just pushed a little too far forward, maybe distracted by her ice cream, but you're taking a 2v1 versus that Echo with the Mercy Pocket. You have to treat it like a 2v1. It's not a 1v1 with a Mercy Beam. It's a 2v1, so she gets caught out and punished for it, and that cost them the point.
Wi-Fi gonna fall to Crystal right there, just getting a little bit too far forward, and it does not look like they are done. Domination dives in there, makes sure to finish the kill onto Swifters, and maybe they can get away with this close hold right here. Domination has that high ground, is going to be contested by Lunar on this Kiriko. I don't think that's the best hero to counter a Winston, but it paid off. He jumped off the high ground, and now you got to get around this corner. But the Bob going to be thrown out, and that is a very good placement for him right there. Crake getting incredibly low. Karaki is going to be the first one to fall, though. And Bob just staring down this little corridor, not letting any members of Fermata walk through. And now that he's gone, they can step back up.
Yeah, some ultimates committed. You had the Bob just kind of force them out. Now, Urchins, they have a lot of strong ultimates. You go Nano Boost, the Pulse Bomb, Primal Rage. It's just going to clean up Fermata.
Yeah, and it was a good target out of Swifters to ult with that duplication, but wasn't able to get anything out of it. And they are pushing them back into their spawn. Urchins taking last game personally, it seems like, not wanting to give Fermata any space to work with, but Karaki does understand that there is a monkey up here and does have to push this gorilla off the high ground, and got to be careful there. Wi-Fi is going to fall. The Suzu is not going to come out in time. Wi-Fi was on the Mercy, is now on the Brigitte, and Lunar's got to be careful. Doesn't fall here, just get dove on right there, but Domination is going to pay for it with his life. Iztosh with a headshot onto Swifters, and this action is all over the place. Karaki going to find a headshot onto Iztosh. Holy moly, this is non-stop killing.
Yeah, Fermata, finally getting a bit of space here. They've swapped away from the Echo Mercy, struggling to find value. So you just have Wi-Fi on the Brig, trying to deny the dives, and Swifters on the Tracer. Craig has this Junker Queen. We'll look to see how he uses it.
There we go right there. We see the countering of Kitsune rushes. Seal CEO gonna pop it. He's not going to get anything just yet. Oh, the Rampage. I'm sorry, the Rampage not going to get much of anything. Seal CEO's got to be careful. It doesn't fall right there. The health bar was so incredibly low, and just a counter of ultimate's not going to pay off for either team. Domination trying to dive in there onto Wi-Fi, but just falls. Just getting too deep in there. The pulse bomb is going to go wide, but it doesn't matter because Karaki dies regardless. Crystal's in the back trying to do something. Swifters trying to get the pulse bomb, and it's not going to matter. The Suzu gonna keep him alive though. Craig finally picks up the kill onto Seal CEO, who's been living for what seems like 10 years. Urchins coming back with the Sombra. Iztosh swapping over to that pick. Just trying to be a nuisance. Crystal going to fall, not able to get the health back in time. Domination buying some stalling time and is just promptly going to die. And Fermata, after being, held at that corner for so long, just win the rest of that fight with ease.
Yeah, Crystal unfortunately not able to get that health pack in time, and that really ruined Urchin's chance for a recontest here. We'll see how they approach this last point here, especially now that Iztosh swapped over to the Sombra, no long-range hit scan to try and contest all the way in the back. So Fermata really looking to burn down that monkey with the Junker Queen.
Yeah, they don't even need the Zenyatta that they had on Caliseo. They just need a Brigitte and a Junker Queen, and Domination is going to have to pop the Primal Rage, but it was probably the plan all along regardless. Suzu going to buy some extra time, but trying to just knock Wi-Fi around his team. And he's just going to have to jump out, getting almost zero value out of that ultimate, except maybe, some stall time. Dives in there, pops the bubble, is going to stay alive a little bit longer. Not getting deleted this time, but a Dragon going to separate, and the pull back from the knife. Going to pull Iztosh into those Dragons. Nano Boost is thrown onto this monkey. That is a very scary ape, and you got to be careful you don't fall right here, though. 150 HP. I don't think they realize how low he actually is, and right there Karaki does, because he was on top of them the entire time. And Fermata pushing this final objective. They still have 2 ultimates to their name. Urchins have the EMP. Domination swapping over to the Wrecking Ball. Is it going to be enough to touch? I believe they are going to be able to, but it's going to be careful. Kitsune Rush forced out of Luna right there. A nice EMP just going to be immediately countered by that Suzu, though. Karaki picks up the kill onto Aplom. Wi-Fi is going to fall. Trade of supports. Domination is no longer there. There's a tank differential. No amount of stalling is going to make it work. And Fermata, 1 minute and 5 seconds on that time bank.
Beautiful Suzu there from Lunar. I think Lunar, managed to somehow avoid the EMP, and that's a little unfortunate from Iztosh because really just countered the damage, even though you had the coordinated pile driver from the Wrecking Ball with the EMP. I think, towards the back end of point C there, Urchin's just a little uncoordinated. You saw Domination going a little too far forward out of support LOS and falling, that monkey with the enormous head hitbox just getting beaten down by the angry Australian woman with a shotgun. So, playing the Tracer Sombra composition with the monkey, you have to be super coordinated and on the same page to get that pick onto the target, probably the Brigida or the Hanzo there. If not, your monkey's just going to get chunked down by the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I don't really know if I'd be one to challenge the, as you put it, the Australian woman with a shotgun. That would scare me quite a little bit, but now Urchins, it is their turn to see whether or not they can get a better time than Fermata. And we do see Craig swapping off of that Junker Queen for the Winston for defense, which, I'm a fan of, but we also see Urchins having a somewhat similar comp to last time, except with Seal CEO on the Mercy this time around.
Yeah, interesting, that they also want to run this Echo Mercy. We'll see how they fare, Fermata now opting for a very traditional dive. Karaki's doing a lot of work on the Hanzo, so no surprises there, wants to stick on it. see how Urchins approach this.
Are going to try and claim that high ground, but just going to have to walk back. This little corner makes or breaks these dive compositions. The nade not going to hit anyone, but Swifters is going to be the one to draw first blood. Picks up the kill onto Crystal right there, and Urchins have to wait a little bit for their other DPS to come back. You cannot take this high ground whenever they have a Monkey and a Brigitte and Karaki on this Hanzo, who that's been a little bit of a pocket pick for Karaki, just not really letting any type of presence be had, because you're always in danger of getting one shot off of that arrow, and whenever you have one of those snipers like that, not going to have a fun time if you have any less than 300 HP, but already a fast duplication. Istash is going to be booped right off by Wi-Fi, and Fermata just winning this fight nearly before it even starts, it looks like, but Crystal gets a trade kill onto Lunar, so a trade of Ana's, but a Brigitte as well. Wi-Fi falls, Crystal is going to fall now. Fermata trying to buy as much time as they can, and they are going to stop Urchins right before they get a tick.
Crystal, trying to find some sort of miracle win, manages to pick off the supports, but it's not enough. Fermata just have the numbers advantage because they picked off the enemy supports a lot quicker. I really want to see, a lot more anti-nades for these engages, because it's really hard to find anything to pick without them. A lot of ultimates available, though, and Istas, she's swapped over to the Pharah now.
Was on the Echo, now she's on the Pharah. Have to see if it will do anything for the team. And right now, Fermata, easily the ones with the better ultimate economy, almost have 4 ultimates, make it 5 ultimates, but Karaki going to fall before the dragons can be used. The rally not going to get any value just yet, but hoping to get some here in a few seconds. This pharmacy doing so much work, but half of it is gone. The Mercy's down. Wi-Fi getting a 2K. Holy moly. First it was Zenyatta, now it's Brigitte. What is this support on?
Wi-Fi just, with the Brig, uses the rally, just picks up 2. I think Urchins, they got to be a little more considerate of the angles here. They tried to approach from high, but just kind of scrappy, and Fermata on the defense, able to find all these picks. Now, Karaki switched over to the Cassidy.
See, the Nano is going to be thrown on the domination, and he does actually get woken up by the Hinder Grenade. Oh no, that wasn't what you wanted to do. Is this the time for domination? Gets 2 kills with it. Make it 3. Domination was tired of everyone in chat making fun of him for getting too far in, but now is the reason that Urchins are able to secure this point.
Yeah, the Nano Primal, it did get slept by Lunar, but woken up. The Hinder Grenade not going to stop it completely. Finding those picks, everybody just stuck in that tunnel against, an angry gorilla who's lost his glasses. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a miscommunication out of Lunar and Karaki there, because Lunar hit a great sleep that would have given the rest of Fermata enough time to get out there, but Karaki was already throwing the Hinder Grenade, which immediately woke him up from his slumber, and Karaki wasting no time to pick up a kill onto Istas, and the res almost went through, but I think it was actually interrupted by Craig jumping in there. Karaki with another kill, and oh my goodness, goodbye Tracer.
Yeah, nice little sleep from Lunar there onto Crystal. But, it was really Istas, trying to find, some picks with the poke from the Pharah. Excuse my plosives. got members of Fermata really low, but when you're, fighting against this Cassidy, I think a smart swap from Karaki, you get bursted down. And Wi-Fi's also swapped to the Baptiste. More supportal combat, definitely the best support to try and deal with this Pharah.
Pharah is making do right there with a nice barrage, going to pick up a kill onto that monkey. Does not going to get anything else. So Karaki accidentally blows himself up with his own grenade, and we see Domination making a big change as well over to the Diva, just running rampant through the backline of Fermata, who have 5 ultimates for themselves, but they're not getting any push on this cart because Swifters is buying time. The Pulse Bomb is going to go wide though, and I don't know if that was the move.
Yeah, you see the swap from Diva from Domination, able to support the Pharah a little more. You saw the defense matrix onto the barrage that took down Craig, but Istas not finding too much luck with the defense matrix this time.
Yeah, and it does look like Fermata are able to hold this point. I thought after, Swifters went in there and, missed the pulse bomb, I thought that was going to be it. We do see Swifters over on the Sombra this time around to, hack domination out of the defense matrix to be able to, potentially try and pick up a kill onto Crystal on that Tracer, just hack him right out. But Craig on the Nano Monkey right there, trying to get something going. Domination's Diva Bomb is only going to pick up the Immortality Field, but Domination wants more. He wants to get the rest of the team. 1, 2, both supports are down. Make it another DPS on top of it. Urchins winning this fight so far. Cold Weather Crystal getting so many kills. Make it another one. Urchins win that fight handily.
Yeah, with the Kitsune rush from Applum, Crystal and Domination able to just go ham. Find all the picks onto Fermata as we see Swifters swapping back to the Tracer. Wi-Fi is also off the Baptiste, so, running more conventional dive. And Domination, Urchins they're getting a little creative with it.
Oh my good. If there was an award for how many different changes to your composition you can make in one game, I think Urchins are in first place for that. They completely swapped up theirs and are now going with a Reinhardt rush comp, and it's working out. They get a pick onto Karaki, which I am sure was not expecting this composition, but we see Wi-Fi is back on the Zenyatta. Domination trying to get that health back is going to get the Mega. Immortality Field not going to save anyone just yet. Lunar is going to be destroyed by Applum right there. And Domination, a nice Flame Strike onto Swifters. Karaki going to fall. No DPS alive for Fermata. Wi-Fi, the third DPS on that Zenyatta going to fall. And Urchins, are they going to be able to cap this point?
I think Fermata just got caught off guard by this, line pick supported by the Brawl. We'll see some last-minute contests here, but it's going to be really scrappy if Domination just cleaning up with the hammer. If they can cap with more time than 0 seconds, this is going to be huge.
Absolutely massive. That first and second point looked pretty scrappy for Urchins, but the Reinhardt rush out of nowhere, completely catching Fermata off guard, gives them a much more favorable time bank. Because, if you go into that overtime and you manage to secure it, you do get 1 minute, but your opponents also get 1 whole minute added to their time bank. So thankfully, they only got a few extra seconds added to theirs. And boom, this is a tight race. This is not secured by Fermata just yet. They still have to fight for this.
Oh, absolutely not, and you're not playing for a draw because you were able to cap with time and not just 0 seconds here. So we'll see what they roll out on Karaki on that Cassidy, probably anticipating either the Pharah or Echo again from Istas. But Urchins, I think they're looking to get a little creative, a little inspirational with it, if you will. Trying to catch Fermata off guard again, although of all the points to do it on, I think this might be the hardest.
Yeah, Reinhardt Rush is going to be interesting with that high ground because you don't have as many people.
The Symmetra, though.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, do they stick with the Symmetra to use that teleporter up to the top?
I think they have to, because otherwise, how else are you going to get onto the high ground? You're just going to get scouted out, and your Reinhardt's going to be unable to do anything. Yeah, we'll see. Istas, she's rolling out on the Symmetra. We'll see where they TP, and if Fermata can catch this, a nade from Lunar would be huge onto the TP.
All right, they're going under, and they are going to TP up to the high ground. A nade is going to come out. It's going to hit so many, but the Immortality Field going to buy extra time. Craig getting so incredibly low, under half HP. Dom is on the point. Crystal gets a pick onto Karaki right there. Domination trying to cap that point and just pushing the supports so far away from their team. Fermata not expecting the Reinhardt rush. Swifters, the only remaining member near the point, and Urchins pulling this composition out of the bottom of their bag and securing that first point so fast.
Yeah, supporters for the Domination out here. We'll see. I don't know who cooked up the strat, but, caught Fermata off guard. They're forced off of high ground, and once you're there, where are you going to run? You're going to get chased down by the angry German man with the hammer. Fermata now opting to mirror, but obviously down in the ultimates.
We do see Swifters has this nice little flank angle, but Istas now on the Bastion, Fermata trying to, you know, mirror that Reinhardt rush composition a little bit. What a flame strike! Oh my goodness, domination! Where did that come from, my friend? Holy moly, give him the 5K. Crystal is gonna take it, but domination! This Reinhardt is absolutely insane.
Perfectly timed Baptiste amplification matrix from Applum. I imagine that was communicated because, you know, they knew they had this advantage because they on the ultimates because they've been running this composition from the start. So they just use the window and beautifully catch everybody stuck in the room. And now, last minute contest on the C, but 2 Bastions.
2 Bastions is something I was not expecting, and it looks like Istos is the superior Bastion, but domination is going to go down! The beat is going to come late, it's not going to save him! Crake is now the only Reinhardt alive and is very close to a shatter, but you gotta be careful you don't get too advantageous. The window is gonna come out, Istos trying to do something, a nice slam is gonna pick up one. The Blizzard out of Crystal though, going to be countered by the beat. Are they gonna be able to get anyone out of it? They do pick up a kill onto Karaki. Domination is almost back. Domination is here, and Domination has the shatter, but it's going to hit someone so far away. Swifters is going to be hit right there, but is still in the turret form and is able to light up Domination. The Bastion ultimate out of Istos from all the way is not going to come in time, and Urchins are stopped right before securing that second point. But holy moly, what am I witnessing, Boom?
You know, we talked about how you expect dive on Numbani, but here in the BE League, you know, somebody I heard called it Bananas League, you know, not necessarily pejoratively, but Domination, unfortunately, falling with that shatter, I think really cost them because Krayak didn't have the shatter yet, once again, behind in ult economy because they had to switch compositions, but without your tank to kind of hold the point, you know, the rest of your team falls apart, even with some really good ultimates like that Blizzard from Crystal was able to catch some. And it seems now going into Fermata's attack, we'll see no cooking.
Fermata, you know, sort of a similar comp, but Swifters on the Genji. I am here for it. The only thing I have to say about it is they do not necessarily have a hit scan for Istas's Pharah, but I mean, Lunar on the Ana could make it work, so that is something that you could look out for, and I guess Swifters and Karaki could pick up some nice shots onto this flying duo of Pharmacy, but Urchins not only securing the first point, but getting so much distance on the second puts Fermata really behind the 8-ball.
Yeah, it's a really strong push with them, and now Fermata, they have to contend with this Pharmacy, which does show herself pretty early, but and it seems like Fermata have the Echo to counter it. No pocket on the Mercy per se, though. Does have the Kyoko.
Sometimes that's all you need, and right there, the damage boost is going to pick up a kill onto Karaki. This Echo only at 16% on that ult, whereas Istos is nearly already at 40. Domination not on the Reinhardt anymore, is on the D.Va, almost about halfway to that D.Va bomb, and Fermata, almost half of your time bank is gone. You gotta hurry.
Yeah, Istos, hitting these directs on the Pharah, you know, again, it's hard to contest without a pocketed DPS of your own, so Fermata, and they don't have ultimates to work with either. It's just going to be this dry, neutral fight. Only 30 seconds left to go. Lunar has to hit an anti-nade, but Applum could just Suzu it.
And that Suzu could be absolutely massive. Istos getting so many direct hits. Applum is going to pick up a kill onto Wi-Fi. So Fermata, 15 seconds remaining. You are without one of your supports. Craig getting so deep in there, but Istos getting dropped very low. Does survive, though. Almost has the barrage available. If you're able to pick up a kill onto Swifters here, that would be absolutely massive. No recall on Swifters. It's only a matter of time. It's not going to matter, though. The barrage is going to come out, but it's going to be nothing. It is going to be eliminated by Karaki, but both DPS are down. A support is down. Fermata are down, and we are going to a game number 3.
Said at the start of this, could not be closer, and Urchins is with this pocket Reinhardt composition, really pulling out strong on Numbani, despite being down in time for the initial cap. As Domination really steering this team on the Reinhardt, just picking up multi-kill after multi-kill as you see this beautiful window. Perfectly timed.
Holy moly. Absolutely massive performance in the second segment out of Urchy Urchins. Oh my goodness. The Reinhardt rush change into that third point, you know, they had to have been scrimming that and been like, okay, up until second point, we will play this other stuff. But with this third one, we are going to swap to Reinhardt Rush, because that was something that all of them committed to. That wasn't like Domination just picked Reinhardt. It was like, okay, I'm going to play Reinhardt. No, all of them were like, all right, we are playing this composition. We are changing everything. They don't care about what their ultimate charge was at or, you know, other stuff like that. They are going to be the ones to, you know, shape this. And now they are forcing us into a third game.
Yeah, you know, I think the Reinhardt composition really just caught Fermata off guard. You know, Domination kind of got lost out. They were really far forward into the range of the Reinhardt, which is exactly where you don't want to be against a brawl comp. And the rest of Fermata, I don't think they realized fast enough that, hey, we got to reset. Otherwise, this brawl comp is just going to run it down and take all the space.
Yeah, the Reinhardt rush is incredibly scary if you can get the momentum going, and sure enough, Urchy Urchins got that momentum going. So this third map is going to be Antarctic Peninsula. So we are going to have a winner here, Boom, one way or another. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No draws inbound. I was really worried that we might get a draw on Numbani, because I have been on the production side of too many draws on Numbani. Did not want to see another one happen, but Urchy Urchins taking this momentum into Antarctic Peninsula, where I think it is very much brawl centered, and maybe they can get away with that Reinhardt rush on this map as well.
Yeah, definitely very brawl centered, especially on Icebreaker, sub-level as well. Or, sorry, labs as well. I think sub-level, traditionally at the highest level, you run the dive. But, you know, even in A-League, we've seen teams generally prefer the brawl here. So if Urchy Urchins, they're able to run this Reinhardt pick, or, you know, maybe they pull out the Ramatra, they would look extremely strong, I would predict. Everybody else, throw your predictions in the chat, but...
Yeah, having pocket picks and pocket compositions like that, like I was saying at the very start, makes the difference. Having that flexibility, being able to completely change things on a dime, because that is what completely caught Fermata off guard. They were not expecting the Reinhardt rush. They were not expecting the complete composition change. And you saw they had picked so many different heroes within that last minute and a half, 2 minutes of the third point of Numbani. They were like, we don't know what to pick here. They were really just like in shambles, because they were like, we don't know what to counter this with, because we don't have enough time. And they really didn't have enough time, because it was third point. If they get it all the way, that's the end of the round. You don't have enough time to find something else out. So it is going to be up to them to be able to, you know, fix this, to be able to find out, all right, we've seen this entire composition on Numbani. What do we do to play against it? Maybe they just haven't scrimmed against it enough. Maybe they just are unsure. Between them, like themselves, what to pick. You know, I'm just sort of unsure with with where their mindset is on this.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be heading straight into Antarctic Peninsula here, so we'll see. You know, I don't think this is a map where Fermata can pull out the same Orisa composition, because it doesn't have the same super long sight lines as Colosseo, so you're not going to be able to run the Zenyatta or you know, the Hanzo without just getting absolutely run over by possibly Domination on the Reinhardt. We'll see what Urchy Urchins opt for here. So we start on sub-level.
That is what I like to see. Fermata says, you guys played the Reinhardt rush. I think you mean we play the Reinhardt rush. And theirs includes Karaki on the Hanzo, which is a staple for Karaki this entire series. But we'll have to see if it'll make any difference. They are, you know, challenging the Titans of the Reinhardt rush, at least in this series. So you got to make sure if you come at the king, you better not miss.
Yeah, you know, this honorable Reinhardt mirror, though, Istas is on the Symmetra, going to be able to help burn down that shield. Karaki, meanwhile, just looking for picks, can climb over all these walls and take these angles. This is we see Fermata, they're going to rotate down to point, it seems, giving up high ground control.
Yeah, I don't know if that is what you want to do, especially this early, but Domination walled off, and Craig canceling the charge a little bit early and is now completely away from his team. Immortality Field is going to buy him some extra time, but he's going to fall nonetheless, and Fire Strike just barely going to miss Lunar right there. Domination getting down to below 100 HP. They are going to cap the point, just be able to use that teleporter back up to the high ground, so it doesn't matter that they hopped off to cap the point. They are still able to have that dominance, but Istas swapping off the Sim onto the Bastion this time around. Crystal with a nice headshot on the Karaki, but Domination does fall. Crystal is in a very precarious position right there. The wall not going to save you, my friend, and Fermata going to recapture this point with only 22% going over.
Yeah, really gonna try and look for these walls, you know, from Crystal, from Swifters here, but this signing the Sim not working out, so it wants to go for the Bastion to melt down this Rhine shield and help Domination win the MTD, if you will.
Will it be enough? Lunar pops the window right there. They're trying to get a nice little replication of what Domination did last game, but they do pick a kill onto Aplom at the very least, so nothing to worry about right there. They are the ones who have percentage majority right now, so sort of waiting on Urchins to be the ones to make the move, because they're the ones who have this high ground presence. They're sort of bunkered in, and they're coming up on a few ultimates that are going to be very game-changing.
Yeah, you know, Fermata, if they can just hold out until they get these ultimates, until they get their own Blizzard, they've already got the Shatter here for Krayek. Urchins, meanwhile, rotating down to point here.
Oh my gosh! The massive Shatter out of Krayek right there. Fermata just, in the words of Emong, big slam. Big slam. No one out of Urchins saw that coming from a mile away.
Yeah, extremely well played by Craig, you know, catching them off guard, knowing that they're dropping and rotating down to low ground, and consequentially catching them as soon as they drop. Now, we'll see how both teams use these Blizzards here. It's a little easier for Fermata, given that they can use it defensively, and they're going to chuck it straight onto Urchins on point.
Oh, a nice Shatter going to pick up a stun onto 2, and they're going to be frozen on top of it. So a big committal out of Urchins right there, but I think it is going to pay off for them in the long run, because Fermata did burn a few ultimates for themselves. Kraki was right there, but is not able to, you know, secure the point, or at least contest it a little bit. But Urchins stopping Fermata right before they get to that 99%.
Yeah, so, you know, last fight territory if you're Fermata, but you don't have any ultimates to work with. Neither do Urchins, though, but they do have the positional advantage. Wall doesn't quite split off anybody.
Dragon's going to wall off Karaki as well as the Mei wall, but both Immortality Fields are going to fall down, but a nice use of that of that wall, of that window, to empower that flame strike right into the face of Domination, who is so incredibly close to that Shatter once again. Seal CEO trying to buy as much time as he could on that point. Dragon's going to go down. Cold Weather going to have to touch that point. He's going to have to use that little ice barrier very, very early, but it doesn't matter. Urchins are winning this fight so far. 2 for 1 in favor of Urchins. Point is still being contested by this Mei. Swifters buying time. The wall going to go out. It's not going to be placed in the proper position. Swifters is going to fall, and the point's going to go back over to Urchins, who were able to hold on to a few of those ultimates.
Yeah, now Urchins, they've got, you know, the Shatter to work with. Could look for another nice window fire strike from Aplom here. Fermata, though, coming up on their own Blizzard, their own Shatter, if they can build it before Domination gets hit. So we'll see who wants to press Q first.
And I think it is in Urchins' desire to be the ones to press Q first, because if you can be the ones to start this fight and be the ones to finish it on your own terms, it'll make all the difference. But the Blizzard gonna stop Domination in his tracks, and he's not even gonna be able to. Oh, he dies mid-shatter. But the Blizzard, wait a minute. Urchins, they're winning this fight. They are the ones who are winning. Karaki gets 2 headshots, though. 2v2, Karaki with 3 headshots. Karaki going insane on this fight. Wi-Fi and Karaki gonna try to win this. The Dragons not going to get anything just yet. Crystal is going to fall, and Fermata somehow win that point.
Heroics on both sides. You know, you saw the window committed from Aplum, and that really helped Urchins try and find those picks, and that's where it was going initially. But then Karaki just headshots too. You get a log to the dome. What are you gonna do?
Karaki didn't headshot 2, my friend. He headshotted 3. It was 3 members of Urchins. Just like you were saying, the log to the forehead. What are you going to do to stop it? And now Urchins, did they come all this way to simply lose this last map? Fermata not wanting to be reverse swept in this. And now Urchins swapping up the comp a little bit with Istas over on the Sojourn.
Yeah, Istas, you know, she's been trying a bunch of different picks. The Bastion, the Sim, not finding too much value. So trying to more match what Karaki just did earlier on that fight with the Soldier and looking for those railguns. We see the wall from Swifters, not finding anyone just yet. Neither does Crystal.
Oh, nice flame shot. Got a domination there to hit a lot of people. And so far, Urchins are the ones who have prio on this point. All of these supports getting so much ultimate charge out of their Reinhardts, just getting right up in the face. But Crystal is going to be the first one to fall. Swifter's a nice little icicle headshot is going to make the difference. Istas going to fall as well. No DPS are alive for Urchins. Crate got to be careful, getting incredibly low. But Domination got to be careful as well. Just pressing W into every single member of Fermata. A shatter already. The pin not going to come in time. Fermata going to finish off Urchins and secure this point. But that was such a fast shatter. Holy moly.
I mean, I think maybe slight overcommitment, desperation, ego shatter, if you will, from Domination despite losing your team. But can't be too upset because they did have point control that entire time, though Fermata looking to equalize that pretty shortly, and they have an alt economy advantage. Let's hope they don't crash it, though.
Let's hope they don't crash it. And a counter or a use of windows on both sides. Istas now over on the Bastion trying to burn down Crake right there. The Blizzard not going to catch anyone just yet. Domination going to pin Lunar right into the wall, but is going to be pinned himself. The Beat going to seal off some damage, but it doesn't even matter. Domination going to fall all the same. Istas trying to burn down the shield of Crake right there. The minigun doing its work and doing its job. Swifters is going to be the beneficiary of the bullets right there. A nice shatter going to hit Istas, going to hit a lot of other people. Crake at 42 HP. Are they able to eliminate him? They are not. And Urchins not able to secure that point.
I mean, Fermata, they win the fight, but they used every single ultimate. Now their economy is in a bit of recession as Urchins. They have this Blizzard to work with, and Istas has the Bastion artillery fire as well.
That mortar strike can be all the difference in a fight, and Urchins, you gotta be quick with it. You cannot take your time. 70% Fermata already have, and Istas popping that turret form a little bit early, not going to get a lot of value out of it, but a Blizzard out of cold weather. Crystal not able to get any freezing out of it whatsoever. Not what you were looking for, and almost going to die to the flame strike right there. Gonna have to use that icicle right there, but Crystal does get a kill onto Karaki. The artillery not going to get anything, and Fermata, they just win this fight. They got 2 kills already. Crake getting so much value out of this hammer, just running through Urchins, and that is all she wrote. Urchins not able to touch, and Fermata, after a scare on Dumbani, secure this series win.
Domination, you know, really showed up on the Reinhardt on Numbani, but unfortunately was not able to repeat the success here, as we kind of just saw Urchins getting picked off early. You know, the Baptiste getting run over, as we see this beautiful flank shatter. Even the Reinhardt from Domination probably going just a little too deep. So despite some even, you know, mistakes from Fermata, they ultimately pull it out in the end pretty strong.
Yeah, Fermata just playing the Reinhardt rush a little bit better than Urchy Urchins. They weren't able to do it on Numbani, but it doesn't matter. Numbers, as long as your number of maps won is bigger than your opponent's, then you are okay. And, you know, who cares if you lose Numbani if you're able to win the one that matters. And, you know, that if I had to do one single play to sort of highlight Fermata's performance on Antarctic Peninsula, it would be that 5-man shatter. They just seem to have dominance throughout it all. It was very close on that first point, but the second one I don't think was close whatsoever. But yeah, that is going to do it for this series of Urchy Urchins and Fermata. We've got another series coming at you in a few minutes with Off Tank Union and Unknowns, but that is going to do it for us right now. I've been Podsum, over there has been Boom, and we hope you guys have a great rest of your evening.
Together, I like
we might be missing some sleep, but we know that we are definitely not missing some exciting Overwatch action. My name is Podslum once again, and we got a different face over on the cast. We had Boom sadly had to take the night off. We had a scrim, but we have the one, the only Biscuit, the best duo in BPL history. Biscuit, how you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while.
I haven't seen it in a while either, Pod. I'm excited, you know, the GOATed cast returns and even more GOATed teams because look at that. We're casting A-League, absolute top-notch of BPL, Off-Tank Union versus Unknowns. And I don't know how familiar you are with these teams, Pod, but I'm telling you, you're dealing with the top brass, you're dealing with the heavy hitters, you know, not quite Crusaders level, one might say, but trust me, some of these are insane. So we're in for a good match to close out the night, even if we're missing some sleep.
Yeah, it does not matter how much sleep is going to be missed. Maybe even we get 4 maps. I know production is hoping we do not, as we are already hopping into Coliseo. Once again, map sets are already in place. No teams get to decide anything. And we didn't get a chance to take a look at the standings and everything, but Unknowns sitting at 1-1 and Off-Tank Union sadly are 0-2. So Unknowns wanting to, add another win to that column, and Off-Tank Union definitely not wanting to drop to 0-3.
Right, this is like the week in which you're gonna declare what's gonna happen for the rest of your season, right? Once you go 1-3, that's kind of the mental's over. You're like the bottom rock bottom is terrible, but this day might be something different from the Off-Tank Union and Unknowns. They are not quite the unkillable teams like our Crusaders, so this is definitely a dual matchup. However, they are trolling us a little. I definitely hope they don't walk out on these comps, but all I have to say for these players, Chasey, insane Ramatra player. You have to know that Cerebrotars and Moon Bunny, one of the most solid backlines in the game. They never die. So those are some players to watch out for, although trust me, the rest are almost as good. And Off-Tank Union, walking out of the Hanzo Pod, you have to hold me, because if they ever get a headshot, that is going to be the easiest team fight of all time.
Yeah, we saw a Hanzo master in last game with Fermata, and now Off-Tank Union wanting to do just that as well. And Unknowns also have a bit of a different comp, and Silvertals is going to be the first one to fall. Code Switch is going to be the next one. Chasey just running through Unknowns right now, and Off-Tank Union just making as much space as they could ever want.
Right, I'm telling you, they are 0-2, but that does not mark the rest of their games. And look at that, Squiggle is putting so much work on the Hanzo. That gives you the range, that gives you the one shot, and sometimes on Hanzo, you win fights before they even start. And Unknowns doesn't have the range to chase after Hanzo, right? But they have the Reaper, and that Reaper is gonna make Chasey pay for any mistakes that they commit. Look at that, the fight is on bot, and we're going in with this big speed.
Big speed is correct. Moon Bunny using that to get as close as you can possibly get. That little ice barrier is going to be forced out of Born to be Mid, who is almost going to fall, but the Immortality Field is going to buy some extra time. Kill Switch getting dangerously low. Is going to be healed up by Silvertals and Moon Bunny, but is still going to fall. Squiggle in the 1v1 of his life. Who's going to win? Place your bets. Mikey is the one who comes out on top, but where's the rest of your team, Mikey? Where is the rest of your team? He's just going to fall all the same, but does buy a little bit extra time for the rest of Unknowns to survive and come back.
You ask where the rest of the team is? Well, they are 5 feet under because Chasey just pummeled them to death. He's just pummeling everyone into a pulp. And look at that. Unknowns, they are coming back with the Coalescence, and that's really the only thing they could have. Annihilation's popping up soon, but Off-Tank Union looking to play fast. Anki already dead.
Yeah, I don't even know if they needed to commit all that they are committing here with that I don't know if you needed the Coalescence here. Chasey is going to fall, but if we look at Off-Tank Union's ultimate bank, they are they're coming up on 5 ultimates, Biscuit.
Yeah, and that's dangerous, right? But the good thing about Unknown is that they were able to only use Coalescence. Coalescence, you get it extremely fast. You don't have to worry that much about them. They're gonna get it soon. And also, Unknown's coming up on 4 ultimates of their own. So trust me, Dragons might be an ultimate, but it's not as strong as some of the others, right? But that window and that Blizzard will be absolutely huge. Watch for kill switch here.
Don Cheadle popping that window right there. Is it going to get any type of value? So far, no. That Maywall just sort of nullifying anything, as well as Unknowns just, giving space. They are paying respect to what you can do with that ultimate. And Chasey, got to be careful right here. The Dragon's going to come out on top, not going to get anything just yet. Annihilation is top of a blizzard on top of another blizzard. There's so much snow everywhere. It's like it's wintertime right now. Off-Tank Union going to be winning this fight pretty handily. A great beat out of Danky right there. And now Killswitch going to have to come back in a few minutes. Because Off-Tank Union, I don't know if that was a fat finger of an ultimate out of Chasey, or maybe they just thought that there was more people alive than there actually were. But yeah, I don't know if the annihilation used there was a good idea.
And they're gonna pay for it, because right now Moon Bunny gets to use the beat whenever they want to. Like, this could be an easy fight win alongside with that Blossom. So you know that is going to be a big mistake. However, Born to be mid already low, they have to move back. Like, give space here, you hold the corner, try to play slow, because they have the ultimate that you don't. So right now, if you look at that, they're getting rushed in. That's how you play this one.
So you play in the raid form in as well on the Death Blossom. So much damage and so much lifesteal. Danky just trying to stay alive, trying to contest as long as he can, and is just going to fall anyways. Unknowns getting a team kill right there, and only having to use 2 ultimates, so not all of their ultimates, but not as expensive, as they might have wanted it. Might have wanted to try and get away with 1 there, but they are going to hopefully try and even up this push percentage. They're only within about 6 to 7 meters of it, and Dragon's going to try and stifle that push a little bit. Chasey going in there, doesn't have the annihilation. He is going to have to back off there. The Nemesis form is going to drop, and now you're stuck between a wall and a hard place. The annihilation is going to be used at a Killswitch, who gets 2, make it 3. Killswitch almost going to get a 4K. Silvertail's going to take it, gets a 4K anyways. Another team kill out of Off-Tank Union, and they used another 2 ultimates for that fight.
And Unknowns are back into the game. Look at that. Just as easily as the momentum swung against them, it's now with them. Silvertails is about to get their coalescence possible. I'm just saying, the more is the big difference maker, because the amount of damage that she does gets them that ultimate almost instantaneously, right? But look for Mikey. They have this Blizzard. This Blizzard's gonna out-tempo them. Oh no, Chase, you gotta be in a bad position here.
Squiggle gets a nice headshot on the Silvertails, but it doesn't even matter. Off-Tank Union have stolen the robot, so it doesn't matter who wins this fight. There's no robot percentage to be had. The Blizzard is going to be, was used by Mikey a little bit ago. Born to be mid, kept that. Uh-oh. Mikey.
Oh
no. Good.
That's a great ambush right there.
Yeah.
It gets out of block and immediately burned. And look, did you see the call right there? Chasey knows that they're about to lose. If Mikey ever pops Blizzard, that is going to be a death tank. But they choose to take the bot, and what do you care? Like, why do you care? Right? Just literally keep it going, keep it moving. Off-Tank Union with 4 ultimates, they have the Blizzard on Born to be mid, and this is going to be a fight for them to win.
No lessons, it's going to be popped. They gotta keep Killswitch alive. They are going to get his health bar back up to somewhere preferable. Annihilation on top of the Dragons as well, but the Wraith form is going to keep Shoreline alive. Nice little wall to block off the sight line. Off-Tank Union so far winning this fight. Squiggle, a nice pick on the Silvertails. Moon Bunny getting incredibly low. Chasey using that block to survive a little bit longer. This Reaper doing absolute work. Chasey is going to fall, surely going to fall. No, isn't going to fall. Off-Tank Union winning this fight handily. Killswitch going to be the next one to die. Unknowns, after what looked like a very good push, are the ones who fall right now, and I believe Off-Tank Union secure the spawn advantage here.
And they put the owned in chat, they get the advantage, they get butt scratch, and this is when push games become as good as they are always. Unknowns, however, they have the ultimate. Chasey, great pick here. They denied the Blossom, and now it's only annihilation at the table. Unknowns, you have to move back. Hold this corner, play slow, wait for your Reaper, and you go back in. Off-Tank Union, they have the advantage, but they're in 3 minutes of the clock, Matsu. Absolutely turnable if they play this one correctly.
Oh, Shoreline dies again. LCS with a nice pick onto him right there. The Blizzard, is it going to be enough to catch out Chasey? Chasey is surely going to fall. Danky trying to run away right there. Not going to be able to do much of anything without his team alive. Squiggle gets a kill on the Silvertails though. But does get traded back anyways. LCS is in there right now trying to buy some extra time. Don Cheadle falls, and Unknowns, after just so much push out of Off-Tank Union, got to get something going for themselves.
It's back and forward, one in the middle of the Coliseum again, and this is Born to be mid. They have a Blizzard, and this Blizzard cannot be mid if they want to win.
Nice Blizzard out of LCS right there. Does gonna freeze up kill switch. Silvertals pops the coalescence and a nice Death Blossom. Gonna pick up kill before Shoreline falls. It's now a 3v3. Who's your money on? Silvertal picks up a kill onto Don Cheadle. Squiggle is off to the side, but just headshots Mikey right there. Off Tank Union looked like they were losing that fight, and Chasey's gonna get ran down by Moon Bunny though. Lucio versus Squiggle. Who's gonna win? Moon Bunny barely falls. Squiggle almost dies. 10 HP quite literally. Holy
Finally,
moly.
denying the losing to Lucio allegations. Absolutely clean fight for Off-Tank Union, and they keep holding them here, Pod. This is bad news. They have Dragons, they have Annihilation, probably coming soon, but Unknowns, they have the Annihilation on the side. Kill switch, you have to get something absolutely huge. You want to push past them, and look at that. They have to move back. They are kiting, and the Dragons are coming in soon.
Dragons are coming out. Are they going to get anything? No. Not going to matter, but LCS picks up a kill onto Shoreline, who's just getting so far into these fights and doesn't know how to get back out. Killswitch got to be careful there. Annihilation is no longer available. Trying to run down Don Cheadle, though. Don Cheadle very out of position right there. Thought he was safe, but it just wasn't. Killswitch not able to get any more value out of this Nemesis form. Trying to help out his Mei a little bit, though. LCS going to use that ice barrier right there, and is just gonna fall just incredibly far into Unknowns right there. The robot is just chilling there. Moonbuddy gets a punch to the nose on LCS, and now it is Unknowns who are finally able to get this butt scratch off.
Right now that they have the checkpoint, they have the forward spawn, and they have the momentum. Look at that, Silvertals. They have a coalescence again, Paul. This is bad news because how are you going to deal with that much healing? How are you going to deal with that much damage? The answer is going to be Chase's Annihilation. You have to go on the back line. You cannot let Moon Bunny live because they have beat here.
30 seconds to go. This is surely last fight of last fights. Off Tank Union, they got some ultimates, but Mikey falls! Mikey has Blizzard and still died! Unknowns, this is not the fight that you want. Moon Buddy's gonna get frozen up. Silvertall's gonna get frozen up. And Unknowns just fall. It doesn't even matter. The beat comes out from Danky, gonna block absolutely nothing. But Mikey falls with still having Blizzard up. And Unknowns lose this first map. Off Tank Union, this is their first map win of the regular season so far, Biscuit.
And I think they deserve this. Did you see how they played that? Their ultimate economy was absolutely immaculate. Their positioning was insane. And, you know, in general, just really good solid play. I do want to point out, it is tragic that Unknowns Mei, I don't remember the name, sorry, right now, they die with Cryo up. And you cannot be doing that. Like, you have Bliss. Bliss is one of the most important ultimates in the game, especially into the Rush meter, especially into the Brawl. It puts like a complete stop onto their team. And if you're dying with that, you're going to end up losing. And Off-Tank Union, they take their first map win. I'm a fan. I love this team. I love the name. I love the branding. And we're going into map 2, Pod. Maybe this is the answer that they need to get finally their first game in.
Yeah, and as we saw in the last series, Numbani is not a Brawl map. You are not able to play this Ramatra composition. You can do the dive composition with the Winston, or as we saw with this last game, you can try and go with the Reinhardt Rush. Urchins pulled that off, and it actually worked out pretty well for them. But Unknowns just dropping the ball right there. Mikey, just as you said, dying with the Blizzard available. Running through that entire sequence back in his head, realizing, man, if I had just thrown it down, even if you still die, just getting it down can make all of the difference for your team. It was a great Blizzard out of LCS, was able to kill Moon Bunny, was able to kill Silvertals as well. And now Off Tank Union, one map away from notching their first win on the win column, and going to be taking it to Numbani for this. So hopefully Unknowns can try and bounce back.
Right, and one of the things in regular season that I do want to point out is first to 2. And being first to 2 puts a lot of pressure onto the losing team, onto the winner team as well. Like, you're one away, so it's gonna be hard. And Numbani, this map is definitely not Brawl. You know, Urchins, they are just built different. The best team ever, I guess. They're just insane if they can do that. But as we go into this map, Pod, this is the map that I always say when I'm on the mic. This is going to be the map that tests out the players' coordination. Are they good at getting antis? Are their echoes Echo's good enough at pressuring the Brig out because it's all about overwhelming Brig. If Brig is alive, the Ana is going to stay alive forever, and the tank is also going to be there. So it's all about the dive, and you love to see it because a team that is well coordinated, the team that works the hardest, is always the team that wins in Numbani. It's a hard point to crack, and even the third point, sometimes it feels like impossible to break through. So this is a good map to potentially make it your winning game onto the first notch, as we're saying. So I'm excited to see how this one goes. I think that both teams are going very evenly matched. That Coloseo game was really close.
Yeah, it was pretty close. You know, even like we were saying, one play at the very end does not define an entire team's performance on a map. I remember I was on Twitter and I saw a nasty Ana nade lineup off to the side of Numbani that it was in the Overwatch League, so obviously these guys are trying that every single day, trying to figure out new mechanics and stuff like that. But yeah, no, you are exactly right. With that Brig on the high ground can make it very difficult for people like Winston, for people like Echo to really, you know, get some damage off, get some value out of their kit. But also surprisingly, in this last series, I mean, I'm gonna keep referencing it just because this Numbani on the last series was so incredibly intense. We didn't really see a lot of Ana Brig. I mean, we saw a lot of Ana, but there wasn't a lot of Brig that was, you know, put with it. It was either Mercy or it was Kiriko or just something like that. But I think that is the best pairing, at least for Numbani, to have the extra protection for your Ana, because if she gets dove on, I mean, she has a sleep dart that can hit one person, but if there's two or three of them, then it's really just survival of the fittest, and you better hope that that your Ana can fend for herself.
Right, and you know, when you're not playing on a Brig, I think that speaks of a team that have like a really specific comp lined up, or they are just that good. Because like you need the Ana Brig to keep your of course your Ana safe. Ana is literally the point of dive at some point, right? It's all about those antis. If you get an anti in and the monkey jumps in, what are you gonna do? There's no sustain. There's nothing that could possibly keep you up other than an inward. But you know, she's obviously a very diveable target. So why do you play Brig? You play for the shield bash, for the whip shot, for the overall shield, for the sustain. You know, there's a lot of things that you can do. So that's why we usually see it as the main comp. But if you see Kiriko, that's a comp probably more based about living forever. You know, sustain with the monkey, going in with your dive. There's a lot of things you can do. A lot of creativity that we've seen, especially in C League. Trust me, if you ever see one of those C League matches possible, you're gonna absolutely love them. It's off meta to death. And Unknowns, look at that. They're playing something of meta. I hope they don't walk out on that. But off Tank Union, this is a real good comp. We see the Echo a lot of the times because, as I've been mentioning, you are almost guaranteed to see a Brig. And a Brig that gets sticky, a Brig that gets beamed and antied, there's no way that they're going to live. So the Echo's a protagonist. However, Torbjorn is a little bit of a weird pickup, right? Because it lets you challenge the monkey dives. It lets you challenge a lot of the spam. There's a lot of things that he's able to do, but he doesn't have the mobility pod, so it's gonna be a little tough for him. However, Unknowns walking out on that rush comp, and they have the Symmetra TP. So be ready to see the most massive TP of all time onto the backline here.
I will also like to point out that there is a substitution for Unknown. Silvertalls is out, Bing is in, and once again, I mean, like I was saying, we don't see the Ana Brig. They are on the Kiriko Brig, and oh my goodness, off Tank Union just running through Unknowns. They say, oh yeah, you want to play this Reinhardt Symmetra comp? Yeah, go ahead. We're going to be waiting.
They were more than ready, and the Torbjorn turret just showing why it's able to defend that push, right? But Unknowns, they still believe them. They still want to do the TP funny stuff, but I think it's going to be a little hard for them. Look at how they are split. Off the Union, you have to either dive the Torb or dive the backline, and Torb is going to spam you, and it's going to be a real tough deal to get through. But look at that. Unknown taking this low ground, lining up their TP. They're going in for an all-in attack.
Gotta be careful who you try and all in here, but a nice Suzu cleanse of that grenade. And Don Cheadle, my friend, there are 5 people around you. Mikey does fall, so a trade of DPS for support. Is this the fight that Unknowns want? The LCS gets a pick onto Shoreline. Moon Bunny falls as well. King, my friend, where are you going except back to the spawn room? And Bing jumps off the map. King is sure to join him, and yeah, I actually didn't even notice this. Yeah, King is in as well. Kill switch is out. So it's two substitutions for Unknowns, and so far this composition is not working, and they wasted almost half of their time bank for nothing to work, and are just going to swap back to the dive.
And the thing about that is that now you lost the old economy. Squiggle has ult. Born is about to get it. LCS, sorry. The Nano's coming soon. So look at that. What they're trying to do here, Squiggle's going to be able to use copy early, and they will always have an ultimate available at every point that they might need it. I don't know, they are behind it. They cannot contest these ultimates, but the monkey's going in, and this is an aggressive dive that often Keenan has the advantage on.
Yeah, and this turret just making Mikey's life not fun whatsoever. Anytime he jumps in the air, it's just going to target him immediately. It's not like a Soldier 76 or an Ash where they're going to miss a few shots. This turret does not miss, and certainly that beam does not miss out of Squiggle. King got to be careful, does not fall too incredibly low, and Unknowns, they're coming up on a few ultimates right there. But speaking of ultimates, JC popping that Primal Rage in the back line, just I believe used it just to make sure he didn't die, which, I mean, I guess is a valid point with this Numbani first point, but definitely wish he still had that for this next fight.
Right, but it doesn't affect it as much, right? Because they are able to get out with that primal, as you were mentioning. It keeps them alive, and it also lets often Keenan just keep their ultimates. Look at that big anti right there, and her Nano's gonna come on soon onto Chasey. Look at that big anti on the copy, and they are in.
Squiggle getting too far forward, I think accidentally using the duplication onto Bing instead of King, but King dies to the hammer of LCS! No way he can get away with that. That should be illegal. But Unknowns taking that personally right now. The Nano Brig, Moon Bunny is a scary Brigitte right now, but Danky pops the rally as well. Is this the time for Unknowns to get something going? Chasey gets a kill onto Shoreline. Moon Bunny falls as well. A Nano isn't going to be enough. LCS falls. King is the one who gets the kill, pops the Primal Rage. It's going to be slept up, and now is purpled up. Gotta be careful. This is gonna run out there. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Off Tank Union with a heck of a hold so far. Can they retain it?
And LCS that might be able to retain it because they have the Molten Core. Look at that. They're gonna pop it real quick here. That's a pulse. That's a kill.
Danky falls to the Pulse Bomb. Is it going to be enough? The Molten Core out of LCS. LCS is going to fall as well. Unknowns surprisingly win this fight. Off Tank Union are not able to hold entirely. Squiggle uses the duplication onto Ana. I don't think Bing is the one you want to duplicate here. Don Cheadle trying to run in there just to buy some extra time, but yeah, I don't know, man. Unknowns somehow secure that point in overtime.
I think it's the King and Bing double trouble duo. I think that's what makes the difference. But you know, we have 2 minutes and 30 on the clock pod, and Up Tank Union, they were looking real good, and now they switch off of the tournament. This allows for a lot of more pressure onto Bing, but oh, it doesn't matter. LCS is already dead. Unknowns taking all of this space for free.
Yeah, no more Torbjorn over to the Tracer for LCS, but LCS, my friend, Tracer does not have as big as a health pool as Torbjorn does, so you gotta be careful with that. Squiggle gets the 1v1 kill onto Mikey, and Shoreline gonna be slain by Don Cheadle right there. Looks like Off Tank Union took that first point incredibly seriously, and now wanting to push back Unknowns. Diving in onto the supports is JC, who pops the Primal Rage. He does not like any one of Unknowns right there. Is gonna have to jump out though, and once again, another ultimate that I don't think that is the most value you really wanted to get out of that ultimate. And right now, almost dies as well.
Yeah, Don Cheadle, big kill here on the Shoreline fight, but this bullshit stall, and Off Tank Union they're getting just assaulted with ultimates after ultimates.
Mikey is on the Brigitte now. Nice duplication, trying to get a rally, trying to build up any type of, percentage with that. King was nanoed up, but it isn't going to come to fruition whatsoever. Squiggle throws his little blobs on the statue right there. I don't know what the statue did to you, my friend, but Off Tank Union winning this fight, able to hold Unknowns to this corner, and this corner has been a thorn in the side of so many teams.
Yeah, and it's so hard. You cannot say you want Numbani until you're past this corner. And Off Tank Union, they have the copy. Look at that aggressive copy. That's an Ana, that's an anti, and that's an easy dive for Off Tank Union.
Yeah, and almost Squiggle falling to his death. He's still going to die to Shoreline, but got booped off the map whenever he was in Ana, and a counter of with the rally. Danky trying to pick up King, who is purpled up. Got to be careful you do not fall right here. Dash forward isn't going to be enough. No, it is not. LCS in the back trying to get something going. Has a pulse bomb, is going to barely go wide. Mikey gets a kill onto Danky though. Unknowns. Can they win this fight? Can they continue to push? And just get pooped off the, no, doesn't get pooped off the map. Finds a ledge. Chasey's so incredibly mad he was not able to boot Bing off the map. And now that is a massive stagger. Don Cheeto falls as well.
I don't think they can contest this one, Pod. They already lost their tank, they already lost Ana, and if they try to contest, they might just end up staggering even further. But knows they have this point that looks like they're contesting. LCS looking for a touch and tracer, but it doesn't matter. Oh, they're going in. Look at that.
Right, Squiggle on the Sombra is going to try and buy some extra time. Danky is still going to fall though. Chasey's on the wrecking ball of all heroes. Translocator out for Squiggle, who barely survives right there. Chasey, my friend, you do not have a translocator of your own, and Don Cheadle right now trying to get some extra damage onto Mikey right there, and Unknowns able to secure this point, and I don't know if that was worth out of off-tank Union. I think you should have just let them have the point.
You could have let them have the point, farm your ultimates, and have the advantage here, right? But they preferred not to do that, and they switched over to the full-on rush, and that is the usual stuff that you're going to see here, Pod. Why? Because the monkey doesn't get to play the game. They get walled off, slept, antied, and absolutely bombarded with those Hellfire shots. However, Unknowns, they have the ultimate advantage. They have everything, and look at that, they're using it here.
Are going to use it here. Nice nano onto this Fermata. LCS on that May once again did so incredibly well on Coliseo. Squiggle on the Reaper. Now Unknowns, less than a minute to go, do have some nice ultimates for themselves. Off-tank Union, on the other hand, they are just trying to get anything going.
Right, and they have to be careful here because off-tank Union has the Ana, but no Brig. So the second that they see Ana, they are going to Nano King and absolutely just jump them, decimate them. So that is the objective of Unknowns here. Get the Ana, get everything after. Look at that. That's a big anti, that's a Nano, that's everything.
That is a duplication onto another Ana, so it is 2 Anas for Unknowns right now. Chasey having to use the Nemesis form simply to stay alive, which is not the way you want to use it. Now Unknowns are the ones in the driver's seat. They are getting some nice percentage done so far. Shoreline almost having that pulse bomb, and it is going to go wide, but it still picks up a kill onto LCS, so it doesn't even matter. King getting incredibly low, almost going to fall. Off-tank Union, can they salvage this fight? Can they get something going? Moon Money is going to pop the rally. Can they get anything? The Wraith form has already been used out of Squiggle, who's very close to the Death Blossom. He has it. Is he going to pop it in time to get any type of value? Is going to use it. Is it going to kill anyone? King is not going to fall to it, but Shoreline gets the pick onto Don Cheadle. Can Off-tank Union counter this whatsoever? Annihilation popped out of Chasey, but you only have the heals of a Lucio, and you are just going to fall. But the Blizzard, LCS gets 2. The beat out of Danky. Don Cheadle is alive on the Kiriko, and the overtime is ticking down, and Mikey doesn't touch the point. And they are going to fall. Off-tank Union secure the defense and guarantee no draws.
So clean, that defense on the side of off-tank Union is absolutely amazing. Pod, they switched to new heroes, they had no ultimates, and they were going versus 3, and they still managed to win. Sometimes if you can play a better neutral, it doesn't matter how many nanos they have, or rallies, or annihilations, right? It doesn't matter. Off-tank Union, clean defense, here on the side of the third point, because the rest was just Unknowns, just going at it. But they did struggle a lot, and we did see it. They were pushed to overtime 3 times in a row, and that leaves them with 0 time bank. So off-tank Union, Pod, I'm being positive. I'm a believer. I think this is their chance to get their first game win of the season, because they are looking amazing. And this dive comp just proves it. Look at that. We're again in the mirror matchup. No more Ryan, no more funny stuff, no more let's try something silly and see if it works. We're going all out. Squiggle and LCS, their mission is just to absolutely eliminate Bing and Moon Bunny as soon as they can. And Unknowns, just under regular match for the day life here. If they lose, they go home. But if they win, they're gonna bring it back to a third map and potentially turn it around.
You heard it here first, folks. Biscuit says Off-tank Union are poised to hoist their first win of the season. So if Off-tank Union lose, you know who to blame. No, I'm just kidding. But Unknowns trying to bounce back in this series, not wanting to give the O2 team their first victory and definitely not wanting to fall to 1 and 2 themselves. And they are going with the more conventional dive composition. No shenanigans this time around. Exact mirror, and Chasey getting incredibly low. Does get that mega health pack to survive a little bit. And now, can Unknowns, can they have exact same defense as Off Tank Union? And LCS jumps off the high ground. Not sure that's what he wanted to do. Squiggle is going to fall as well, but Mikey having to use that recall a little bit early. A nice grenade onto Don Cheadle and Danky right there. King picks up the pick onto Ana. Don Cheadle falls. Chasey falls as well. And Unknowns so far winning this defense.
No, I think I might have Caster cursed them. Oh my god, so bad. Off Tank Union, look at that. Look, Pod, we have to play patient. These dives are not easy to get, and usually the thing that is going to break this defensive hold that they have on the side of Unknowns is going to be ultimates. So it all bangs on Don Cheadle, Nano, and Chase's Primal. So for now, play it slow. You have to be patient and get your ultimates, right? Unknowns took a long time to get it as well. So for now, Off Tank Union playing slow, playing in this corner, hoping to get their ultimates. And look at that! What a pick! Bing goes down.
Nice pick onto Bing right there. No longer have the Ana. The only heals you got are with Moon Bunny. Duplication onto Shorelines. Got that Ana going. Chasey pops the Primal Rage just to knock around everyone that he can. Point is being secured, but is being contested as well. But King gets the return kill onto Danky. Mikey falls. Don Cheadle falls as well. Who is winning this fight? Your guess is as good as mine. Duplication does go out. Shoreline. Oh, but Shoreline falls. Trades his life for Chasey's, and Off Tank Union not able to pierce through the defense.
Well, they still have two ultimates, so it's so look at that. They have the offense here. They have the Nano, and that Nano is probably gonna go to Squiggle, probably gonna go to Chasey, and just diving on the backline. Bing also has a Nano thrown, so they are on equal grounds, equal footing. They could anyone could get this one. 1 minute and 30 on the clock, and oh, this is a big fight.
Oh my goodness, and Off Tank Union
Squiggle
are starting it off with a bang. Squiggle getting a 3K himself. Off Tank Union are now able to secure this point. King trying to buy some extra time, just going to jump onto the point. And granted, Off Tank Union do secure this point faster than Unknowns did.
I just want to add that was a 5K. Squiggle.
Oh, was it a
insane.
5K?
Yeah, Squiggle is insane. Give them a raise, please. They are not being paid enough. Off Tank Union, get on it. However, 3 minutes and a half on the clock. A better time than what Unknowns got. However, the ultimates are also looking good. Squiggle, let me finish. Shoreline Pine is dead.
Shoreline Pie is going to fall. The Echo 1v1 goes in favor of Squiggle, who has been on a tear over the past few minutes. Duplication is available. Have to see if they commit to it here in a second, but Off Tank Union just slowly but steadily making progress, not wanting to jump the gun on the cart progression just yet. I believe it is LCS who is back there chilling on the point, if I remember correctly. So he's not having fun, but we do see Squiggle, who's having a lot of fun. Copy onto the Winston right there. Mikey gonna pick up a kill onto Chasey. The duplication is going to break, and is it going to be enough to pick up a kill onto Bing? It's not. Squiggle, gotta be careful, gotta get out here. Barely survives with under half HP. Off Tank Union are gonna have to reset now.
Right, Off Tank Union, they have to play slow. Squiggle was not able to get their picks, but that's fine. You have your Rally, you have your Primal, you have your Nano. This Nano is going to be extremely huge because Unknowns, they have some ultimates of their own. So for now, play it slow, let them use their ultimates, and win the next fight. That's what Off Tank Union could do. Or either way, go in, go all out, and hope to kill the backline.
Hope to kill the backline. That is the name of the game, but the Primal is forced, or else that Pulse Bomb would have been the death of King. The rally is going to be used out of Danky. A counter rally is going to be used out of Moon Bunny. King gets a kill onto Danky. Duplication for Shoreline. Going to pick up the kill on the Don Cheadle, and it is Unknowns who are the ones winning this fight. Chasey trying to get out is going to be hit with the long-range lightning out of King, and Unknowns so far doing a very good job of this hold.
Right, Unknowns just absolutely having that chokehold. You know what they want to do? King is looking for the dives. They're telling, hey, there's someone here. Bing, anti them. And the second the antis drop, they just absolutely win that fight. That's how you play a beautiful dive, and they are showing us a massive class of honor. Off Tank Union, their ultimates are done, and look at that. That's a big investment from Unknowns.
Is it going to be enough? They do get so far 2 for 1 in favor of Unknowns. Nano Boost was the only thing used. Mikey trying to win the Tracer 1v1, but Squiggle making it a 2v1. That is just not fair if you ask me. Off Tank Union, gotta be careful here. You do not want to stagger yourselves over the next few minutes. What they have going for them is this spawn advantage. They are a lot closer to this cart than Unknowns are. And you got 2 ultimates to their name. Squiggle almost has that duplication available, whereas Unknowns only have 1 ultimate anywhere close. But it could be a very decisive ultimate, so do not count it out. Squiggle, make sure, but Mikey gets a 2K on the pulse bomb. What looked like a good fight for Off Tank Union, but Bing falls. It is now even fight. JC falls though, no more Winston for you, and Squiggle's gonna die as well. LCS trying to escape. Do not want to stagger yourself this close to the end. Oh my goodness, the recall is going to be used by someone. LCS falls. 15 seconds remaining. A nice stagger for Unknowns. Is it going to be enough? We saw Unknowns secure the same point in overtime. Can Off Tank Union do the same thing? Chasing on the Diva. LCS now on the Sombra. Is this going to be the change that they need? King is so incredibly close to this Primal Rage. Keep an eye on that. But Don Cheadle, 70% to the Nano Boost. That could also make a change, but Squiggle has got a nice duplicate. Is it going to be used on the correct target? Who do you want to duplicate here? You want to duplicate an Ana, and it's going to hit a nice nade, but it's not going to matter because you just get destroyed by the 2 supports on the other side of the map. Unknowns just winning these battles. Squiggle consistently consistently duplicating the Ana. Just hoping to get something going, and Unknowns sending us to another 3rd map.
They are keeping us here in the caster booth. They want us to work overtime, but they are doing it with a good reason. That was one hell of a map. Unknowns just turning what seems to be a really good offense into like just an unbreakable defense. And look at King, massive. The primal allegations, they beaten them. They are so good at that. And Unknowns, they managed to secure the 2nd game pod, and that was just absolutely positively insane. Off Tank Union, they just couldn't quite manage to find their footing. They kept investing ultimates when they shouldn't. Like you're investing 2 ultimates when you have no follow-up, and then you have nothing for the rest of the game. You have like a couple of minutes in which you're just like waffling around trying to get something going, but ultimately Unknowns takes it, and we're going to 3rd map pod.
Going to a 3rd map, and namely that is going to be Antarctic Peninsula, and Off Tank Union just not able to close it out. I mean, Unknowns just persevering, just winning every single fight that they need to win. And, you know, maybe I'm just not seeing the entire benefit of it, but Squiggle consistently duplicating the Ana, trying to get something going, and especially that last duplication. You're not going to win that 2v1. I mean, you are going to lose that 2v1 100 times out of 100 if it is the exact same scenario, because I mean, you are getting very close to them, which the Brig wants you to do. You're getting within bio grenade range of the Ana as well, and it's like, I don't know. I think if you just stay with the team or try and dive with someone else, because keep in mind they'd also swapped to the Sombra, so maybe you try and 2v2 them, DPS versus supports, and then maybe you can get something going. But Off Tank Union, just I don't think the communication was there.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree, right? Because the copy into the Ana is one of the most guaranteed setups that you have for an Nancy. When you're going against the Brigitte and Ana, there's one like underlining factor that's never gonna change, and it's just they are not going to die. They will never die unless there's a big cooldown that is spent. You have to anti, you have to nano, you have to spend something to kill that backline. That's why you see them every time, Pod. It may be boring, but there's a reason it works so well. And now, if you get that anti with that echo, it's almost guaranteed. You're up in the air, and unless the Brig is like some kind of Overwatch League World Cup contestant, there's no way that they're going to block that. It's insanely hard. But then the communication's just not there. Chasey's on Diva. What is Diva going to do? Her boosters are not enough. She doesn't have the damage that Winston has. She doesn't have the ability to separate the team, like avoid healing. So it just absolutely kills your push. And if you're not cooperating, and you mentioned it perfectly, if you're not working with Chasey in tandem, like Squiggle, hey, I'm going in, I'm sticking, I'm doing my antis, I'm doing everything, if there's like a millisecond of like delay in between, you're gonna die, or you're gonna invest a resource that you're gonna lose, and you're not gonna have like for the next fight. So just I believe that some communication errors on the part of Off-Tank Union, but you have to leave it in the past. You know, the first map didn't happen, second map didn't happen. It's all the marbles on Antarctic Peninsula, and Antarctic Peninsula, all about the speed, all about the RAM, all about the brawl.
All about the RAM, all about the brawl. We could see some other, you know, different variants depending on how teams are feeling. Could see some Reinhardt rush as well, as we saw. Obviously, I'm going to keep referencing it to last series as much as I can just because of how well it worked for both of these teams. But I would not be surprised if we saw, you know, the Ramatra mirrors that we saw on Caliseo in the first map. But yeah, we are also going to see 2 substitutions coming out of Unknowns as well. Bing and King are out. Killswitch and Silvertals are in once again. So obviously that was not the substitution that Unknowns needed to win this for this third map, I guess. I don't know. I guess Bing and King were not better suited for Antarctic Peninsula, but Off-Tank Union hoping, praying that they can get their first win after winning the first map. It looked promising, but now, just as you said it, you got to put all your marbles in this last map.
Right, and you know, I hate to say it, but I do think that Off-Tank Union, maybe I'm coping, maybe I'm just a fan, but I think Off-Tank Union has the advantage here, because you saw in Caliseo how well they are able to play these Rush and Brawl comps, right? Like the Ramacha Mirror, which we're seeing right now. The Ramacha Mirror, they won in Caliseo very convincingly, and the Dive maybe just not their lineup. But we're going in with the Mirror comp. Why are they choosing Hanzo, you may ask? They're just getting that range, and as we mentioned earlier, if we were listening, right, it's all about you get a random arrow, it hits a headshot, you won the fight. A league, B league, any league, if someone's missing from a fight, you're going to lose unless you spent a big cooldown. So Off-Tank Union Unknowns, the most honest mirror right here. It's all about who has the best skill. There's no more different character matchup. It's all about which team is the more coordinated. A perfect ending to the last map of the night.
Coordination or a clown fiesta, you be the decider. Already seeing some action having right here. The Maywall gonna, you know, wall off these two teams, gonna buy some extra time, but Nemesis forms are going to be exchanged out of Killswitch and Chasey. Does look like Unknowns are the ones who have the priority because Chasey is going to fall. I believe got walled off by his own teammate. Unknowns just winning this first fight pretty handily, not dying. Squiggle trying to get a return kill, but that is a clean 5-for-0 team kill.
Right, and Off-Tank Union, they overextend, Chasey gets walled, Chasey gets just absolutely mauled, and that is how the game goes. Unknowns, they have half of their ultimates, and Mikey is really close to that Blizzard. And if Mikey gets to use Blizzard early pod, they are gonna get it more often than LCS. And the Blizzard is the breaking factor alongside the Annihilation in these Rush Mirrors. And look at that, they're taking high ground, going for an even fight, and the wall is gonna come out real.
Wall's gonna come out, and it is all the game changer. But Mikey gets moved off the high ground, so this is good for Off-Tank Union. They are the ones who can put their foot on the gas, but the wall just barely going to wall off Chasey right there. And now Off-Tank Union, you gotta hop down onto the point. That is how control works, believe it or not. LCS destroys that immortality field, and it looks like Unknowns are trying to get that return on the high ground, but it is gonna call Silvertals their life. Chasey trying to run down Mikey right there, who pops the Blizzard. That might have just been a fat finger, but Unknowns are still somehow winning this fight. It is a 4v3 so far. Chasey does have the Annihilation available. It is going to pop it. Mikey falls. A trade of Annihilations. It is going to be a long time coming for this. Killswitch, both of these players just pressing down the block. And it is Killswitch who is going to come out on top. 65%. Unknowns winning this first point pretty handily so far.
Killswitch just staring them down menacingly and killing them with their mind. That is a block, and you're staggering yourself. Thank you, LCS, for dying early, and that is going to be a fight for Unknowns, just as you were saying, but it came at a cost. They invested Dragons, Blizzard, and Annihilation. Those are their big cooldowns, and Off-Tank Union, they're coming down on their own Blizzard. LCS, it's all on their hands. 85% last fight territory for Unknowns if they win this one, but that Blizzard might make it a little harder than what you would expect.
Double support ults for Unknowns. That is what they have. Can they make it work? Got to be able to touch the point. Please do not C9 this. Okay, someone did touch it. I was about to get very worried. Off-Tank Union trying to get something going. They have both support ultimates. I'm sorry, both DPS ultimates, one support ultimate. The window not going to get as much value as Unknowns would have wanted it to. The beat is going to be popped. Can they get him off the point just long enough? The Blizzard is going to be used. Is it going to get anyone? It's going to help pick up a kill onto Moon Bunny, though. Unknowns are going to fall here. Kill switch is going to be the next one. Not going to matter. LCS gets another kill, and they are going to secure this point. 99% isn't 100%, so they're still in this map.
Right, but Unknowns are also still in this map pod. This is dangerous. Mikey's about to get that Blizzard, and those Blizzards, they haven't been finding that many people, but if it gets a single one pod, we already discussed it, the importance of having a full team. One death is the end of a fight most of the time, and Offline Union, Chasey, you need to get that ultimate quickly. Look at that, Squiggle and Shoreline Pie fighting it out with the Hans, so trying to get a couple of shots on each other, but not quite fighting anything. Unknowns, they have 3 ultimates coming in, and this is their fight to win, but this window is the deciding factor. If they can burn someone with that pod, they can delay the inevitable.
Oh, delaying the inevitable might be it, but LCS is going to fall to the Dragons of Shoreline Pie right there. Chasey is surely going to fall here in a second. No, he's saved by the heals and the lantern. It doesn't even matter. The lamp is going to fall as well. Kill Swips pops that annihilation and is going to kill all of Off Tank Union. LCS swapping over to the Tracer. Can he get back to touch in time? No, he cannot. Unknowns secure this first objective and are 1 objective away from going 2-1.
Right, beautiful game from the side of Unknowns. They played it absolutely perfectly, and Off Tank Union, they were just in a lose-lose scenario. They had to invest those ultimates to break the 99 hold, but at that point, you are 3 ultimates down. Unknowns have 3 ultimates, and in Overwatch, sometimes it's just all about that. Who has the bigger Q, right? So they have the Qs, they have to win, and they are 1 point away from sending us home for the night. Off Tank Union, however, they could make it if they play this one correctly, but look at the difference here in composition. Unless Shoreline Pie is about to switch, like, you know, just to keep the team across and then move forward, I do think they're gonna stay on this. Symmetra's really strong with rush comms, with brawl comms, and Squiggle still on the Hanzo. Look at that, they switch over to the Soldier. Now, the big difference here, Shoreline Pie, they have more front load damage, but Squiggle, again, that random RNG chance of getting a headshot is still there, and it's still as threatening as ever. Off Tank Union on their match point for now. Unknowns as well.
Here we are. Can they make it work? Shoreline Pie, and it is Unknowns who have prio on this objective. I get it so far, but Shoreline Pie is just going to fall to the headshot of LCS. LCS so far doing a clinic on this May, but Squiggle does fall to Moon Bunny. It is a 4v4. No one has capped the point just yet. Unknowns wanting to be the ones to cap it, but so do Off Tank Union, who they are the ones who are actually going to cap it. No one from Unknowns walks over to contest it, and now the point is slowly giving percentage toward them, but Baptiste is going to fall. Silvertals was on the wrong side of that Nemesis form, and Chasey is going to fall as well, but Unknowns, even though they let Off Tank Union secure this, are winning this fight and are going to recap this point.
Right, and that is just so clean from them. Look at that. Unknowns are able to retake the point, and Off Tank Union, although they find a kill into Silvertals, if you're not able to close it out, if you cannot move in and take advantage of what you've gotten, you're just not going to win. Unknowns, however, looking a little late on the ultimates on the side of Sojourn as well. However, Off Tank Union, Annihilation, Window. One of the best combos to take over a point. Front load damage, a lot of healing. And there's just Annihilation on the launcher. One of the best ultimates in the game. They take over the point and they're about to go in. Look at that.
One of the best ultimates in the game. Chasey makes sure to let them know. Gets a 2K on it so far. Another counter Annihilation out of Kill Switch, who picks up a kill onto Don Cheadle. The Blizzard is going to be committed out of LCS right there. He's not going to freeze anyone, but a nice shot out of Squiggle. I thought it was a headshot, but it wasn't. Got to be careful with that Nemesis form. Do not want to fall. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie and is still going to die, though. Off Tank Union secure the point with a trade of kills, and this is a very competitive second point.
Yeah, this second, no one wants to give it up. Unknowns, if they win, and they're just sending us home, but Off Tank Union clinging on to their lives. Look at that. Shoreline Pine, they still don't have the overclock. You need to get it soon, because Squiggle has the Dragons. They are about to disconnect your team, and they have the beat. Danky, they beat, they go in, and Off Tank Union has the advantage on this fight.
Going in. And is it going to work? The Dragons are both going to be committed. Danky use the beat as well as Squiggle. It's a nice little headshot onto Shoreline Pirate there. The window going to be absolutely useless. Off Tank Union just winning this fight. Moon Bunny trying to get a kill. This DPS Lucio is going nowhere but the spawn room. LCS and Squiggle doing a clinic so far in this second point, 75%. They're just running. Silvertall's down. The lamp has to be committed right there and almost going to fall. Unknowns. Shoreline still does not have this overclock. He will get it here in a few seconds, so it's not going to matter. But yeah, not having this ultimate is so detrimental.
Right, and now I think Unit can afford to lose this fight. If they lose this fight without using an ultimate, they just win the game. So, really, please, Off Tank, just refrain from using anything here.
Refrain from using anything if you can. Unknowns winning this fight with only committing the overclock to it. LCS trying to buy as much time as he can at this point, but Squiggle, nice headshot on the Silvertall, Spore to be in, gets a headshot as well. Moon Bunny gets a pick on the Squiggle though, this Blizzard. Oh my goodness, LCS and Squiggle. I said it once, I'll say it again. They are putting on a clinic in the second map and are sending us to a third objective. Biscuit. This day has been full of exciting matches and this one is no different.
They absolutely corrected me. Hey, I said, don't you say anything? They used it and they won. Like, it was a win-win scenario. Off Tank Union, they managed to play them on point and they managed to bring us to the last one. Pod, I couldn't have asked for a better match. And I think, regardless of what, even if you win, even if you lose, this is just a bagger of a game. And Off Tank Union walking out on this composition. Look at the difference though. Be careful, because Silvertall's is on the Moira, and Moira is about to have coalescence every 2 seconds if you don't get her off the point immediately. So the compositional difference are there, they are present, and the Reaper is gonna be a lot of damage onto Chasey. BAP allows for a lot more front load. They have that window that just amplifies damage to 1 billion. So very different compositions, but similar goals. Take over the point, don't let go, and win.
Win, win, win is the objective, and I don't know if these teams know how this map works, because they just swap sides. That's not how you play the game, but I like the range advantage that Squiggle has with his Hanzo compared to Shoreline's Reaper, but Reaper does so well into this Fermata, and as soon as I say that, it gets pummeled in the face with the Nemesis form. Kill switch does fall, though, as well as a lot of the rest of the team. This Sojourn, sorry, not even a Sojourn, it was Silvertall's on this Moira. Very slippery hero right there, gonna try and stall it out and just gonna punch the ground as well. And Off Tank Union secure this point first, and then they go back to realize which side is actually theirs.
Right, you know, they stay on their own side. They know that they don't want to get held in spawn. However, look at the change spot. They switched on over to the Tracer, and Tracer allows for a lot of damage onto Dawn, Cheetle, and Squiggle. They're going to have to turn around and give them a lot of their attention. So, the Tracer, not a bad change, but this Annihilation is bad news. Chasey, they have the big win button present for this upcoming fight.
Oh. Kill switch getting very critical right there. Mikey, it is your job to pick up the kills onto Squiggle, but you could always get a nice little cheeky headshot as Biscuit has been talking about it. There it is. Not going to be a headshot, but it is going to be a kill nonetheless. The rest of the fight is going to happen. Annihilation and a Coalescence were committed on either side. Kill switch going to be able to win this so far. Another Annihilation going to be used. So many ultimates. Who can press Q better? Danky presses Q as well. Another Blizzard on top of it. LCS wants in on the action. A beat going to save his team. And Off Tank Union just, I don't know what that was. They just wanted to stare at each other for a second, but Mikey uses that to his advantage and kills Chasey, and Off Tank Union somehow still winning this map. And Chasey on the Junker Queen of all heroes. Biscuit, what's going on?
They are rushing to point. They kill the tank because they tried to get a little too greedy with their stagger, and now they have the advantage. But Off Tank Union, they have the window, they have the dragons, they have everything. They only have both of them instead of unknowns. Last fight pod if Off Tank Union wins this.
If Off Tank Union can win it, but they're already down a man. Born to be mid. LCS has fallen, but Squiggle with the headshot onto Shoreline. This guy has been on a tear and gets another one. Pulse Bomb is going to go wide. 92, 93. It's going 95. Is it going to be enough? Unknowns not getting anything. They're not even going to be able to touch the boot.
No way, the boot. Off Tank Union, they break the curse. Their first win on the column for regular season. They take it over unknowns.
Don Cheadle word of the day. Perseverance. Off-Tank Union persevering in this game. Oh my goodness. The boop from Danky to save the game. To keep them from getting a touch, and then immediately after it's secured, the C9 types in chat. The icing on the cake, the cherry on top, Biscuit. Off-Tank Union winning the last game in style.
Beautiful, beautiful game. Close. It went to the end. It went down to the wire. And if you're winning your first game with Off-Tank Union, I don't think you could have asked for a better way to do it. Beautiful. Yeah. I just absolutely love it. And, you know, that little bit of VM, you know, C9 with the boop at the end. Perseverance, Pod, perseverance. They take a massive win in Colosseo. They struggle a little bit on Eichenwald, but this Antarctic Peninsula, that's a statement. They know how to play the Ram, they know how to play the Rush, and they are back on the map.
Back on the map, going to 1 and 2, and someone typed in chat, I hope that Off-Tank Union wins so we can have the weirdest standings in Group A. I'm sorry, in the A-League Group 1. 4 teams are currently tied at 1 and 2 in Group 1. So, yeah, unknowns wanting to win that game, so they didn't join the 1-2 club, but now they are a part of it. Off-Tank Union making sure that happens, and the map differential is not too incredibly different as well, but Off-Tank Union just glad that they are finally on the board.
Right. Just, you know, they managed to do it, and this is beautiful. The Group 1, I love you with all my heart. Crusaders, obviously sitting at the top currently. That my coach is right there. Hey, that's my goat. But for now, that was just one map, and it just goes to show you, Pod, like A League is extremely competitive. Like none of these teams are. It's very clear which one stands at top 1, right? But then any other spot is up for the grabs. Like anyone could be at the bottom, anyone could be at top 2. So if you're a BPL enjoyer, trust me, you have a beautiful, beautiful week coming up.
Beautiful, beautiful week coming up, and I believe we are going to have an interview with the winning team of Off-Tank Union. Here they are. Off-Tank Union, you guys are finally on the board. How does it feel?
Oh,
yes, sir.
I think if we just scrim before every single match, we can't lose.
I love winning.
Absolute massive W that you guys took home. How did Antarctic feel? I want to know. I think that was just one hell of a map. What are the comms looking like? And like everyone's excited. You know, the blood's pumping. How are you feeling?
I was like like on the verge of a panic attack. You know, so it was a lot of energy floating around there.
Yeah. So we were sort of talking about it a little bit whenever the game ended. That boop from Danky to keep the team from, you know, getting to push that overtime, and then the immediate C9 types in chat. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, I think he just should have booped me first. I don't know what to say. Like,
fair.
That's just a Moon Bunny mistake.
Yeah,
maybe.
the counter boop.
Yeah, it's just like Lucia Ball, you know. Like people sleep on that mode, but it helps.
Nah, goated mode for sure. But yeah, so after you guys, you know, won Colosseo, you know, there's just a little bit of mishaps there, and then you hop over to Numbani, and then it just sort of seems like you guys, I don't know, just weren't able to find the groove, you know, with that second point. What was sort of your guys' game plan for that? And, you know, obviously you guys weren't able to come out with the win on Numbani, but how did you guys, you know, just reset your mental after, you know, winning that first one and then being like, crap, if we lose this third map, we're going to 0-3. How did you guys properly reset?
Personally, I think this roster that we scrimmed with and that we played with today, like I'm uber confident in like all of our abilities to perform. And we scrimmed, I think, like twice this week. We had a warm up today, and we did like pretty good. And I think we're all really resilient players. And in my mind, I knew that we would always come out like with the W. So I wasn't like sweating it that much.
Right.
Yeah, we just kind of played what we knew.
Yeah, we also just kind of like are really bad in Numbani, so I'm just using that as an excuse to lose that.
Yeah, I need a VOD review.
Yeah. I got a hammer kill. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, we were kind of going nuts after the hammer kill. Just letting you know.
Right, that was a moment. That was a moment of all time. But as we move on, just to close it out, any last messages like for the teams that you're playing ahead? There's I think only like 2 weeks or 3 weeks maximum of a regular season. Any statements you want to say to like the people that are remaining? They have to play with.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Watch out for us. Like,
I'd say don't sleep. Yeah, don't sleep on Off-Take Union. And 2, if Danky gets 3 Ajaxes in one map, Squiggle will PayPal everyone $50 in Twitch chat. So encourage you to do that. That's just a mega win for the BPL community and our wallets.
I mean, that's not like set in stone or anything.
It's not okay. Well,
Don't back out.
It's on the horizon.
Get it in writing.
I should have enough faith in Danky to not back out, but that's the issue.
You gotta get it in writing, man. That's how you lock it down. That's how you get it secured. But it has been a very exciting day of Overwatch. Every single series was a 2-1 series. No 2-0 sweeps today. It has been a very long day. Your guys' match was supposed to start at 9:30. It did not start until about 10:15, 10:20. So everyone is tired. We are tired, but it has been a very exciting day nonetheless. Once again, any shout outs you guys want to do before we close it out?
Shout out Casters and Prod for staying this long. Thank you.
Hey, no problem, man.
No problem. I am chained to my desk right now. Solomon said I could not leave.
I physically cannot leave.
I physically cannot move. But that is besides the point. We've had fun regardless. But yes, that will do it for us here at the BPL with this exciting last match of the night. I have been Podslim. Over there has been Biscuit. And we appreciate you guys watching. And we hope you all have a great rest of your evening.